the hell to begin tonight? Let me tell you that. I legit don't even know where. I guess we start here, right? I got, look at this, huh? All right, but look, cheers to everybody. Here, we got over 50 people. This is sick. We got this many people because we need to talk through this shit tonight. You saw me post that. I posted on Twitter the Ryan Cohen thing. That was interesting timing, right? But I thought with the Burry stuff coming out today, too, we got confirmation. Burry still kept a large position. We'll get into that today, too. And some other folks maintaining their position or even adding to their position, blah, blah, blah. We'll get into that. This is the big headline here. Cheers to everybody. We'll try to get through this shit here. But definitely a bit of a different sentiment as I'm reading through this, right? Like a little bit of a different approach than what little we knew about his position initially, which is what we saw in that 13D. I don't have it up right now, but that whole willingness to get more involved. And I was talking to some folks last week thinking how a lot had changed since he originally filed his 13D a couple of months back, where he said he was hoping for some, actually I don't have it up. Let me just pull it up real quick. He was, we don't know what the exact changes that he was looking for back in the day. Now we have a bit more color as to what exactly he was hoping GameStop, what he was hoping that they would do, what they would execute on. Is this it? No, I want the amendment. Hold up. I just want the amendment. Just real quick. You know, I want to contrast them, right? I'm sure most of us, how many times did I pull this up, bro? This was the language we had previously. During these conversations, Ryan Cohen expressed his willingness to become more involved in the company in certain circumstances that blah, 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 blah. And I was thinking like, the Microsoft partnership was a big announcement. The debt redemption, not a huge item, right? And especially for a Ryan Cohen type, that's not that big of a deal. But two big changes that might warrant, all right, now maybe Ryan Cohen, we start hearing from him. You know what I mean? I don't know what it was going to be like, right? But this, then you read through this. This is a little bit of a different tone to it. You know what I mean? Seems a bit, it seems a bit more hostile, right? Like I see more like you need to do this, you need to do that, which is a little bit different than we were thinking too. Especially if many of us were thinking that he had been invested in GameStop for quite a while. In which case, this news, I mean, this is the Wall Street Journal, right? This is a big deal coming from Ryan Cohen here a week after the consoles and stuff. The timing of it is interesting. But it's much more aggressive than what we had seen so far, which was very little. So this is we've been talking about when's Ryan Cohen was going to first start making the rounds, talking about shit. So we'll get into this. But first of all, some of the stuff, I don't have it up right here. But if you're not able to see, I can't open it up here right here. But it's much more prescriptive as the types of things that he should be doing. What's interesting is like right here, you can kind of get a gist for right here, the tech-driven, explore other tech-driven opportunities in areas such as esports, mobile gaming, and game streaming. Talks about shutting down Europe and I think Australia too, and focusing on more online type stuff. But what's interesting is that GameStop management has been doing a lot of this stuff already. Like that's my initial take is like I read through some of this stuff, and I'm super curious to see everyone else's take here, of course, right? But my first take was like, they're already doing a lot of this stuff. You know what I mean? Do I have it up? You know what I'm pulling up, right? This presentation, the pillars and stuff. And when I've been talking about how they've been telling the same story over time, and so kind of the stuff that he's talking about, like they should do this, they should do that. I've heard similar language from the management team. I'd be curious about what specifically. Now it could be. I mean, maybe you weight your focus a little bit differently, and that maybe they should spend more time on certain of the pillars and so forth. Obviously, there's a ton of stuff in here, and it could be there's a little bit a difference of opinion on where they should focus more of their efforts and stuff. But we even saw, and I know is Justin here. Justin, man, we were talking about how potentially shutting down the Europe. Like we've already been talking about potentially shutting down some of the international operations. Like that was already a discussion we were having. And the big take was that. He was echoing what some of the stuff Burry had said in his original letters to management last year, talking about how the elevated short interest was an indication that the market was really negative on management and whether or not they'd be able to succeed and so forth. And that's what I mean. Over the past year, I've been thinking like, no, they have been executing on a lot of these fronts so far. And so it's kind of interesting to see this in November 2020. That this is a discussion that's being had here, and that according to this press release, that there was some letter that was sent to management, and Wall Street Journal took a look at it, and that the board kind of didn't see eye to eye on some of this stuff, and so we'll get into this. We'll get into this more. But that was my first take. Is like a lot of the like esports, mobile gaming, like game streaming. That one's a little bit different. That one stuck out to me as not one we had talked about too much. But a lot of the stuff, like store closures and stuff, like they literally been closing stores for the past year. You know what I mean? Like a lot of that stuff was already been talked about. So I was curious. I mean, there could be a lot of nuance here. I'm just trying. It was my quick read. I haven't even had time to pour over. We're literally doing this in real time. Talk about a good night for a stream. Oh, sick. And then Well, I can pull it up on Whale Wisdom, right? Just quickly, because we got to get into the chat today. So here you go. So I assume most stuff is now filed on the day. I think everything was supposed to be due today. What am I doing? Come on. Let me just, I just want percent ownership. So you can see, so the FMR, BlackRock, RC Ventures still there. No update, but, Melvin increased their, I didn't see that. I hadn't seen that. So they increased their put exposure. As you saw, Barry commenting on that. If you saw my tweet, just reminding folks on the notional exposure with regard to these options. What was the other big? Dimensional, same. I saw, I saw that bump up. Was that 6.8%? I don't know how to pronounce it. Susquehanna? I feel like that's a name I should know. I know it's a popular name. Individual investor. What the hell do I know? Okay, so I hadn't seen that one. That must have been later. And then Senvest, we saw Foss and Musk still holding. But you saw Burry. I already tweeted out if Burry had cut his position about 38%. But it's still the largest stock position in his portfolio. And as I pointed out, and cheers to Alex. Is Alex on the stream tonight? Cheers, Alex. I did not have my wits about me this morning. Thank you for I feel like my tweets could have been better and getting the information across. So cheers to you. I was like, this is a perfect night to play the song tonight. So cheers to you. Thank you for just reframing my thinking. I'm like, it was an early morning. So, so even though he had been trimming some of his positions, still the largest stock in the position. And as far as exposure goes, he's still the largest dollar exposure as of the end of that quarter. Of course, he may have trimmed following the quarter because the stock continued to run up, blah, blah, blah. But that was the big news. Ian Burry was still involved there, even if still trimming. But there were some other names, too. Alieska, I did a quick dig. I didn't find much. And there was one other one I thought, not so much the Morgan. That there was one other one. We'll get to that. But those are the big things there. And then just quickly, just the chart. You saw the chart, right? A little bit. There's a lot of action this week. These past couple of weeks with the market, there could be a rotation into small cap value, that type of shit. So a lot of stuff was up today. So you don't overweight this type of stuff too much, but we've been tracking this the past week or so, just keeping an eye on stuff. It was low volume and everything. You finally saw volume tick up a bit, and it kind of broke through that. This is intraday chart, whatever, right? But it stayed above that range, so let's see what happens tomorrow. But that kind of stuck out to me. It's just a little bit, maybe the market is deciding to tilt a little bit bullish here in the short term. But then you just go to the daily, and it's kind of the same stuff. No major moves or anything like that. And again, a lot of stuff was up today, so you don't dig into this stuff too much. But it's right back up to the 20-day moving average, right below it, closed right below that. It kind of gave some of its gains back later in the day. But everything still seems intact. So that's why today's the news is this fundamental stuff here. So we'll get into that. Did I have some other stuff? Nothing. I got your some of your forecasts up there. But I'm going to get right into the chat here. And just dig through. I think that's it. Okay, welcome everybody. Cheers. This is sick. Let's do this. Perfect timing with the stream tonight. Hey, Justin, cheers. Welcome, Justin. There he goes. As on Wednesday, Cohen is back. Yeah, well, wait, did Cohen leave? Where'd Cohen go? In my opinion, not 99% chance. 99% chance. Woo, that's high, Justin. You were saying that it would seem likely that someone was adding. So if someone does add, obviously you're going to get props. And now it seems like it could have been Cohen, right? That would be interesting, right, Justin? That'd be crazy. You could totally envision, as you were noting too, in that low volume. That was when he was buying back in August too. So it could be. Let's wait and see. But it would be interesting timing, right? Maybe add to the position before something like this gets what's the after hour action doing? It was kind of just not doing anything at first. Yeah, so this is on very low. I got this stuff. Did I have the after hour type stuff? I had it up. I had it open somewhere. If you do this, there's no volume. There's nothing happening right now in these the after hour trading. So I'll pop that up. But let me keep going. How many shares are traded? 100,000. Nothing. Interesting that it's even. Look at this. It's marginal shares. Okay. No, the market's not really reacting to this news just yet. Okay, you're only on for a little bit, Justin. Okay, let me go. Let me get through this chat. There we go. Okay, let's do this. George, welcome back, George. Happy Monday. EO, welcome. Up the margin requirement, okay. Oh, interesting. Oh, yeah. And I did see these the shares available creeping back up. Just something I pulled up. That's all. Econ. Oh, yeah. Okay. So Justin, GameStop executes good progress with e-commerce and esports on Q3. Cohen could say it was due to his pressure. That was his vision. Well, except a lot of that stuff was already in the works, right? But even still, I kind of get what you're saying here is that he could say, all right, they're kind of executing on some of those fronts. Right? That's the thing. They're already executing on some of those things. So maybe Justin sees the same thing here where they're already doing some of these things already. But certainly, if they did have a successful Q3, it wouldn't be to his. We don't know the extent of what vision was shared when they were communicating with each other. I have no idea. But whatever they have done in Q3, I think we can all agree that that has been in the works for quite a while. So I don't think. Well, I don't know. Shareholder, so whatever. You think? Oh, okay. Wait, you think he's going to try to take him out, Justin? You got a probability on that one? I'd be curious if you got any probabilities you'd like to assign to that one. I'd be super curious about that. Okay, so Uber talking about that put position too. Yep. Just puts. Yep. Oh, you saw some massive block volume today. Okay, so Justin was talking about that last week too, that block volume type stuff. So we'll have to see if something's going. Okay, Justin's pretty convinced. 99% convinced it was Cohen. Well, we'll know soon enough, right? Talking buyout offers again, huh? So he wasn't even So he was. For those who may not have seen it, he wasn't even looking for a board seat, as according to the article. That was the latest that the article has said. For what that's worth. Hey, Alex is here. Welcome, Alex. Cheers. Thank you for that. Thank you for getting me right this morning, huh? Cheers. Like I was making the tweets, right? I'm like, I could have worded this a little bit better. You know what I mean? So thank you. So I saw that too. It said spring. What was up with that? You see that spring? Yeah. What was that shit? It said that part said it was someone familiar, someone close to the matter, or according to someone close to the source. That stuck out to me too. Super Saucy, Polygon, what up, y'all? What up, Polygon? What up, Super Saucy? Did I miss anyone? No, okay. Chris, what up, Chris? How you doing? Okay, so Chris thought he had it last week too. Okay. We'll see. We'll know soon. Daily, welcome, Daily. Hope you had a nice weekend, mate. Cheers, Chris. Oh, we got a good crew tonight. We rolling deep tonight. You have to. There's so much to talk about. Hey, what's up, Matt? Oh, you see the negative. Oh, well, I wouldn't. There's no volume. Oh, it's down. I mean, there's minimal volume, but at least that initial reaction is down, I guess. But let's see what it actually does tomorrow. That's what I'd be curious about. But it's just such low volume. 106,000. Oh, yeah. Your music, Alex. Yeah. Steven, what up, Steven? How you doing? This is applicable today. It's still applicable, huh? It was up big today, huh? And then it gave some of the gains back. No big deal. Like I said, a lot of stuff was up today. But importantly, and I know Jordan said this too, I was eyeing that 1180 range just because of the charts and stuff, and it quickly bounced off that. I'm like, that's good. Oh, yeah, it's going to be 6 hours. We'll see, Steven. That's why I'm hopping right into it. We got to see. Might have to. Oh yeah. We've talked about that many a stream, huh? I mean, there's always a risk that when you have a major investor walk, that's always an ongoing risk. I still don't think that's particularly likely for what that's worth. Oh yeah. That's Alex. He's good. Alex has a SoundCloud. You can check it out on his Twitter. Hey, Jordan. What up, Jordan? How you doing, Jordan? Speaking of that, there he is. Okay, so Steven says, it does seem weird to have done a press release about it if Ryan Cohen was just getting fed up and wanting to dump. Oh, yeah. To go the PR path, right? And again, we've been under the impression that he was a longer-term investor, right? Could have just sold out. Well, the reason you wouldn't is because you truly believe there's tremendous potential value there to be unlocked, right? Which is what many of us think, and that we think that's what Ryan Cohen sees too. So in theory, you could always walk, right? But if you already own a good chunk, you just want to see it executed on. Maybe it takes a little bit longer than you were hoping, but if you have higher conviction, you know what I mean, you might stick around. But indeed, because he did reach out to them. I mean, I get your point. We'll talk through some of this stuff. Hey, T-Tree, what up, T-Tree? Yeah, it was up after hours at first, and now it's down. I think I started like mid 12s for there. I know, I saw that photo. Look at this photo, huh? Where? Yeah, it's a pretty badass. It looks like some neon lights and stuff. Maybe that's a future GameStop right there. Ooh. Is this news bullish or bearish? What do you guys think? I mean, I don't know how the market. It's tough to forecast how the market's going to react to this stuff. For me, a biased bull, I view it as bullish. You know what I mean? No, forget the whole short squeeze type stuff. I'm not smart enough to understand the implications on that shit. But what I was just sharing with Steven is that I believe he sees tremendous value here. In that, so much so that he wanted to take a hefty stake and talk with management and even issue a press release here to try to see that vision, whatever his vision is, get executed over time, so that because I assume he believes fair value of these operations and so forth are quite a bit higher. So if you own quite a bit of the company, you want it to work out. So that's the thing. I think he has higher conviction in this play. He just wants to make sure it gets executed properly. So we already knew if he added to a stake, of course, that makes it even more bullish. But I wouldn't say it's hugely bullish news or anything like that. I usually just I tilt bullish. Then you try to guess how other market participants are viewing this. They could view it. I mean, I'm not going to get too much into this after hour perception type stuff, but maybe people are thinking, oh, if it were a cohesive team here, maybe that could accelerate things. But if they're at odds, maybe it slows down progress. You know what I mean? Like, that's one way you could perceive it if you were trying to put on some bearish glasses. But like, maybe things take a little bit longer because they're not on the same page. So that's one way to view it too. But I just view it as confirmation of like I said, Cohen's involvement caused me to uptick my probability of a meaningful turnaround over time. Whereas for a long while, I was heavily discounting that eventuality. So Super Saucy says that same thing what Steven was just saying about why the PR. Yeah, that's okay. So I just talked about Henry. Welcome, Henry. Welcome, Henry. Blessed Spear, what's up? Oh, you got to come today. You got to. We got to figure this shit out. You know what I mean? Shit. Uber bullish double on chart. Oh, Uber. Welcome, Uber. I don't know. Just said what up. I got your stuff queued up here. We'll get to that. And then look all the stuff that came out today. You know what I mean? Damn, I wish I had that whole thing. I mean, you got to be subscribed to see that. Hey, Steve Stonk. Welcome, Steve Stonk. Cheers, mate. Going for the win. Oh, okay. Thank you, Uber. Okay, I'll check that out. GameStop Ray. What up, GameStop Ray? Okay, just trying to scroll through. How am I doing here? Just talk about order numbers. Yep. Oh yeah, we had a rocket take off here, huh? We got the kitties up in space today. I can't really see that shit. There you go. Yeah, you got some kitties up in space. Kind of appropriate with what happened this weekend. Oh, okay. Thanks, Justin. I'll check that out. Oh, who else we got? Oh shit, it jumped on me. Oh shit. How far behind was I? Okay. Nothing too crazy. Sick. Okay. Oh, that was the other thing too. Yeah. So Rod had pointed this out to me too. GameStop was getting a bit more into more general electronics type stuff, right? You got some laptops, you got some TV stuff, some surround sound, more competing a bit more with like a Best Buy type, which makes sense too. If you're getting, I mean, if you're picking up a whole bunch of gaming type shit, right, and you're trying to crush it on the attachment stuff, you might as well toss in some TVs there. Maybe it's not going to be your focus, but it's a natural complement to gaming related stuff. You know what I mean? So that stuff I thought that was a good idea. Thank you, Ron, for sending that over. And was there something else? Oh, and wasn't there too? Oh yeah. I saw this via Jordan. Where they were pointing out some of this stuff, right? Where someone was saying thank you GameStop, and they were listing off a couple of things there. But so there were other folks talking about that today too. New TVs, Kitty, let's go, Kitty. Yeah, if he went over two, if he went over no, if he went over 10%, he'd have a bit more to file. It would be within it'd be within a week or so. I think that he probably amended it. Once you're over 10%, then you have 2 days. But I think for that initial filing, you got a bit more flexibility. You know what I mean? But when you initially breach 10%, I believe. Yo, Brandon Coos, what up, what up, what up? Yeah, okay. So Kit T saying doesn't know how you can view it as bearish. I do my best to try. If you were trying to put on a bearish for you, and again, even though I'm not putting any, even if this was up 5%, you got to discount that low volume after hour moves. But indeed, I view it as bullish. But if you were to view it as bearish, you know what I mean? Strife among the ranks, and it would slow stuff down if you were really trying to. I don't view it that way. So, but we'll see. Let's see how the market interprets it. Again, knee-jerk reactions they typically. I don't want to say should always be discounted. I don't want to use such strong language, but I tend to discount those knee-jerk reactions. But even still, I'm always curious to see what it is. So we'll see tomorrow what it is. Oh, you made another order? Yeah. So Matt's saying strange after-hour reaction too. Yeah, it was up, and now it's down, and it's like, in that case, maybe the market's a bit uncertain as to how it's going to react. So you may place a higher weighting on what it actually does tomorrow relative to tonight. Rigo, what up, Rigo? Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Cheers. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Big night. We got lots of shit to discuss. Okay, thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. Justin says over 75% Cohen makes an offer. I disagree with. I appreciate that. I think it's much lower. And so that's good. That's good when people have different probabilities that they might assign to this stuff, especially when you know the other folks are doing their due diligence and they're just arriving at different conclusions. That's why I really like that. Thank you, Justin. And then if he were to, right, and I know Justin's talked about this and other folks have, if you were to make an offer, then what happens with the shares, calling back the shares, that shit's above my head. Don't ask me. I don't understand how that works or what the ramifications would be. Lots of questions. That would be educational for me if that were to happen. It seems like I just wouldn't want to be short in that position, but I just don't know enough about it, right? If anyone more knowledgeable than you wants to educate me, feel free. If he makes it, yeah. Cheers, Alex. Cheers. Hyperbole Kid, welcome. So what you saying? Makes me think the board isn't fighting and Cohen is aligned with one of them. He will not. Yeah, so that's the thing too. Remember, there's a Chewy member on the board, which we've talked about a ton. But what you saying? Makes me think the board isn't fighting and Cohen is aligned with one of them. He will not want a board seat, but to take over. Wow, another takeover one. All right, another nod for takeover. If buyout is ordered, do it. Yeah, okay. So Eduardo asks, hey, welcome, Eduardo. Eduardo asks the same questions. Kazi, maybe 25. Hey, what's up, Kazi? How you doing? Jeff, how you doing, Jeff? Welcome, Jeff. Oh yeah, you were asking about the open interest. That's right. Yeah, but that's misleading, Justin, right? So you talk about did buy in spring, but spring of 2019, but that's without specifying, the reader assumes it was this spring. That's the issue with that. I think most of us would agree with that. Okay, talk about the orders. Yeah, I think so too, Justin. Justin says credit upgrade is extremely likely. I'm curious about the timing of that, Justin. Will they wait for the updated balance sheet in early December? Probably. I've been thinking that. They'll probably wait to see the actual balance sheet and then roll with the in light of the debt, because the redemption will have happened after the balance sheet will be reported. But I assume that they'll take that into consideration and blah blah blah. So I suspect that's when it would happen, but I'm not too sure. But I think it's likely. I think it's extremely likely as well. It's just a question of the timing in my mind. Johan, what up? Johan, welcome back. Okay. Yeah, so Matt's asking about that too. Yeah, other people were talking about that. That's why I said I don't think that's particularly likely. I don't. Cohen walking. Yeah, so Hyperbole Kid talking about the timing. I mentioned that when I was running through everything, right? The timing's interesting. Cody, what up, Cody? Saying, yeah, well, who knows what will happen tomorrow? Aren't that it comes after such a green day for GME? Well, a lot of stuff was up today, right? But indeed, it was interesting. This is like intraday type stuff, but it was the first time that it kind of broke out of that little channel there, and suddenly there was volume today. It was down below 11 too, and then it popped shortly after that. There wasn't much news as far as I could see. The Burry news came after the pop. You know what I mean? I don't even know if people interpreted that as bullish, but it kind of rose smartly. I think the markets, this when you have stocks like this, heavily shorted, they tend to be super volatile. They move all over the place, and sometimes I feel like people read into the moves a bit too much. But it's like that's just the nature of these types of stocks. But yeah, let's see what happens. Let's see what happens tomorrow. Yeah, it's not a right, not a press release. Yep. Okay. I see. I misunderstood, Justin. Oh, sick. Oh, sick. Thank you, mate. Thank you. Okay. Holy shit. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome. I'll check that out. Thank you, Justin. Junior, what up, Junior? Oh, shit. Okay, now I'm falling behind. I gotta go. Okay, got that. So that's right. What Hyperbole's saying, this seems more bearish to me. We thought Cohen was aligned. That was if you were to, that's right. I did think that he was more aligned. He asked for a board performance future review. That means he is not aligned with them at all. Well, I don't know about that, but indeed, that would be, if you're going to interpret that way, that is definitely a legitimate interpretation, I think, Hyperbole, as to how you might interpret this take. And particularly in timing. For me, it's more the timing, Hyperbole, for what that's worth. Like I already said that, but for me in particular, his involvement in his now a vested interest, his conviction to even, to file a 13D, to move forward with it, to have these types of, to go through with the letter, have it picked up by the Wall Street Journal and so forth, I think speaks a bit to his conviction, which for some folks, short-term thinking or so forth, maybe you think, it's going to drag this stuff on, blah, blah, blah. That's fair. But for my sake, because I was heavily discounting that tremendous potential upside, because I just didn't have enough insight to really feel confident about that, his involvement and his continued pursuit raises that probability for me. And so that's why it's bullish for someone like me, but I could imagine someone interpreting it differently, even if you know what I mean, like different styles and stuff. That's what I talk about that a lot. Yeah, that'd be something if he increases. It wouldn't be that crazy. I mean, we've talked about that. It would make sense if he's super into this play. You know what I mean? That he would have added to his position, right? That around this time. Evolve into a technology company that delights gamers and delivers exceptional digital experiences. Absolutely, yep. Not remain video game retailer. Yep. That's the thing. Yeah, so okay, that language though, again, I felt like they were kind of working on some of that stuff already. Perhaps they could have been doing a better job of it. That's fair. But it's not as if a whole bunch, I didn't obviously read this whole thing yet. I was just going off that quick take from the Wall Street Journal article. But I read that and I think, all right, management's, they generally were on the right page with some of this stuff. Reiterate that we have devoted a significant amount. It's important to reiterate that we have devoted a significant amount of time to analyzing assets, balance sheet, corporate governance, opportunity set, and positioning within the sector. This is about, yeah, I disagree. Yeah, be curious about the timing. It could be like a timing type thing too. If you thought something was imminent, that's probably what I disagree with. Cohen shouldn't be aligned. What's up, Jordan? Cohen shouldn't be aligned overly with the board. If he didn't join, let's be honest, we should be at 8 or below. He is the story in the stock. They didn't change the story. He is. Partially agree, Jordan. Partially agree. Oh, the letter reads different. Okay. Board may feel it is insulated from stockholders. A few directors this past spring and seeing a recent stock price uptick. Yep. Here's the board to give the right level of consideration to our assessment of GameStop's challenges, opportunities. Yep, okay. To our assessment of GameStop's challenges, opportunities. Okay. Man, what in the world? What is going on? I appreciate you even sending these quotes, right? Because I haven't read it yet. So if you're directing my attention right to what you consider the most important things, that's helpful for me just to get through, you know? Get the conversation going. That's right. So he brings up the decline, similar tone to Barry's letter, right? You know, remember that Barry letter? All these letters here, especially that some of those August ones, similar tone. Not that one. I mean, there's probably similar language there, but the one I remember most is that August one. This one. You can see some of it there. I'll keep going. The exact same playbook as Hestia. As evidence, stockholders have seen the value of the decline. Yeah, Hestia and Permit too. Barry mentioned some of this stuff. Hestia and Permit, same, a very similar language. So I didn't even see you mention the Hestia and Permit stuff, and I was bringing this stuff up. I agree with you on that. I can't deny this. I can't deny what? Clearly Cohen is making an offer. Well, even you only said 75%. I mean, I could disagree with you. Oh, I don't agree. What do you mean? What can't I deny, Justin? I'm confused. You have an opinion. You assign 75% chance of that. Why can't I? Even if I assign, you know what I mean? You're not saying 100%, or did you say 99%? Now I most certainly can. I can disagree. What am I denying though? Am I missing something? Are you thinking that I denied something? Because if you're thinking I denied something, maybe I didn't see it like in the letter or something that you saw. Let me know, because I may have. I certainly don't want to misspeak. Just the dime. Yeah. So that's so kind of talking about how management might interpret this stuff, what conversations are being had, shareholder vote type stuff. Yeah. Tied insult to injury. If the size of the global gaming market has grown. Yeah, huge. Okay. Justin, you've repeatedly said it's a takeover. Would you like to increase your odds from 75% to a higher number? And assign a time frame to that as well? I'd be curious. I'm listening. Okay, Jorge agrees. What's up, Jorge? I forget if I said what up. Okay, Jeff read it the same way. All right, Justin, you got company. I feel like this is a similar conversation to what we had a couple months ago. I mean, a couple months ago now, because we were having similar conversations back in the day when we first saw that 13D. And again, I was kind of alone in the. Again, I was kind of alone, but maybe I'm wrong, right? This is why these are good discussions to have. I always appreciate the feedback. And like I say, it reframes your thinking about some of this stuff. You do your own analysis. You form a different conclusion. I've already said that in the stream, but it's super helpful for rounding out your thinking. So obviously, Cohen hasn't really had much. Okay, yeah, so I haven't seen that in the letter yet. Okay. We thought that they had some conversations based on some of that stuff. Yes, that's my point on spring. It is a PR stuff. We already know when he bought. Oh, okay, talking about the spring. Okay, Justin, thanks. Yeah, I know, right? That was weird. Okay. Cohen is pulling the strings. Oh, I don't think anyone was did it. I don't think. Hey, Cody, I don't think anyone was thinking Cohen was pulling the strings or anything like that. I mean, he's just a 10%. I mean, he's just a 10% shareholder. Not enough control, no board seat or anything like that. impossible he bought this spring based on his cost basis. He wanted people to assume. Oh, okay. Oh, I see. Okay. Interesting. I'm going to have to reread some of this stuff. You know what I mean? That's why we have these conversations, and then now you're thinking about it differently, and then reread and be like, oh, okay. Hey, Hugo. What up, Hugo? '20th century focus on physical stores and walk-in sales despite. Okay. Yeah, this is, I think, from what you're sharing, Justin, it does kind of feel like even the letter itself has a different tone. A more stronger tone, perhaps. Only accelerating this transition and in turn requiring business. You can't deny this. Wait, is that the same letter? Are you saying the same? You can't deny this as a takeover? Through our private conversations, we have explained to Mr. Sharon on the board the pivot toward becoming a technology-driven business that excels in the gaming. Yeah, I still feel as though some of this stuff. I feel like they were moving forward with some of this stuff already. Do you know what I mean? Man, it almost seems too strong, doesn't it? I haven't read it yet. I'm just going off some of these quotes. It almost seems too much, doesn't it? Explain, Mr. on the board. The ability to pivot toward becoming a technology business that excels in the gaming and digital experience worlds. Wait, what was that previous quote? Appears committed to a 20th century focus on physical stores and walk-in sales despite the transition to what? I mean, I'm not going to claim to be more dialed into Sherman's intentions and all that stuff, but I feel like they've spoken about this stuff quite a bit. There's been a heavy focus on e-commerce as a big part of these first couple of pillars. Huh? You know what I mean? Again, I'm not even like disagreeing with it. I'm just like, oh, it's not like. It almost seems a bit strong. I don't know. Requires a type of strategic vision that has not yet taken hold in the. Okay, then that may be. Odds of Cohen takeover are probably 90% now. Okay, and then you got a my only other question, Justin, if you got a timing on that. I appreciate you sharing the probabilities. GameStop takes practical steps to cut its excessive real estate costs and hire the right talent. Oh, that was great. I'm glad you're directing my attention to what you probably consider those important ones. That way, I'm going to go through and read the whole thing right. Appreciate it. Yeah, like the excessive real estate costs. You know what I mean? Like they've been closing stores. They've talked about the closure of some international stuff too. They have already closed some of them, right? Some of the Norwegian stores. But maybe he's just thinking they will hire the right talent. That's an interesting one. I thought they did a good job with the board and so forth. The resource to begin building a powerful e-commerce platform that provides competitive pricing, broad gaming selection, fast shipping, and they got same-day shipping. You know what I mean? Like some of this stuff, is actively being implemented. Experience that excites and delights customers. This is the Chewy playbook, right? Which a lot of us have talked about. This is his language. Type of world-class infrastructure that was constructed at Chewy, right? Which is worth multiples of the. Oh, does he say that? Does he say it's worth multiples? Oh shit! Shots fired. I heard other people saying that too. Sorry, I just lost one. I'm trying to get. Whoo. Okay. Okay. No doubt in our minds, the game has the flexibility to evolve. Yep. So I agree with this. So this is where I think the market has missed. There is no doubt in our minds that GameStop has the flexibility to evolve into a technology-driven sector leader. This is what I think the market has mispriced, the optionality. It's the optionality the market tends to have. The market tends to struggle with that type of stuff, where if you don't have some well-defined plan, and there's question marks about execution, whereas myself, many people on the stream, and clearly Ryan Cohen as well, that they have the current position, they have the flexibility, they have the balance sheet to potentially subsidize a potential transformation. Like, it's there, the optionality is there. It's just a matter of execution. So I agree with him where he says there's no doubt. He says there's no doubt in their minds that they have the flexibility to evolve. I agree with that. That there's an opportunity there, right? And then but the market almost seems like they seriously doubt that there's an opportunity to turn around, and that even if there were, they can't execute on it. And I'd be like, remember, I keep on saying there's two questions. There's number one, is there an opportunity? Is there a place for a GameStop type company in the future? And the second question is, can they actually pull it off? Can they successfully execute? Those are the two important questions. And the market has arrived at different conclusions than I and many people here. Okay. Can also help finance the future, provided that capital is not misallocated to risky initiatives. That stuff, we've all said very similar language ourselves. Taking the right step in 2020 and 2021 can enable GameStop to own a bigger share of the market when estimated industry expected to explode to more than $200 billion by 2023. Huge industry. Just read it on the stream, word for word. Yeah. Thanks, Justin. Oh, is it so? Yeah, Justin, how did you come across this? Was this a? Is it a public letter? Is it a public letter? Sorry, I'll scroll ahead. Could you let me know if this is a public letter? They made it public? Thank you, Justin. How'd you come across it? Let me just see. Oh, it was. Okay. How did I not see it? Was it added after? Oh, they kept updating. Thank you, Justin. Thank you. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Justin. There you go. Thank you. Thank you, Justin. Okay. From what you're copying and pasting, it appears to be the case. Okay, let's do this shit. Oh, shit, it's a long one, huh? Hey, if any of y'all want to access it, it's people posted it on Twitter. Wall Street Journal, I guess, made it available to the public. Wow, let's do this. Okay. Maximizing stockholder value by becoming the ultimate. Can y'all see that? Okay. There was the board, one of the largest stockholders of GameStop, blah, 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 9 to 10%. Given our attempts to privately engage with you since the summer have yielded little progress, we feel compelled to send a clear message to the board today. GameStop's leadership should immediately conduct a strategic review of the business and share a credible plan for seizing the tremendous opportunities in the rapidly growing gaming sector. GameStop needs to evolve into a technology company that delights gamers and delivers exceptional digital experiences, not remain a video game retailer that over-prioritizes its brick-and-mortar footprint and stumbles around the online ecosystem. It's important to reiterate that we have devoted a significant amount of time to analyzing GameStop's assets, balance sheet, corporate governance, opportunity set, and positioning within the sector. Our investment thesis was predicated upon a few core conclusions. Okay, the explosive growth, going to hit $220 billion by 2023. Valuable assets, including a strong brand with a large customer base and 55 million. I mean, this all sounds familiar, right? This is all of our research. Okay, despite losing substantial market share to forward-looking competitors, companies can still emerge as the market leader and ultimate destination for gamers if the board can set a credible strategy for capturing growth opportunities. Indeed. Okay, very similar-looking investment thesis, right? Nothing too surprising thus far. We recognize that the board may feel it is insulated from stockholder scrutiny. After adding new directors in this past spring and seeing a recent price stock uptick, which only came on the heels of RC Fitch. Folks, I know folks have been saying that stream too, right? I know Jordan too, but to include it in the letter, kind of badass, right? Oh, shit, huh? Shots fired. Okay, we also understand you may expect that the new console cycle will at least temporarily appear to validate the company's adherence to an outdated business model that is over-dependent on brick-and-mortar sales. In our view, all of these assumptions are faulty and short-sighted. What? expect a new we also understand that you may expect... Who is this to? Dear members of the board of directors, you may expect a new console cycle will at least temporarily appear to validate the company's adherence. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know about this. Management is aware of their secular risks and what they're up against. This seems too strong. It seems a bit strong. I haven't talked to the manager. I just, from my outside passive analysis, you know? What? We urge the board to give the right level of consideration to our assessment of GameStop's challenges, opportunities, and ideal path forward. Additional detail on all three of these points is included in this letter. GameStop's challenges stem from internal intransigence? Oh, well, geez, that's a word, huh? And an unwillingness to rapidly embrace the digital economy. Technology is changing nearly every aspect of the gaming world, ranging from the way gamers shop to how they interact and compete with one another. This is why RC Ventures believes the successful and durable players of tomorrow will be technology-first companies that specialize in gaming products, experiences, and services. I think everyone's on the same page with that. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, it's evident to us that GameStop currently lacks the mindset, resources, and plan needed to become a dominant sector player. The company remains in long-term secular decline due to its apparent unwillingness to pivot with urgency and grow with gamers. What? As evident, stockholders have seen the value of their equity. That's a tired take, though. That's tired. It's not even the same management team. That this line is silly. Stockholders have seen the value of their equity decline by nearly 60% over the... You know what I mean? Like, and then it's bolded and stuff. It's not silly. Maybe that's too strong, but it's like beside the point. It's like misleading. It's going down the wrong path. 85% over the past 5 years. You know what I mean? I guess it's a way of... there's so many variables that go into that, including sheer overvaluation, right? But indeed, the point is well taken. Barry has talked about this. Hesty and Permit is talking about this. There are other drivers of this. Again, new management team and stuff. They're kind of picking up some of the pieces. And that's what I mean. Like, some of these criticisms could be perfectly fair. But, like, talking about how revenues have declined. Not that he mentioned that. I've seen a couple of frequently shared lines, like how much revenues have declined from 2013 and 2014 to 2018, 2019. And I think, that's... in the share price action, I think, GameStop is also one of the most shorted stocks in the entire market, which speaks volumes about investors' lack of confidence in the current lead. Okay, so this is what he's echoing what Barry was saying too. And this is the thing. So there's definitely some truth to this, but this is an important point. Is the question is just because there's this sheer gigantic level of short interest, should we just think because they have that position, they're right? They could be completely wrong. You know what I mean? And certainly there are some market participants who are heavily... what does he say? Who are lacking confidence in the current management team. But how many of them? How big are each of them? You know what I mean? Like, it's certainly dominating the discussion, and I keep on saying how this is a super heavy sentiment. And part of it are the concerns over the long-term future. There's a question. What did he talk about? He talked about the urgency, the pivot with urgency. There's a question there, right? And they've only been here 18 months, but still, am I missing anything? I'll keep going. Sorry, I'm just gonna keep going to get through the letter. It is equally important to stress that GameStop has failed to adequately keep pace with key industry developments in recent years. The transition from physical hardware to digital streaming, the explosion of mobile, the shift to purchasing from mass retailers and other online competitors. You know what I mean? Like, they're working on this stuff. Like, 1 in 3 they're working on. You know, the digital partnerships and stuff. That shit was certainly in the works for a long time. So was this focus on e-commerce. The explosion of mobile. They haven't talked too much about that. I don't even think mobile is listed here too much, if I recall correctly. So that was one part. That was in the Wall Street Journal article too that talked about game streaming and mobile type stuff. That's a little bit different than what they've been talking about. So that one sticks out to me. By not capitalizing on these shifts. So this, you know what I mean? By not capitalizing on these shifts, this team has been in place less than 18 months in some cases. Bale's not even here 18 months. Sherman just took the reins. But maybe the urgency, you know what I mean? That's why I see this aspect of the urgency there could be some truth to that. Then we start, I can kind of see that, but you maybe say, hey, they need to move quicker. I was saying too, how when we were talking about on some of these earnings release and getting into the console cycle, how I was expecting just more PR because I wanted more of this stuff before the console. So I wouldn't even disagree with that too strongly. I've been under the impression that they've just been, you know what I mean? Like, I kept on saying how I was thinking we'd get more information prior to the consoles, and really the only big item that we got was the Microsoft partnership and a couple of different payment type options, like buy online, pick up at the store, and maybe same day delivery, some omni-channel type stuff, which was important, but not that game changing. Like I said, it's not this huge game changing type stuff that the market would get the market's attention. So I can definitely kind of see that side for sure. And now the cycles that we're in, the new consoles are out, and that's the thing. It has appeared as though they've been working on some of those partnerships for a while. Bari had talked about them. They've mentioned it all along that they've had some of those, but nothing formally large announced except for the Microsoft type stuff. So I can kind of get on that side of things. I just don't know enough to know about how quickly that stuff is supposed to happen. You know what I mean? I just don't have that expertise to feel confidently like, this should have happened by now. Whereas I was kind of like, shouldn't this kind of happen by now? You probably see me during the stream say that, like, shouldn't we have gotten some more stuff by now? That Q2 earnings was a decent earnings, but I remember thinking, like, we kind of just wish we had a little bit more, but maybe we'll get it before the consoles. And some of the stuff was meted out over time, but even still, I kept on thinking we'd get a bit more. Okay. But now GameStop has lost billions of dollars in annual revenue, right? Forget the management team. It just wasn't capitalized on, period. The board cannot run from the following facts. Sales have plunged from $9.5 billion. See, this is that sales type thing I'm talking about. Part of the reason I don't like these are the framing of it. You're framing it a certain way, right? If you want to do a bit of more apples to apples, it should be, tell me what your fiscal sales were in the final year of you know what I mean, of a lengthened console cycle where, there's a little bit more to the story, but at least we're like what he's trying to telegraph are the secular risks. I get that. Just telegraph the secular risks, and one quick way to do that is just point to the revenues, even though there are secular reasons for the decline. That's what I'm getting. I think a lot of us know that, but I think he's probably just trying to make his point. But I see these numbers cited so frequently, I'm like, I don't know. Okay. Annual EBITDA has dropped in the fiscal year before the last console cycle. So that was a couple years prior, right? Because it was 2013. Why 2011? I'm curious. Before the last console cycle to only 111 million in fiscal year 2019. Okay, secularists. Yep. The board cannot run from the following facts. That's the thing. It's a new board. You know what I mean? The new board would say, hey, that was the old board who did that. I think that the teaching point here, the takeaway here, is just the secularists are legitimate. They're real, and you have to take action to counter them. And if you're the board, you say, well, that was a previous board. Yes, they did. Maybe they didn't do a great job. We're trying to rectify this issue. The situation we find ourselves in right now. Here is our plan, and then they share their plan. That's the thing. I think that. Let me keep going. I'll start going down tangents with each little line. I'll drive myself crazy. Okay. 2 most recent quarters, the company has lost another $277 million. You know what I mean? Like, this was always supposed to be a shitty year. It was always supposed to be a shitty year. Stockholder, the size of the global gaming market has grown, right? Huge gaming, right? Although GameStop's e-commerce sales have increased significantly during the pandemic, annual revenues have declined by a staggering margin over time. The next console cycle's temporary sales bump is not a justification for complacency and glacial trend. Whew. 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 GameStop's leadership must promptly pivot from a brick-and-mortar mindset to a technology-driven vision. RC eventually understands that George Sherman has substantial experience working for large brick-and-mortar retailers. So this was inevitable that this was going to come up, right? Sherman's background was not such that he might have a long-term grand vision about this, like a successful technology e-commerce firm with in-store experiences. That wasn't really his experience, but. So this was, I don't even know if this has been talked about, but this was bound to be brought up by someone that maybe he doesn't have the resume. You know what I mean? Again, I'm not really in a position to make that claim, but I guess Ryan Cohen is. Appears committed to a 20th century focus on physical stores and walk-in sales despite the transition to an always-on digital world. You know what I mean? Doesn't this kind of... The continuation of the pandemic is only accelerating this transition and in turn is requiring businesses to take bold steps to compete. Through our private conversations, we explained to Sherman and the board that GameStop has the ability to pivot toward becoming a technology-driven business that excels in the gaming digital experience worlds, but this pivot requires the type of strategic vision that has not yet taken hold in the C-suite or boardroom of the company. You know what I mean? How can I say that? How do I know? I feel as though what they've been telegraphing to us over the past 12 months seems to indicate that they are well aware of the risks that they're up against, and it's appeared to me that they were executing on these fronts. Like I said, there could be a question mark around the urgency of it. I don't have the expertise to say for sure. I know I, as a shareholder, was certainly hoping for more information prior to the consoles. Indeed, maybe Cohen was too. And now that the consoles are out and he didn't get more information, I mean, it sounds like he's had conversations with them, right? I'm just basing it on the PRs. And I'm like, that was it before the consoles? I was hoping for more. But as far as, I just thought maybe this stuff takes a bit more time to ink, to get it firmed up. And it sounds like Cohen saying, nah, this is more, it's a bigger deal than that. And according to this, at least, GameStop takes practical steps to cut its excessive real estate costs and hire the right talent. You know what I mean? Like, they're closing stores. They're doing some of this stuff. Hire the right talent. They got some good board members. We know Burry agreed with the board members that they got on, who they just added to their team earlier this year. It did appear, I mean, obviously they got Reggie. They got some folks with omnichannel experience, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Maybe he means additional talent beyond that. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like more the C-suite in particular. Riversides began building a powerful e-commerce platform that provides competitive pricing, broad gaming selection, fast shipping, and a truly high-touch experience that excites and delights customers. This is the type of world-class infrastructure that was constructed at Chewy, which is worth multiples of GameStop's current market cap. Whew. There's no doubt in our minds that GameStop has the flexibility to evolve into a technology-driven sector. I mean, maybe that's just a throwaway line for some folks, but that's big to me because obviously I felt that Cohen was on board with this, right? But I think that the market has mispriced this. Okay, the company's average lease duration is 24 months. This has been talked about for 2 years. Okay, now is the time to identify. Come on, they're doing that. What is this? As you know. Now is the time to identify duplicative, underperforming stores. Non-core operations in Europe and Australia can be streamlined or sold in order to reduce losses. Reduces losses and potentially generate cash. While the Australian market has shown signs of life, it is not nearly big or strong enough to offset the losses linked to the company's hundreds of stores. What? In addition, near-term increase in cash flow stemming from the console can also help finance the future. Subsidize. I mentioned that in the video, right? Provided that capital is not misallocated to risky initiatives, taken together, these factors can fuel the necessary investment that GameStop could be making to delight. Yo, they're doing that stuff. What is this? Wait a second. What's going on here? What is this? GameStop's leadership must promptly pivot from brick-and-mortar mindset to... So they haven't spoken out. They've been doing the store closures. They haven't explicitly said a plan for Europe and Australia, but we saw the change in the 10Q, right? I mean, Justin, we talked to Justin prominently discussed this in one of his Seeking Alpha articles, but we talked about this on the stream recently. They didn't come right out and say anything along those lines. Maybe even someone asked it on the conference call too, but like near-term increases in cash flow stemming from the console cycle can... What is this bullet point list? Taking the right steps in 2020 and 2021 can enable GameStop to own a bigger share of the market. When estimated industry sales explode above $2 billion, contend the company's sales should be growing at least in line with the market. Yep, not going in the opposite direction. Of course, right? That's the big thing. And that's what the market has not priced in at all, that they will be able to grow alongside the industry. And if they do, the company's being re-rated significantly higher. That if they can grow along with the industry, the company's going to be worth significantly more. You know what I mean? If they successfully execute, you might say, oh, that's a big if. Fine. But if they do, and they grow along with the industry, it's going to trade significantly higher because right now it trades at deeply discounted, super low multiples to discounted, super low free cash flows because we're at the tail end of the cycle, blah, blah, blah. But if they can get those back up to more historical levels of free cash flows in recoup some of their share revenue losses because of store closures, shift to digital, and blah, blah, blah. But if they find ways to map those new value drivers, as Wissing talk about, and then they can grow with the industry, I mean, right now there's zero. The market's pricing in zero chance that happens. So if they succeed in that, forget about it. We contend the company's shield should become blah, blah, blah. Significantly upgrading e-commerce can provide for greater revenue capture across larger gaming catalogs, digital content and community experience, online trade-ins, streaming services, and esports. Significantly upgrading e-commerce can provide for greater revenue capture. Significantly upgrading larger gaming catalogs, digital content and community experiences, online trade-ins, streaming services, and esports. This section is interesting to me. We urge GameStop to adopt the right roadmap to value creation now. Hopes this letter provides the board with a clear sense of GameStop's addressable challenges and clear opportunities. We have stopped short of outlining a detailed turnaround plan in this correspondence because the onus is on the board and chairman to do their job. In this spirit, we urge you to quickly provide stockholders with a credible and publicly available roadmap for cost containment, prioritizing profitable retail locations and geographic markets, and building the e-commerce. Advisor is not interested in receiving a loan. Is not interested in receiving a loan seat. It is not enticing to become an isolated stockholder advocate on a board that has. Please be advised that RC Ventures is not interested in receiving a loan seat. It is not enticing. It is not enticing to become an isolated stockholder advocate on a board that has overlooked years of digital revenue opportunities and presided over massive value destruction without assuming full accountability. What? We want GameStop's leaders to do their job. And whoa. Wow, that's something, huh? Oh, I need a drink. Wow. Periods reference run through source news. Hey, use news as a source. That's what I use as a source too. I think many people do. Sincerely, Ryan Cohen, managing member, RC Ventures LLC. Wow. Oh shit. Okay. Oh no. Am I like my toe? I just had to get through that letter. Sorry. There's probably some. Okay. Take the reins. Okay, Cohen's going to take the reins, so that can be bullish, but it's more long term. Super saucy. I did call. Did you call it? What'd you say? Psycho. Okay, so he will buy this up before a walk. Okay. The problem with the takeover is that shareholders need to determine what takeover price. So on, Mr. Hard to determine. I could see Cohen taking GME private. Next question is timing and price. Current valuation hinges on Cohen's. Yeah, I don't. So the talking about the current valuation hinging on Ryan Cohen. The reason I don't agree with that. The reason I don't agree with that is because there was a robust bull thesis before Cohen got involved. That's not to say if he were to walk, there wouldn't be a short-term impact on the price. I'm not saying that, but current value. I don't think the current valuation hinges on Cohen's continued involvement. No, and this is because of the downside protection. I think there's a significant amount of downside protection, so I feel that's protected. What would be impacted for me is that the tremendous upside, the probability of it could be impacted for me personally. Yeah, okay, talk about the impact that an offer would have on the shares. Yeah, I don't know. So David says, yeah, last warning shot for the shorts. That's the thing. Like if you're short, yeah, wouldn't you? If you're short, how do shorts view this type of letter? You know what I mean? Like that. I talked about the timing, just general, like a general bearish take on it. But if there ever were a vote or something. Yeah, what's bolded and underlined? Yeah, this is bolded and underlined. Wow. I've commented a few times, but we'll summarize here. 99% chance of an offer. Latest would be annual shareholder meeting, but I suspect we hear moving. All right. First of all, cheers, Justin, for sharing that with you. I love to get those types of variables, so I appreciate you sharing it with me. I do. Thank you. I disagree, but I like know where your head's at. You know what I mean? It's helpful, especially when I've read someone's research and stuff, to know where their head's at with certain things. And with like your probabilities and the timing, it's like super clear to me. So I appreciate that. All right, so everyone interpreting this as like as hostile. Okay. It's certainly, like I said, much different tone than what little we had heard about so far. Okay, so to Uber's point, what I don't understand is what strategic review would they entail? They just did one less than 2 years ago. They're not going to do another one right now. Not only that, Uber, but are these the concluding bullet points? This was already revealed by a former strategic review. It's actively being implemented. Steven, yeah. Cohen's been a regular on Rory Kitty streams. Go tell him about my research. Yeah, well, I think. Cheers, Steven. Cheers. I think a lot of us have had similar research. We talked about a lot of similar things, but that's what I'm seeing a lot of similar things from our research collectively, but also from what management has shared. Eduardo likes the tone. That's right. So Otter talking about the timing of it came out at the time. Yeah. Okay. The things you were saying, what in misleading or why it seems clear he wants to make an offer. The purpose of this letter is to make. Yeah. I don't that could be, but I don't know why that suggests a takeout though. That's the only thing, Justin. So you talk about what I was saying, what in misleading to seems clear he wants to make it. You know what I mean? I don't know how you get to offer from that. I see. I mean, he doesn't say anything about. So something that goes through my mind when I'm reading that, like a lot of people talk about hostile stuff, and I've said this before on a stream, and especially when I pulled up Cohen's language before, right? Do I still have it up somewhere? Somewhere? Is this it? Oh yeah, the willingness, like this type of stuff, because we were having a similar discussion a couple of months ago when this was filed, and you know what? It's in the back of my mind. It's Carl Icahn. You want to see hostile, you know what I mean? Like, right, Carl Icahn's flipping tables and shit. He's like, oh, you're not going to do that? And he's flipping shit and get out of his way. You know what I mean? Like, that's, like, I have, obviously there are other examples of hostile shareholders, even interested in takeover, blah, blah, blah. I mean, he's more of not necessarily a takeout candidate, but just more like super hostile at times when he really has a strong vision on certain things. And this is, I definitely pick up on some of that stuff here, but it's almost like GameStop's leadership should immediately conduct a strategic review of the business. It's almost like, hey, here's what you should do. Almost like, but indeed, he does say that they had conversations and stuff. You know what I mean? The Wall Street Journal piece, didn't it say something? Did it say they met? Where did it say that they met? I know it did. Okay, given that our attempts to privately engage with you since summer have yielded little progress, we feel compelled. Okay, so that's okay. Have yielded little progress. I wonder what that means. Cohen sees new management team is weak. Yeah, I just... Yeah, yeah, I did see. Yeah, Cohen. Yeah, it was the first. It was a breakout day on the chart. I did see that too. A lot of stuff was up though. If nothing was up today, it would have been a little bit more meaningful. But it definitely was the first day that it kind of broke. Very short term type stuff. Again, you break out the daily, no big deal, right? But it was also the day we. I mean, we got more vaccine news, right? And then Bari was confirmed that he was still apparently very bullish as of September 30th, which was after it was disclosed that Cohen was getting involved. But it was before the Microsoft partnership was announced. Tough to convince shareholders to accept. Yep, that's true. That's true. If you're really trying to make your point, if you're really, indeed, if you. Okay, Steven says take over too. And to tag along with what Super Saucy was just saying, he's like, if that was your goal, if that was your intent, then you'd want to obviously critique what has been in place already. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, so I see where you're coming from, Cody. Not I just as Hestia's was, but Hestia wasn't going to make an offer, Justin. You know what I mean? So it's interesting you make that comparison. Hestia, you know what I mean? Hestia wasn't making an offer. Hestia was going for board seats, and that's it. They were a true activist investor. That's what I mean. For me, the leap to takeover is a big leap. It's a big leap that I don't that takes a lot for me to get into that mindset. And so that's what I mean. It's interesting you make the comparison to Hestia because they weren't pursuing that. Yeah, so I picked up. Yeah, that's what I noted too, Justin. The whole soul board seat type thing kind of stuck out, right? Because the Wall Street Journal, if I recall correctly, didn't say that. But at the same time, though, it was kind of like we're not here just first. But that's the thing. Why say board seat? Why do you got to say soul board seat, right? Why do you got to say that? Where's that? A loan seat on GameStop's 10-member board. It's not enticing to become an isolated stockholder advocate on a board that has overlooked you. Wow. Yeah, does that trigger a squeeze? So Steven's saying if you're hoping for a short squeeze, yeah, the Cohen takeover. I don't know. I think like people have been talking about that, but I don't know enough about it. For a long term play, you'd have to think that his involvement, that for me anyway, his involvement, just his general involvement helps. That's what I think. Looking out 5 years, 10 years type shit. I say majority. I'm just trying to scroll through. Ton of respect for Cohen after this letter. I do appreciate how much information we got. You know what I mean? Like for 2 months, there wasn't much. There's a lot of info in here, even though I have questions about some of it. But like, it's a robust letter, no doubt. Like if there were questions about how he was feeling toward management, toward board, toward their paths and stuff, he has made it abundantly clear how he feels about it. You know what I mean? After 2 weeks, 2 months of not much. I mean, zero, right? All we had was the 13D. He does own way more than management. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, right. I know, right, Cody? Talking about following the story here. He's fascinating. No stock in 2020 has caused as much stress. Cheers to that, Steve. Huh? I'll drink to that shit. Ooh. So many ups and downs. The most dramatic stock of the market outside of... Oh, yeah, I saw Tesla got added to the S&P. I think I saw that today. Yeah, seriously, huh? And, I mean, Tesla's a fascinating story in its own right? But this GameStop shit, huh? It was so quiet, right? And we were... now we got news up the wazoo. And now we got to parse this shit. Remember, we thought, and I think Justin mentioned this on the stream too, that his involvement to get to that average cost basis, which was elevated relative to where the stock had traded since over the past 12 months, he needed to be buying back there, back in the day. So Cohen's been involved. You know what I mean? This seems odd to me. Get involved here. I mean, he's got other shit going on, right? Then he started doing he's involved this whole time, and then you send out after a lot of this plan has been in motion, but there's other shit going on in his life, so. Yeah, Jordan. Jordan says the real election this year is Cohen versus Sherman. Oh, shit. Oh, did someone else say that? I missed it. Man. Yeah, so I agree with Justin. I lean toward bullish, right? Like Justin, I suppose, but don't overweight this after hours action, right? This ain't shit going on. What even is it? $136, nothing. And look at the VWAP too. Remember, people saw we started 11.50. It's right at $12. There's no action. Oh, opens over 13. Well, Justin, I'll take that shit. Sick. Cheers to that. Cheers to that. All right, Justin's saying very positive. Yep. I'll take that shit. Yeah, so Jeff's not reading this as bear. I was just trying to read it. If you were to read it as bearish, I always try to put myself in the shoes of the others. I'm like, okay, if you're a bear and you have confirmation bias, what is it you're liking that you see in here? And I just shared that up. I'll keep going. Cohen released a letter. Shareholders, market digest. Cohen. Okay. Yeah. It says bullish for Cohen, but bearish for the existing management team. Yeah, so I agree with Uber. Cheers, Uber. Cheers. Uber says, to be fair to the new management team, they're executing on a lot of the items in the letter. They just don't have the benefit of time to show the results they need to defend themselves. I agree with that. Especially these things, right, Uber? These items, like, these have been legitimate plans. These are in the works. Yeah, lone seat is interesting. It's odd. Just say you don't want. Just say seat. Oh, what's UNFI doing? Oh yeah, Justin, I hadn't checked up on that in a while. It's hovering around there. Okay, about flat. Watch your board. Not interested in a board seat. Not at all what he said. Value investment, but you can't just look at this through the lens of operating the business. This is a mover and shaker move. Okay. So, a la Icon. So, I don't know when you said, sorry, I'm a little bit behind, but I was comparing it to Icon. You know what I mean? Oh, shit. Oh, was I way behind? Oh, shit. So maybe I was. Okay. So, a la Icon, lawyers as M&A specialist. Yeah, I get. Well, he's a, I know a lot of people have brought up Cohen's lawyer and stuff, but he's also an advisor to just activist investors. So it's not strictly M&A. So many people have mentioned that, and it could be. I'm not saying it's definitely not, but that attorney has other expertise too, not just M&A, just general guidance or counseling on activist investor shit. That's number one. Number two is the icon thing. So I just mentioned that. I don't know the timing of this. But that's the thing. This doesn't strike me. It strikes me as not icon level of aggression. For me personally, maybe you disagree. That's okay. Maybe I don't have the right take on that front. And I'm certainly not saying like a takeout or anything like that is not possible. I'm certainly not saying that. I just don't have I have a much lower conviction that that's it based on what I've seen so far. I definitely agree this is shaking shit up, absolutely. I just don't, the leap to a takeout is a big leap for me that I don't get from what I've seen so far. It appears I'm in the minority there, which is good for me because that's can help. If I'm wrong about that, then reading through this stuff and digesting it myself can help change my thinking, perhaps for the better. So indeed, so you're saying it's not just about operating the business. Okay, I'll keep reading on this. I guess the writing on the wall. I've been there for. Sir, please do your jobs. Yeah, sir, this is a Wendy's. I wonder what Barry's take is. Yeah. Oh, did he have a tweet today? I missed it. What was that tweet today? Okay, thank you, Jeff. This is when you've just finished the letter. You must have changed your mind by now. At least up the probability. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt in terms of your open-mindedness. So it is more aggressive than I picked up from the Wall Street Journal, definitely. And I think this is what Justin was saying. Hey, read the damn letter because it's a different tone of the letter. Agreed. I definitely agree, Justin. So thank you for pointing me here. And so in that light, I guess maybe the probabilities have ticked up that he's going to be more active. But the takeout thing, there seem to be I don't. Like perhaps what I would get after reading this is take a more activist role here of shaking things up, a la not so much icon, maybe icon level, but I'm thinking like Hestian permit, like yo, you got to do more shit. I'm not just here of a 10% shareholder. I want you to take action, do this, do that, like a Hestian permit. And just to remind folks, as everyone knows this, but it was not their goal to take out the company. You know what I mean? That's a different type of a path that Cohen has no past experience with doing before. There's other reasons I think that, but just to toss that out there, same thing with Hestian permit. That's why I'm making this comparison. It's not in there. That doesn't mean that he couldn't change his mind. He's young and all this. I get that. I've thought through that a lot. And looking for his next big thing. I've read the articles. I've thought about that stuff. It's just, it could be. I just, maybe the odds have ticked up a little bit after seeing this, but like even just thinking that it's a more aggressive approach that because of that a takeover could be in the works. But okay, let me get out. Okay, Cohen's the boss. Yeah, sure, Cohen's the boss. I know. I can't believe I had that timing on this. Yeah, Cohen is the boss. I agree with that. I gotta pull this shit up now because it's just funny. It's just funny timing on that shit. I'm like, yeah, let me. This is. Oh yeah, this one. I had to learn how to change them into blue. You know what I mean? Barry just wanted a short pop. Yeah, no, I don't know about that. Jordan. Just talk about a short pop with the consoles. Maybe. I definitely, Cohen's taking more. We've gotten more of a business type. Hey, here got more specific things that GameStop should do to reinvent itself than we did from, say, from Barry. So that part's true. But I think Barry saw the optionality value as well. That was my take. Oh, you're thinking that too. So Uber said this too. Justin's saying management commentary and Q3 earnings will be very bullish. I have no doubt they give November same-store sales. Uber said that same thing. He's looking forward to those same-store sales in November. Of course, the quarter ended late October, early November. And so the November guidance would be just what they did after Q1, where they said, hey, here's how May's doing, and May was crushing it. And so Justin expects them maybe to do that the same. If certainly, I would hope that too, Justin, if they're doing great, right? And that would be good, right? Because that would help a bullish interpretation. And of course, I mean, there's a whole bunch of stuff which Justin knows. We talked about this too, like beats, Q3 beats, and there's a whole bunch of things that could come out of that too. If Cohen goes down. Yeah, if Cohen talking about Cohen walking now. It's interesting. We talk about takeout. Like it's funny, people talking about takeout, and like Justin said, like 99% chance of a takeout. Excuse me, people talk about him walking versus a very high conviction on a takeout, but we still have people talking both sides. Kind of interesting to me. And just sharing out loud what I'm seeing in the chat. Call needs to be bullish. Certainly this question has to be asked now. No one asked it on the last call. No one asked about Cohen on the call. It has to be asked on this call, right? It has to be. Or management needs to issue a press release or something like that. It has to be discussed publicly. Oh, yeah. Well, when was this dated? November 16th. Yep. Okay. So, but you, as I recall, Justin, you didn't specify Colin, right? We were talking about that, but you were thinking it could have been anybody. So, right, if it were him. Okay, so that does kind of rule that out, right? Because, what was that? Is today the 16th? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree, Justin. I don't think you could say that either. Oh, EO says publicly stating not interested is maybe they offered him a seat already. Interesting take, EO. Interesting take. Yeah. Wait a second. What period's referenced? Where's that to? I thought it was related to the performance, operating performance. Yeah. That's okay. Jordan. I was hoping you'd laugh at that one, Jordan. Jordan, you wonder what little progress means. It means they want to sell Tetrachromacy. I saw you listing all those things. I'm like, yo, you missed the most important one, Jordan. Biggest reason shorts don't cover. Yeah. He'd have to report any calls. Absolutely. That's right. It's EO. I mean, maybe, yeah, so I didn't think about it. Talk about it. It helps the narrative. That's what I mean. Trying to make a point here where even if it's not, it's a little bit beating around the bush or not so direct. He's trying to make a point. You know what I mean? So using this, he knows that. Guy's brilliant, right? He knows that. But if you're trying to make your point, you bring up some of this stuff. I get it. Whoa, Justin. Board seats and takeover aren't the same thing. I mean, I'm confused. What was your 99% related to? Sorry, I'm trying to get caught up. Well, aren't there two that are coming up? Aren't there two board seats are there two that stuck around in the last one? But I think that their seats are up next year. I think. I forget which two it was, but I think there were like six seats coming up in the subsequent two years, and four were just replaced this year. And then I think there were two next year. I think. That's the thing. So Kazuya says, imagine forcing a vote and they need to cover all at once. Yeah, I don't know. Is that what happens? Does it go crazy? Does it go parabolic? I have no idea. There was discussion about this, if you remember, earlier in the year. But again, I don't think everyone called back their shares because they didn't care. Maybe they weren't voting or whatever. But in this case, would you have to? And if so, what's the impact? I just don't know enough. Oh, I saw Tesla up, yeah. Okay. Here we go. I'm trying to get caught up. Oh, yeah. Hey, Matt. Cheers. PBF. Cheers, Matt. Philly was talking about that, too. It has been a big winner. Sorry, just quickly. I just it's been tracking refiners generally, and so it's up for a lot. I mean, it's kind of just tracking what a lot of its peers are doing too, but also they think value, energy, small caps generally. If that holds, which it could, this thing probably has legs, but it's still early going. But cheers, Matt. Cheers. Thanks. If you think so, waste money. Expect a lot more news after Q3 earnings. Okay, well, that's soon. Yo, don't forget, as we all know, I mean, we're down to, it's less than, what are we, probably 3 weeks away. Oh, look at that. Uber beat me to it. November 16th, about 3 weeks away. Yeah. Sick. It's going to come up quick. Watch. Well, so this is the thing. So Hyperbole Kid brings up how Cohen's aspirations are so much bigger. Now that comment about taking on Amazon. But that's the thing. I read this. There's nothing about Amazon in here. It's about like it's you know what I mean? So I think that doesn't this kind of it kind of casts doubt on that Amazon article. You know what I mean? Like I'm not seeing Amazon type stuff here. In fact, I see a lot of stuff that management is currently attempting to execute on. There's some different things. There's some nuances. I talked about the game streaming, some mobile gaming, that type of stuff. But interesting. Because I've shared my view on that was it Bloomberg? Okay, so now Justin maybe you're thinking they're going to amp up the rosiness, maybe? I could see that. Interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't think he'd sit around and wait. But he did. Potentially. Remember? Depending on how long he's been a shareholder? Oh, but you're only talking about the past, 2 months. All right. No, there hasn't even been an earnings release since he filed his amended 13D. The only material news that has been released is the Microsoft partnership, the redemption of some of the debt, and the consoles being released, and then like some same day delivery type stuff, but that's relatively minor. Made sure he had the pants on, right, Uber? Does he? I forget. I'll take your word for it. Oh, yeah. He's in a suit. I forgot. Wow. Am I the only one with the takeover thing? Net of the letter. Okay. Oh, was that your birthday, Alex? Happy birthday, Alex. He says, what a nice birthday gift to receive. Cheers, Alex. All right. Jorge, nah. You gotta light the cigar. We gotta wait for some big news or some big updates or stuff. We didn't quite get there yet today. It was almost at 13. That was kind of sick. Yeah, the only thing it was too bad Sherman wasn't getting compensated more on different types of performance-based compensation. You know what I mean? I was hoping for something more on that front, and I think Fox has talked about this a bit on the chat. The sense of urgency is so management doesn't blow the console cash flow. Well, indeed, but that has been a risk. Like I said, that was a major risk for me over the past 12 months. But so far, I thought they had done a good job thus far. It didn't mean that they were necessarily going to succeed in this transformation down the line. It's one thing to get the cash flows and to roll it out, but to succeed is another thing. I guess it's like I said, at some point you gotta hope that management can pull it off. And as an outside passive investor, you kind of, and who doesn't have the expertise like Cohen has, what the hell am I going to say? There's still a chance that they fail, but maybe there's other people out there who are more suitable for the job. It's tough to say, but then you see a Cohen type who has succeeded in this very similar type of a space. You're like, all right, well, someone like that, they could potentially do a better job. But it's like so early, to Uber's point, that it's that's what I mean. Like it's very strong considering how little time has passed. But we know Cohen's a long-term forward thinker, and he knows the importance of putting this cash to work in the near term. I get it. All right, later, Justin. Sorry I didn't catch up, so we could go back and forth. Okay, 99% is Cohen in charge of GameStop. Ah, that's different. I could have sworn earlier you said it was a takeout. No? All right. Yeah, okay, but those are vastly different in my mind. You've probably already left, but when you say he either buys it out or he takes majority of Slate and makes himself CEO, those are meaningfully different in my mind. Simon Joel, what's up, Simon? Sorry, I've been scrolling through the chat. Everyone else, if I didn't say what up to you, I was just trying to stay caught up on stuff. Okay, but you're saying 99% chance of that. Okay, that's fair. I got you. Okay, so 99% chance of that, and then I was curious. I mean, I could have sworn it was 99% chance of a takeout. But if that's the case, if you wouldn't mind sharing, I'd be curious what your probability of a takeout is. You know what I mean? That he takes it private. Okay, I'm almost caught up. Here we go. Makes this more urgent. Yep. Yeah, that's right. So Desi says, is it just a way to force management to be better at press, right? Because some people have been kind of critiquing how much they've been sharing during some of their conference calls and just generally. Oh, check on Trey. Check on Twitter. Sabu. So he said 2Q earnings was after Cohen got in. First of all, he'd been in well before 2Q earnings, but I know what you're saying because I had said there's been no earnings since he filed. His amendment was after earnings. His amendment where he got those incremental purchases to get to the 9.9% from, what was he, 9.6% or whatever it was, those happened after earnings. And that was where this 13D, amended 13D, was after. This language was after earnings. So if Uber says if a forced recall breaks the stock price, does it? I don't know. Yeah, so Trey talking about the performance-based rewards, yep. Oh yeah, even if you can't mention Amazon, but I don't see like tennis rackets in the letter. That's all I meant. Like I don't see like I don't see an Amazon competitor in this letter. That's all I meant. Spider Cat, meow. Welcome, Spider Cat. And anybody I missed, my apologies. I was just trying to get through. I feel like I am almost caught up because the majority Slater buyout offer are both changing control provisions that force beneficial owners. That right, Uber, but the passive owners like Vanguard, 1/10, those would also be crossed. But if they get recalled, how sure are you, Uber, that the stock price is broken or it goes parabolic, or whatever? That's what I'm not sure of. I have no precedence for this. I understand what you mean, but I have to assign a probability of this type of an outcome myself, and I'm like, I have no clue. I don't know enough about the structural marketplace to have I get it, and it's not so much impacting. I'm more just from an educational standpoint, curiosity standpoint. I'm not like I keep on saying, that whole crazy short squeeze type stuff is a sideshow for me, but it's one I'm super curious about. But I just Shane Decker, what's up? What's up, Shane? Some new 52-week highs. Yeah, that'd be nice. Going for a massive mic drop now. Yeah, forced. Squeeze out. That's the thing. So if that were to play out like that crazy parabolic blah blah, but if that happened, yeah, there's no. I mean, forget the stock. I have no clue. I mean, if it does, and suddenly there's just not enough shares to go around, that's where you get that. Like the VW Porsche squeeze, and remember that other squeeze you talked about with the railroads and stuff? That was one. We were just talking about that a couple weeks back. There's not even a price target. You can't even have a price target with something like that. Who the hell knows? Like if you have an infinity squeeze, just forget about it. Again, I don't know what the likelihood of that type of thing is, but hyperbole, yeah, to compete with Amazon on gaming stuff, perhaps. But in that light, he's also competing with Best Buy and Chewy and Walmart. I mean, he wasn't, Walmart and Target. He's not competing with Amazon with the broad selection. And wasn't that Bloomberg article talking about like a broad selection of items and stuff? And that was the part that kind of like, what? Talking about tennis rackets. Okay, caught up. Whew. Oh, sorry, everybody. I don't know if I missed it. I don't know what I missed. Raul, what up, Raul? Cheers. Dusty, Kazuya, Trey. Who else missed? Shane, what up? Tiny Gamer, Spider Cat. I'm just going up real quick just to say what up. Chris, what up, Chris? Sabu, Eduardo. All right, okay. Whew, yes. All right, now let's talk stocks. Yeah, we did have cheers to everybody, huh? We had a solid turnout today, huh? This is good. Pursuit of truth. More thoughts in there, shared, bouncing ideas off each other, and it's great when we disagree on stuff. It's terrific. Adam, caught up. What up, Adam? Maybe Cohen had to wait for a download this weekend. Yeah. Maybe he had to wait for a download, Dusty says. We know Dusty did, so Dusty's probably like, yep, Cohen do the same thing. Huge setup for a PC accessory. Okay. Good Joe today. Joe, what up, Joe? What up? Welcome. Glad you're here too. All right, okay. Yeah, so there's definitely some interesting things you got to digest here. This letter is the big one, so he's going to be really interesting. Done trying to figure out what's going to happen. I know, exactly, right? I'm with you, Tiny Gamer. He's like, this week's it's going to be interesting. I'm done trying to figure out what's going to happen. That's how I feel. I'm like, I can't think about this anymore, right, Tiny? They sell TVs now, I think. So I brought that up by Raul. I'm just going to hold on my shares. Have you seen one? I think, did we get 100 today? Did we get 100? Welcome, everybody. This may have been a record. We may have had a record high today. If not, okay. And then, so I did see, who just mentioned the TVs? Raul, I saw this. They got TVs, they got surround sound type stuff. They've expanded their offering just a bit. We already know about the PC gaming and peripherals, but these are natural complements to the gaming type shit. So it makes sense they at least offer some of these. Maybe not, they're not going to, I don't think they should offer these to the level that Best Buy does. I don't think that's why try to compete on that front. Maybe they do down the line. I don't know. But initially, you offer a couple. Say, hey, you getting this console, you getting these games, get a TV while you're at it. Some surround sound type shit. Makes sense. Those are complimentary offering. Those are good. And again, right now, remember, this is where you have a high attachment, right, with the GameStop. So these are good opportunities. So I did see that, and then there was this tweet, too, from someone thanking GameStop about that stuff. So I pulled that up. And, 91 people, everyone liked to stream. Timothy. Hey, thank you, Timothy. Cheers, Timothy. Welcome back. I wish they'd expanded monitors, though. Do they have any? Trey? Gaming and monitors would work really well, especially entering the PC. So I agree with you, Trey. If they don't, I think that's a higher priority than some of this other stuff. I'm with you on that, Trey. Do they not offer them at all? If they don't, I agree. That's a natural next step for the maybe they just haven't got to it yet because of the PC stuff. Gaming and monitors work really well. Absolutely. They have a limited amount of supported monitors. Okay, thank you, Trey. Yeah, no Fox tonight. Maybe Fox is going to show up late. He's going to make a classic late entrance from Fox. I don't have the music queued up. I wish I did. Fox is here. Oh, hello, world. What What else? Oh, there was this article too. Who had I forget who posted this. I apologize, but just talking about the supply shortages. They're going to continue for a while. Not much. We knew there was going to be some. There's tremendous demand. There was going to be some supply. Just not enough, not adequate supply to satisfy all the demand. There was just another article I saw. Wasn't it this? Was it the CFO talking about it? That was why I pulled it up. Oh, it was Phil Spencer. Yeah, the Xbox boss. The victor will be determined by production capacity. So there's just going to be continued demand. This is the thing. This isn't bearish for my take. I have a longer term view. The demand will be met. It may just be delayed. So in the GameStop's case, in any retailer's case, it will just maybe result in lumpier performance. But the consoles are coming. Yeah, Fox can't even be pessimistic. I'll defend Fox on that one. He usually tries to be objective, but indeed, Trey's having a laugh. I'm sure of it. Can't be pessimistic. The store reboots here. Yep. TV's a monotype, a lot of money in inventory. That's right, Dusty. That's why I don't think that's naturally a big item they should offer. I just thought for complementary offerings, attachment type stuff in the early quarters of this, maybe it makes sense. But I agree. Longer term stuff, it's the gaming type stuff. That's going to be their specialty. You can get some of these other electronics elsewhere. You can get the other stuff elsewhere too, but to be the specialist in gaming, that's where their niche is. Oh, this is another article I saw some people. I can't remember. Sorry, I pulled some of this stuff up real quick, talking about how this is. And I mentioned this in one of my GameStop videos. How this has been a discussion that's been ongoing for decades. This whole in this case, he was talking about how consoles were supposed to kill PCs. Mobile was supposed to kill consoles. VR was going to kill. Now it's cloud. It's like very similar discussions over and over again. You know what I mean? In this one too. Oh, this was another angle on physical versus digital. A lot of the same stuff we've already talked about much. I'm not going to go through this article, but just every time I'll come across a new article, I'll pull it up, just poke through it, see if there was anything I missed. But a lot of the same. You can pry when I see language like this, you can pry my discs from my cold dead hands. There's some people who are very passionate about the discs for reasons we've already discussed, but I think they're going to stick around for longer than the market is pricing in. I feel confident about that, actually. So I don't have that full thing there. Okay, I got that up. Let me pull some of this stuff off. Clean up my tab space a little bit, Okay. Revenue matter. Amazon lost money for a long time. The market didn't care. Adding revenue and changing the story matters more than a small hit on margins. Perhaps in time, but right now I'm bullish on TVs and sound bars. I suspect that they would offer this stuff online for what that's worth. To tag along with Dusty was saying too. Some of the stuff might just be shipped directly. In which case you might be able to offer a bit more of a selection. Okay. Yeah, so again, that was the last language. They expressed their willingness to become more involved in the company under certain circumstances. So I think it's safe to say this was at least this letter was calling back to some of those conversations that they had agreed, a laptop and buy some toys or games or whatever on the side. Oh, I think it might be the reverse, Jordan. I think you might want them to come for the games and stuff and maybe get that stuff as an add-on, right? Because I think those would be lower margin things, I think. On online only. Oh, yes. Okay. I don't know. What's this one? Oh, this was Burry's letter. Okay, so then we had... Okay, so what do we got? Melvin added to their put position. And if a reminder for folks, this was timely coming from Burry, right? So this is why I made sure to retweet it out. His tweet talking about how, hey, just a reminder on the options front, that it's the notional value. You know what I mean? So the actual size of the options position, it's not taking into account how far out of money it is, the expiration date, and all that shit. So But I thought that was timely just because he's still got a ton of call positions in his portfolio. I think some of these are legacy positions from Q2. I didn't pour over everything just yet. But GameStop's still the top stock position. So despite his sales, he sold about 38% of the position. I think that was right. He went from like, what was it, 2.7 to 1.7? Was that it? And but sheer exposure on a dollar basis, it's the highest it's ever been from a filed in a quarter end. So it may have been mid-quarter. It may have been higher at times. I'm not sure. I didn't go through and calculate it. It's not that important. But so then I think, so that's it. It's just everything in context, right? So he still trimmed. He trimmed up till, we only really got up to about 10 before then. What was this? September 30th. Only got up to about 10 and he trimmed 38% of it. But exposure-wise, it was just such a big position for him, relatively speaking, that it made sense to trim. As I was saying, I said in the last week, my base case was a trim, but I was thinking about 20% of his position, which is what he did in earlier this year. But really, I should have thought more through the fact how big this position got for him and how it can get, I mean, it can get risky to have a super outsized position. Unless you have super, super high conviction where the stock price is headed in the near-term future. Otherwise, it could just be a longer-term type play, and there could be other more attractive opportunities. So in light of it going, it went up 4x from the super low, from the 52-week low. It was up 4x, and it was a huge chunk of his portfolio. It makes sense to trim, and so perhaps I should have went a little bit higher. I don't think I would. I still don't think I would have said 40%. Maybe I would have said 30%. But as I'm pretty sure I said 20% last week, but that was my thinking. So 40%, but now I'm like, oh shit. Now I see that it's still 5% of his portfolio, and it's still the largest exposure. I think that was just that's a forecast that could have been improved on my part if I spent a little bit more time on it. But still, it's the most exposure. I think last year, Q3, Q4 of last year was around. I posted that somewhere on Twitter. It was still it was a good size. It was like 14, 15, 16 million dollars of exposure. But this is the biggest. Like I said too, for me personally, this has been the most. For my thesis, this has been the most bullish setup that I have seen yet. Now, it's not from a sheer valuation standpoint. It's very easy to argue, well, it's not nearly as attractive right now as it was back then. Fine. But it has other things going for it today at this higher price that it didn't have going for it back then. And I talked about this first of all, the chart, Ryan Cohen. The Microsoft partnership has been, like, it's official. Before it was just, we were just kind of guessing that they might ink something like that. But now it's official. So, like, you have to give up to get this. You have to give some stuff up, but as far as the setup goes, going into like incremental news and type stuff, I'd be like, well, right now people are kind of bullish toward it, whereas they hadn't been previously, even though it was cheaper. You know what I mean? Like, there's other variables to take in consideration besides valuation itself, and when you factor in these other things, I'm like, shit, this is still a pretty attractive setup. And part of that too, as I've already said on the stream, is because Ryan Cohen's involvement has caused me to increase my probability of some major turnaround, in which case I'm talking longer term. I don't mean forget short squeeze type stuff, but if you're looking out 2, 3, 4, 5 years, I can get to in my head $100 million, $100 stock price, $200 stock price. You start getting into that $4 billion, $5 billion market cap. If they execute on this stuff, I think you can get up to that market cap where you can have free cash flow, EBITDA, whatever you want to use, of $500 million. I mean, maybe in a very optimistic outcome, you can get to $1 billion. I mean, that's really optimistic, but down the line with enough execution, I'm not saying it's likely right now, but I can get there. And so that's what I mean. So even though this price has risen, and maybe my downside protection has remained, maybe it's a bit higher confidence-wise, but the upside has kind of impacted that. Okay. Rentec. Oh, I usually, blessed. I did see, yeah. Well, I'll pull that up, Rentec. But they have a ton of positions. I don't put too much. I did kind of discount their involvement. They've been involved in a lot of stocks that I'm involved in, and it doesn't really change much, not much on my end. Oh yeah, so Raul, let me give you a heads up. Talking about the letters from Barry. So let me give you a heads up. If you go to the SEC, go to SEC.gov and look up GameStop, and then type in the filing type. Type in 13. I mean SC. You can see I've made that mistake before. And so you filter by SE, and then you go down to April. Bari filed his 13D in April, right here, April 10th. Oh, sorry, April 10th right there. You click Documents. You open up his 13D. He has all his letters in one. He included them in the filing. So all of his back and forth with management, some of them weren't even public at the time, back in August and July. You can see all those letters there. So, because instead of reading them all, I mean, there's a ton of them here. I encourage you to check those out if you're curious. They're good reads. They're good reads, and I had been following them all along, and I'm like, yeah, this guy gets it. And it was that's why I mentioned them in my GameStop videos. Yeah, what are your thoughts on the comment in the article about what Cohen couldn't really? So yeah, so the thing about that, so Trey, I didn't see that reflected in the letter. Did you? Did I miss something? So I would give more weight to if something like that was mentioned in the letter, but I didn't see that, Trey. I couldn't really communicate with him because they kind of ignored. I didn't him being ignored. I didn't see that. Was it in the letter? If it was in the article, but not the letter, I don't know why it was there. Did someone else say that? Damn, I don't have that. I don't have the article up. Oh, yeah, Jordan. Cheers. Likewise. Same, Jordan. I agree with you on the narrative, though. We're definitely, I know you and I are on the same page with that narrative. As Jordan says, the story right now, and this is part of what Cohen's getting at, but it is a reflection of that short interest and you can see the general bearish sentiment out there toward GameStop. Well, I keep on saying it feels as though that story is changing. People are picking up more and more on what I consider the more accurate story, the one that's more aligned with reality. People still have this very heavy bearish sentiment toward GameStop, and part of that is because they just focus on this. No one buys discs and they're the next blockbuster, and that's it. No one's really looking under the hood. That's why it's important to change the narrative, and that's kind of what Cohen's getting at, what Jordan's talking about. We've talked about that a number of times on the stream. It's important to change the sentiment, because it's part of the reason it has remained so discounted is not because, I mean, that's the thing. These free cash flows were always going to come. The free cash flows of Q4, Q1, and hereafter, they were going to come, but the stock was trading so cheaply because of this. People weren't really buying into the future of the business. They weren't really buying into what management was talking about, and blah, blah, blah. That's what I mean. Cohen's talking about this stuff, but that narrative stuff matters. It has an impact on stock price and blah, 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 blah. Hey, what's up, Gats? Courting institutions? I mean, it could be. Could be. Trey, everyone. Oh, thank you, Trey. Cheers, Trey. Cheers, Trey. Thank you. Courting institutions? Oh, if you'd elaborate that on Gats, I'd be curious what you mean by that. Certainly it helps. Certainly this letter itself, I think even Jordan would agree with this. This letter itself helps change the narrative to a degree. Again, in the time horizon wise, you might be, well, something like this would take time now because maybe they're not on the same page, but at least it may cause people to rethink about GameStop. Be like, holy shit, this Ryan Cohen guy. Remember, for months we've been saying this was a potential catalyst. Just Ryan Cohen talking about the position. I've definitely said that on many streams. Other people have as well. This is a catalyst. This guy, who the media is very fond of, based on the articles you've seen written, they've been tracking his success with Chewy, his own personal investments, how he's invested in Apple and Wells Fargo and GameStop and stuff, and a lot of articles. Let's just Google his name. You'll see what's out there. And you don't see that stuff too often. And that's why we were saying months ago that it's good to have someone like this involved with the story, because maybe people will just automatically discount Sherman and Bell and just because they don't have a story backing them, whereas this guy does, in that he's talking this stuff up. And importantly, for me, to this aspect of like changing the story and blah, 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 like this line right here, where the hell is it? There's no doubt in our minds that GameStop has the flexibility to evolve into a technology-driven sector leader. Now, I don't think that line, as a standalone line, could have a dramatic impact on like institutions' viewpoint and stuff, but it's a start. It's a start, because if Ryan Cohen is saying that stuff, other people will heed his advice, and they still might question successful execution of it. But now you can't. This is official. He officially thinks they have the flexibility to evolve. But he's just saying under these circumstances, just as his 13D said the same thing. willing to get involved under certain circumstances. But now it's clear. Not before he was just talking about getting involved under certain circumstances. Now he's like, yo, they definitely can evolve into a technology-driven sector leader. And he's talked about potentially growing alongside this massive industry and blah, blah, blah. He's kind of just saying they need to do this and that. And what kind of sticks out to me is that management's already doing some of these things. It's been well telegraphed. And again, you can maybe critique the timing and the storytelling along the way. I am not even going to disagree with some of that stuff. But when I look through this, I don't see anything. Let me know if you disagree with this. I don't see anything crazy groundbreaking in here. And in particular, the couple of items that stuck out to me were the game streaming and the mobile gaming, but he doesn't elaborate too much on that. He talks about significantly upgrading e-commerce, which they're actively doing, and maybe his opinion is maybe it's not where it should be. Okay, I'm not going to say otherwise. To capture digital content and community experiences, online trade-ins, streaming services, and esports and type stuff, and like, you know what I mean? Like, they talked about some of that stuff, and I don't think any of that is. I mean, I'll reread this later. But again, just his talking about it, I think, could impact people. It could have. Let's see if people start talking about this more. Let's see when the stock price ends up. Look at that. It's down. Dollar value the highest it's ever been. Well, here's my point. Well, yeah, sure, yours is true. But this is my point, Jordan, is that the dollar value, yes, it's the highest it's ever been, but this is my point. You could trim, you can sell along the way. The stock has risen 4x from the lows. Granted, yes, naturally the dollar value exposure is going to rise, granted. But what typically happens is you rebalance, you trim as that price rises, you put it into other higher conviction plays. This is my point. Even after it has risen 4x off the lows, he still kept the position on. It's his highest level. It's his biggest position. That's what I mean, is that he would have been justified if the stock were approaching fair value and was in the ballpark of fair value. Do you still want that much exposure to it unless you remained pretty damn bullish on it in September 30th? That's not to say that you're just bullish on it from a valuation standpoint, which is what I'm getting at. Perhaps he felt the same way, that hey, this is evolving. It continues to remain a very bullish setup. I might as well maintain this level of exposure. That's my point. I'll be curious if you have a response to that, Jordan. He still trimmed. It's not like he didn't trim and these crazy conviction, but you see all these positions in his portfolio. Any of these other positions could have been the top position on September 30th. And again, GameStop was at 10. Like, it would have been justified. It could have been justified for it to drop down to a 2 or 3% position, just like all these other ones. But it was still a big position. Now, I would argue that he almost certainly continued trimming in October, right? After that Microsoft news, stocks at 13, 14, 15, seems likely he trimmed. But now, what would the exposure be, say, at December 31st? We'll see. But that's all. That's my only. I'm just trying to relay that he maintains his bullishness. That's all. That's not to say he's going to have it to perpetuity or that he thinks it's going to 100. I'm not saying any of that type of stuff. I just think it's at the. Okay, I'll just keep reading. I know Jordan knows what I'm saying. Take away everything you know. Yeah, exactly, Shane. Take away everything you know about GME. What's the chart tell you? Chart tells you this shit's bullish. Every passing day, every passing week, this handle on the cup and handle is getting longer. Let me back out here. It finally broke out today. You're seeing these higher lows and lower highs. This is very short-term type stuff, but this is after like 2 weeks of nothing. It was kind of good. You got a little bit of volume today. Well, what did volume get to? Almost 10. That's the most we've had in a while. Still not crazy volume. And you saw volume kind of dry up as the day went, but it was the highest volume day since October 30th. But chart tells me I see it. It's not the most bullish chart it can be. But when you look at like a 4-month chart, this is really good. Reached overbought levels. It needs to for it to be super bullish. It needs to regain overbought levels and kind of take out this trend right here. But this chart looks good. And then you back out. But everyone's seeing this chart, right? They go on the weekly and they go, this chart still looks like shit. This downtrend, right? And I'm like, yo, wait, if it breaks out. So it's still got some work to do, right? But the setup continues to look constructive, and that's important for someone like me for trying to just get a feel for where everything's at, time certain things, and but I'd be curious your thoughts, Shane, too. If anyone has a different, like some people maybe who utilize technical analysis a bit more than me, they've been talking about the cup and handle type stuff, how that's building up over time. I'm curious about some of that stuff. I changed this. This is the 8-week moving average, and so it's kind of tracking that 8-week moving average. For what it's worth, I'm just pointing out, just sharing. It hasn't regained that 20-day right there, and but still looking good. I keep on waiting. I point this out because I've been waiting for it to break down. It broke out that very short. It broke down that very short-term sentiment type stuff right there. That was a breakdown that Monday. It popped and then it sold off with everything else. The whole market was selling off, and I'm like, all right, here you go. Break down if this is bullshit, and it didn't. And so, with each passing day, each passing week, that chart its bullishness improves. See, Jordan can say in just a few words what I waste my time spewing bullshit, and Jordan's just like, it's bullish. Thank you, Jordan. I just get right to the point. Yeah, hyperbole. I was trying to spin that narrative bearish earlier today. Hey, it's Hearing. What's up, Tearing? Are the pre-order sales going to be part of Q3 earnings? No, the cash flow generated from it will be, but not the revenues or the earnings. It will be when it gets delivered, which would be Q4. It's going to look worse than Q2. No, I don't think that. I think stuff really picked up in Q3 quite a bit. Yeah, it could be. I don't know. Oh, you talking to me, Raul? I got some other positions. Here are some of the other positions in the Roaring Kitty model portfolio. Here you can see some other ones. Look at this. It's been green. Oh, look at PBF was one of the best performers. Energy's been up. The past couple of weeks, right? Roaring Kitty portfolios look really, really good here. That's what I mean. Let's see if there's. Oh, so here's I'll pull it up in a bit. That Russell 2000, looking good. Bears will say Cohen is arguing that, yeah, that's right, and that there's discord among the investors and the management team. There's a way to spin it. Let's see how the market interprets it. Oh shit, it's picking back up. What am I doing talking so much? Damn, let's go. A catalyst that pumped stock. His involvement got. Yeah. I agree, and he's not wrong that his involvement perked things up. That said, there was still a thesis here before he got involved, but he definitely had an impact on sentiment and on the stock price. He's not fully the reason it's at $12 right now, but he's part of it. Something about him trying to reach out to management, but they weren't receptive, at least first. Yeah, so I don't know. That's the thing, Trey. Unless it was in the letter, unless they said, if you have the wording, I just don't have it up right now. But was it like he mentioned it or something? But it wasn't in the letter. I just saw that. I'll reread it after, Trey. I don't think I have it up. Let me try again. Oh, you know why? Because I was looking at it on my phone. Does that work? I'll check later. Okay. Bear seed cone. So yeah, that's the thing. Okay. That's right. So to Hyperbole's point, that here's a take here that he says the minute the bear see Cohen is so serious about GME that he will not walk but instead look to a takeover. That's the thing. That's what I consider the hugely bullish take from this letter. And that's not to say the market's going to immediately price that in. I doubt the market does. The market with this type of thing is kind of slow to incorporate these types of things in its market model, in my experience. But that's my take, is that he's not just some. I mean, it was a 13D, so we knew he wasn't a passive investor. But he's not just. This isn't just some small position. Like he's coming. He's here. He's here to play. You know what I mean? He's not messing around. That's the thing. Is like how can you read? This is Ryan Cohen, right? Who has his reputation precedes him, okay? So let's say, put yourself in the short shoes. His reputation precedes him, huge success at Chewy, and then he takes this stake, and then he's talking about he has no doubt. He said, what is it, 0 doubt? There is no doubt in Ryan Cohen, of all people, in his mind, that GameStop has the flexibility to evolve into technology-driven sector leader. If you're the shorts, what do you say? What you say Ryan Cohen's wrong? Okay, you have to say one of these. You have to say Ryan Cohen's wrong. You have to say he's right, but this management team cannot execute. They will fail. But at the same time, you also have to see, even if they failed, you have to think that Ryan Cohen would fail at affecting change himself, whether it's a buyout, whether it's getting control, whatever it is. You'd have to bet against Ryan Cohen. That's a lot of that's a lot of low probability bets, I think. Seems risky. So I agree. Hyperbole. I think that would take time for the market to price in, but that's the takeover for me. That's the that's the takeaway for me. But I think you know what I mean. Like, how could you? There's over 66 million shares short. Like, don't you question your thesis when you see this letter come out? Even though, sure, in the short term, maybe it takes time to implement some of the stuff or to come to a resolution. That's fine. But we had thought during these past couple of weeks that this thesis, this short, very heavy short thesis, is grounded in long-term secular risks. That's what it's grounded in. And if that's the case, don't you see this? Don't you have to downtick the probabilities in your model? You have to. You have to. I don't see how you can't. Now, and this is what I thought this was a very likely eventuality. When you saw Ryan Cohen take the 13D, and you could see that he had been a shareholder for a while based on that cost basis, this was going to come. Maybe you weren't 100% sure, but this was very likely going to come. So now it's like, but now you see it. Now it's printed. It's in the Wall Street Journal. Ryan Cohen not messing around with GameStop. That people are going to talk about this. They're going to talk about how he has a vision. Before he was just a shareholder, a 13D shareholder at 10%. The guy clearly has a vision now, and this letter illustrates that. And that should be the takeaway. That should be the takeaway for the folks who are super bearish on his long-term prospects. You might say, if that's not your takeaway, you have to say Ryan Cohen's wrong. So it's no longer like the Roaring Kitty streak. You know what I mean? It's no longer like crazy, like Michael Burry doesn't know. Like, people were shitting on Michael Burry this past year, which is crazy, and even some of the GME longs, like, thinking that they're just playing the short squeeze type stuff, or that like we talk about this stream too. If there's people on the stream that we're just crazy bulls or something like that, no more. Here is a legitimate person, not like us crazy folks, who is saying he sees a vision for this. Now you have to say Ryan Cohen is wrong. You have to say that, and I'm not saying he's definitely right. But the short interest, the level of short interest is what it is indicating that that there's nothing here. That's what's being priced in. And this is what I think. The market has failed at pricing in this optionality that I see, many people on the stream see, Michael Burry sees, I'd like to think the management sees, and Ryan Cohen sees. And because just Google Ryan Cohen's name, you will see the articles out there. It's kind of absurd how much stuff is out there and how people respect him. It's absurd not so much that he doesn't deserve it, but because you don't see it that often. When some of you know, but when he first filed that 13D, we live streamed that night, Friday night. There was like 4 of us. Hey, cheers to the 4 people who were on there that night, right? No one was in the stream, but we did a research of Ryan Cohen that night, my primary research, and then I tweeted it out after. But I was like, what the hell? I couldn't believe how much stuff was out there and how much people really cared about his opinion. And granted, yes, maybe there's some discord here between him and the management team, so it seems according to this letter. But holy shit, the guy's got a vision. He's proved it with Chewy, and he sees it with GameStop. And it's, you know what I mean? It gets increasingly harder to make that super bearish case. I'm not saying it's dead, but it gets harder to make when someone like this kind of subsidizes that bull thesis. Like, we're not just the crazy GME bulls. Ryan Cohen's on board with that. And has no doubt that the optionality is there. So now you have to, you know what I mean? Like, that's me thinking through that. All right, let me keep going. I'm way behind. Good comment, Hyperbole. You got me going on that. Does buying back debt set things up nicely for protect? So down the line, I was thinking, Shane, I long thought GameStop was a possible PE candidate. I thought it might happen before the new consoles, but now I think they'd prefer to keep the cash in the books. Honestly, Shane, I think they'd prefer not to have it used to pay off debt. If you wanted to control the company, you want that cash. You want the optionality of the cash, especially if you can. Of course, that debt had to be either refinanced or paid off imminently anyway, so it's not that big a deal. Yeah, so to Jordan's point, he says, do Bears really want Cohen telling them why they suck and how to fix their company issues? Exactly. Okay, that's right. Kind of what I was just going along with there. That someone sees it here and with has a vested interest in it too, and he can help guide it in the right way. It's one thing, you know what I mean? Like it is a little bit different. It's a little bit different to critique Sherman and Bell and Burry and the Roaring Kitty gang here. But it's another thing to come at Cohen, who is immensely successful in this omni-channel experience type thing. It is, and I know Jordan's talked about this a bit. Having that front person talking up your shit. It's Ryan Cohen. It's Ryan Cohen. That's right. As Dusty says, a young billionaire who took on Amazon and can't resist for media types. It's a big story, and now he sees it with GameStop. I feel I've said this many times on the stream. I feel validated in my thesis because I have at many times over the past year felt that I felt I was crazy, and I have to ask myself, like, am I crazy here? And I feel validated on that front right now because not because of the price rising, but because of like a Ryan Cohen type seeing what many of us. It wasn't just me; many other people were seeing this too. But it's lonely being a value investor, right? And but now that Cohen sees what many of us saw, of course Burry saw it too, right? But not so much like a. But a Cohen type is different. But I feel validated on that front already. And then I think the only remaining thing is a rising price. Like, that's all that's left. That's all that's left. I think, granted, execution is super important. And I'm not saying it was 100% definitely going to execute. But my thesis was the optionality wasn't being priced in. And I feel as though that has, to a degree, been validated already. And then now it's just a matter of changing the narrative, getting people on what is closer to the real story out there, and then successfully executing, which, of course, takes time. That part takes time. But for a while, that was crazy. So that's right. Jordan, Jordan already saying what I just said. True. Bears will say they're fighting and might leave, but this letter says he sees a big story and investment here. If you dig in the company, the letter is ultimately good news. Jordan, cheers to that. That's exactly what I was just getting at. And again, you said it in succinctly, right to the point. Here I am meandering all over the damn place. My apologies. Yeah, many people don't like to dig deep. Many people don't. Hey, cheers, Alex. All right. Was it you? I'm sorry, I'm rambling all over the place. Alex, it was your birthday. Cheers. I hope you're having a nice night with your fiance. All right. Congrats. Enjoying the stream. Cheers. Alex, watch this rambling idiot over here. Main points are things. Yeah. Dusty agrees. Okay, the odd that the main points are things the companies are addressing. I agree. Just a little bit odd. Just sticks out to me a bit. So Dusty sees that too. Thank you. This is my first time reading it, so. Cohen is Steve Stonk. Welcome, Steve Stonk. I forget if I said what up. Reimagining a tech e-commerce company, the multiple the market will award GME will be much higher than anything that current management can give shareholders. Well, I mean, if they executed, it would be reflected commensurately. But, Cohen is reimagining a tech e-commerce, the multiple the market will. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you're just talking about the Steve. Oh, I'm just saying if management did execute, they succeeded, the market would follow suit, but perhaps Cohen could accelerate it. That's conceivable. Stock is banana. I can't guess the short term. We have $2 move today. Then huge jumps. Risk control short term. Not selling and guiding is good. I agree with you, Jordan. I agree with you. Yeah, it was a big move up. Wasn't it like 15%? Yeah, it almost got to 13. Who was it? Justin was saying 13 tomorrow. That'd be sick. That'd be sick. And so I have repeatedly, sorry, I'm going off on I've been repeatedly talking about the volume. The volume has stuck out to me as quite a bit because it's so damn low considering how many shares are out there. And I kept on thinking that if for some reason people want the stock, give them a reason. They need a reason. But if they want the stock, there may not be enough available shares. Forget short squeeze, but I just mean there may not be enough liquidity to get the shares that you want if suddenly there's substantial demand. And that's no easy feat, but I'm just saying if there were crazy Q3 beat or crazy Ryan Cohen news, again, let's see how the market reacts. But if you have some crazy news, there might not be, this is a very highly shorted stock. It was crazy to me that volume was this low. I'm like, the volume was this low and the stock price wasn't selling off and everything. I'm like, the selling might be done. The folks might be, it could be they got some strong hands in there, in which case it could be tough to come across those shares. Not saying definitely. I just thought I expected more volume with a stock that heavily shorted. But people are people continue to be super bearish on it, and they really doubt it. But if it changes, and again, I'm not forget the short squeeze. That the stock is undervalued, but if they suddenly get it, it can be revalued quickly. It can be revalued quickly. I said that in one of my GameStop videos. Was it the last one where I'm like, it has enough characteristics about it that it could revert quickly. In short squeeze aside, okay. Yeah, okay, so Miles agrees too. Cheers, Miles. Welcome. Agree. Nothing new in the very shallow critiques based on what we know. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Miles. Huh? It was interesting. It was interesting. That could be. So Dusty says a way of forcing better telegraphing of these items. That's true. That's true. And it helps get the word out there too. Remember, he's a shareholder. He has a vested interest in this company. That's true. Hyperbole says how aggressive Cohen's tone is in sense of urgency. That is ultimately that stuck out to me too. And like I said, I thought the letter was much more aggressive than the Wall Street Journal piece was. Could be too slow for Cohen too. It could be. Like I was saying, that urgency that stuck out to me too, because I don't really have the expertise to say strongly one way or the other. I have shared that I felt as though I wanted more along the way, but not enough to say, management, you are wrong for not getting. You know what I mean? Like I just don't. That's not a high conviction opinion for me. I just thought I wanted more information. I know Jordan did too. We've talked on many a stream saying, can we have more information about this, or just a bit more clarity on how things are progressing? Even though, again, they've been telling the same story. I just wanted more so that I could round out my thinking on my probability models. Like I said, I was very heavily discounting that upside because I couldn't really piece together certain variables. And that's why just Cohen got involved before Cohen got involved before some more of the omni-channel type stuff was released, before the Microsoft partnership stuff, and I'm like, damn, okay, maybe there is something there legitimately. I would think the line about them thinking they are protected by the stock rise in the console cycle may have been about him. Yeah, I think we talked about that. Which only came on the well, he says that, right? It only came on the heel. Comes right on and says, which only came on the heels of them filing its 13D. Chewy, right? Oh yeah, Trey. That seems to align with this. It doesn't look like who. I see the same language here, Trey. Have yielded little progress. So that's aligned. I didn't say anything about them ignoring him or anything like that, if that was the extent of it. Jordan rebalancing. Yeah. So Jordan, Yeah, just it's a risky position, right? So if you're like we're talking about where the hell is it? Did I still have that tweet up? It's because, in particular, Jordan, I'll just elaborate just a bit more. It's because it's a risky position. You know what I mean? Like if you go in that Buffett style, you're not rebalancing all that. You're not rebalancing. You're in it for the long term. But Burry, he builds fat position. My style is very similar to Burry's, where we'll build very fat positions in like some deep value stocks with minimal downside, right? You can go heavy into that stuff because even though it's very risky, it's got upside optionality, but your downside tends to be a bit protected. But as it rises, especially if it rises quickly, you're like, all right, but this is still a risky stock to a degree. It's not like an Apple per se with a super definitely strong business model that it's not going to waver year in, year out, whereas GameStop, there's a bit more variability that has to get priced in. So you might be more likely to just trim and to add. You're a bit more active with the position. That's what I think. That's what I was thinking. Private talks with board yielded little progress. Yeah, I think that aligns with that, Trey. Thank you, Trey. You prefer Sherman. So this is a good question. Eduardo says, you prefer Sherman or Ryan Cohen if it will come to a decision. It's a great question. This wouldn't be like definitely this of opinion, but I would lean toward Cohen. I'd have to. I think that said, I think, like I said so far, I've tweeted this stuff out. I think so far the management team has done a great job. With my big thing being like Cohen talking about the urgency type thing, telegraphing the story. Like I said, I don't know so much. Those are possible. And again, they haven't done everything perfectly. They're not beyond reproach. I've shared how I've thought they've made some missteps along the way. They've also been dealt some crazy hands, as many management teams have in 2020. But as far as the vision goes, because that's where the tremendous upside is. Oh, let me pull up that. Let me pull up that. I didn't do an update. I wasn't able to update that graphic this weekend. Let me pull this up, and I'll tell you why. Because although I believe that Sherman and Bell have been doing a good job executing their current plan, right? That the tremendous value with GameStop is the upside if they truly this shit, right? And we've talked about this a ton. I'm a broken record with this stuff. But these bullet point items here, new revenue streams, blah blah blah, e-commerce, blah blah blah. Okay, he mentions this in the letter. But these items here, if they successfully execute on this shit, then it's worth way, way more. That's how I feel. If. And I think Cohen, and I especially think this now, right? I mean, I felt that when he took the position very quickly, took that 10% position right out the gates. It's one of his few positions. I read the same articles everyone else did. But now after reading this letter, he gets it. He gets it, and I think he would have the vision. I've already seen him succeed with something like Chewy, and if you just replace pet food with gaming, it's the same setup. And so I think he could succeed in this one as well. And so because of that huge upside optionality, I'd have to lean toward Cohen. But that's not like I'm definitely convinced he could do it and Sherman couldn't. It's possible Sherman could too. Like I said, so far maybe their expertise is more turnaround style. You know what I mean? Maybe their expertise is like clean up shit, clean up SG&A costs, improve inventory management. That, like I say, that's not the sexy stuff that the market cares about. That's why the market hasn't. That's why the stock price is part of the reason stock price didn't get bid up. The market's like, who gives a shit? You're still going horse and buggy. We don't care. But then like a Ryan Cohen type might have that more like the sexier vision where people are like, oh yeah, we can see that. And then he's already succeeded in this front, so people are more likely to buy into it. So that would be my basis for leaning that way. Again, I don't. It's a good question, right? I just asked a question like that. I don't think it goes that way. I don't think that. I think this is a hypothetical, right? But I guess I feel like every couple months I'm I'm alone on the stream where I might be wrong. I'm wrong about shit, but I feel like I'm the only one. Is anyone else really? No, I don't know. But this is why it's good for me though, because I like I say, I make mistakes, and so it's good for people to be like, I think this, and I'm very confident of this because of X, Y, Z. Then I might pick apart X, Y, Z and say, I disagree with this, and then arrive at a different probability. But that's constructive for my thinking. But so my point being, Eduardo, is I don't think it would come to that decision, but it's still an excellent question. To force a quicker timetable doesn't really break anything. No. They're already closing stores, already seeing huge growth in online. Why mention? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I know. Yeah, Dusty, you saw me be a little bit confused about that section. I agree. Yeah, I don't see the CEO stuff. A lot of people have been talking about that for 2 months. People have been talking about takeout and CEO stuff for a couple of months, and it hasn't come to fruition. But that doesn't mean it's not going to happen, right? But you could argue, well, now we're even closer because of this letter. I don't see it that way, but I can at least understand people thinking that. Oh shit! It just jumped. Am I really far? It just jumped, and I saw Blessed say you're really far behind, but I agree with you. Sherman is generally doing the right thing, the non-sexy stuff. Okay. Cheers, Blessed. I'm sorry I'm so far behind. Cohen is hyped because he's a billionaire in storytelling. That's right. It's I've made this comparison a little bit, but it's like kind of like a Tesla in a way, right? To say nothing, to voice no opinion on Tesla or anything like that, but that front person via Elon Musk, the storytelling that he's doing on behalf of Tesla is a big part of where it currently trades. I feel like... if it was a random style, yeah, Sherman, yeah, okay. Am I way behind? Thank you for giving me a heads up, Blessed. Let me try to go quick. Okay. Plot chart to go. Easy chart support for plot chart to Cohen's stake announcements and filing. So I will say, so it's not so he's part of the support. That's true hyperbole. I agree with you. Part of the support is, a good chunk of the support is the chart, but also there was incremental buying from Cohen in the $6 and $8 range, in Senvest in the $9 range. So that was good support. I definitely said in the stream, because that's how I felt. This was good support, this red line. And it was, I agree with you, hyperbole. I mean, I don't have it plotted on here, but they were buying in that range, that $8 and $9 range. Yeah, I agree with you, Uber. Saying it's on the non-concurrent management. Encouragement feel good about themselves. That's true. You can understand if that were his goal. You can understand why they do it. If you can understand why he did it. Yeah, could a callback? I know. I don't know, Dusty. Maybe. It would be very educational for me. If for whatever reason shares had to be called back and the price went crazy, I mean, that would be a nice to have. Like I talk about, you don't bet on that shit, but I'd be like, what? I'd be like, damn, everyone was talking about that. I can't believe it actually happened. But I think you got to discount that just as a matter of conservatism. That's true. I like that phrase. So Gatz says, okay, so Gatz 2 says it's become more likely given his letter, but he says if you wanted to do that, this is the playbook. Why the delay? Why the delay? Who waits? Why do you wait so? If this is your issue, if your issue is this would be a question I'm going to pose to the chat. If your issue is the urgency, why do you wait for 18 months? What's the delay? That's my question. He's been a shareholder. Yeah, if that's the thing. If for whatever reason the shorts did want to get out of there, I've said this many times. There's no short squeeze. If the shorts need to be motivated and incentivized to get out of their position. Is this enough? I doubt it. But if they did have to, like I was talking about the volume, I don't think there's enough share. The stock price has to rise. You'll have sellers along the way, but it may be that a good chunk of the holders right now are stronger. That's speculation. It's pure speculation. But if they did have to get out, are they caught off sides? Right? Is that's the $1 billion question. That's a good looking chart. Yeah. I was just seeing it's higher lows for these candles too. Higher lows. I don't think this week dropped a little bit lower. That if they did suddenly have to get out, want to get out, what do they do? Are they off sides? I don't know. To use your language, Scats, if they were offsides, this is the setup. You know what I mean? More shares short than are outstanding. Perhaps volume drying up a little bit, maybe. I can't tell for sure. And then potentially huge news. I mean, that's the type of setup that you'd be looking for. Are they in too deep? I know I've been thinking about that. Let me keep going. Yeah, okay. Hyperbole says he agrees that the Bears have to downplay Cohen. Going to be tough to do. That's right. Easy maybe to poke fun at Burry. People were doing it. And to poke fun at this management team, saying they don't know what they're talking about, which I disagreed with. But without the prominent experience, they'll poke along the way. They'll poke fun of the Roaring Kitty channel. They'll poke fun at us. But a Cohen's different. I agree with you, Hyperbole. It's a bit tougher. So GME managed to be loud and proud about all the... Oh, Cohen set up Jimmy to be loud and proud about all the work they've done in the Q3 call. Okay. That's true. Like I said, they're executing some of this stuff, so if they prominently discuss it on the call, could look good, I suppose. He could keep buying. He could keep buying. If he's as bullish as he is, you might even expect him to keep buying, right? It's not that much money to him. It's kind of a small position. He did. I had tweeted out when we did that original analysis that it seemed likely Cohen was going to keep on buying. Now, he did technically keep on buying a couple more 100,000 shares, but it really wasn't that much. Conceivable he could keep on buying even up to this point. Then his average cost basis. I mean, if he doubled his position, say get to 20%, his average cost basis is what? $8, $9. What is it? $9? He's still sub 10. It's not bad if they pull it off. And herein lies the issue. Or that's what Daniel's saying. Daniel's saying maybe they'll keep buying shares up to 15. Indeed, I think it works in practice, right? Oh, cheers, Jordan. You talk about, is it the Ryan Cohen stream? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, that was when things really started to heat up. That was kind of exciting. Okay. Yeah, that's what I say. You'd expect GameStop would respond publicly to this, right? You'd think they'd have to. You don't expect a response this close to earnings? Yep. Uber sounds like me. I've been wrong before, and I will be wrong again, so disagree with me, feel free. Yeah, that's a good question. Would that response happen before or on earnings? Maybe in a... It was kind of odd that it didn't... How did it not come up in the last conference call? That's bizarre to me. I wonder if they weren't supposed to talk about it. You know what I mean? Like, and then could it be that they're not supposed to talk it on the next conference call? Maybe beforehand. I think I'd lean, if I had to guess, I think you got to respond to that soon. I think if they could put yourself in the management's team shoes. If I were in the management's team shoes and I get a letter like that from a major shareholder, you gotta respond to that publicly as quickly as you can. You gotta get your word out there. I think that's what you're supposed to do. What the hell do I know? Okay. The letter didn't mention. I'm glad. I mean, Jordan and I are glad tennis rackets are being discussed again. Jordan, when this is all said and done, we gotta play a game of tennis. We gotta do that shit. Pong, at least. The longer they acquire, that's right. So Gat's kind of saying what I was just saying, or what I was indirectly saying. The longer they acquire it, the better for Cohen and the worse for GME. That's why you kind of got to be proactive about this. You can't. You need to help. You need to contribute to the story. If or even turn it back in your favor. You know what I mean? You got to respond. If you don't respond, it's not that great of a look. So I agree with Gats. I know. Cody said it. I like it. Cody says, tomorrow GameStop's going to announce Sony partnership, Nintendo partnership, SpaceX partnership. Oh, that's good. Cheers, Cody. Come out strongly. Hey, Searchworm. What up? What up, Searchworm? Yeah, they have to just a general response, Uber, but indeed, that additional stuff, bullish stuff they could announce on the call would be helpful, too. That's right. So, Dusty, this could push me. This is the thing. Now, we've definitely discussed this on the stream. This helps get people talking about it. That he sees it. Now other people will pick up on it. People will be talking about this. This isn't just some bullshit. Now, if the media has to talk about this, so I don't know. Maybe they don't talk about it. Not everyone picks up the story, blah, blah, blah. But those who do, this isn't just some short squeeze type bullshit. This isn't just... a Hail Mary of a play. This is Ryan F. Cohen who has succeeded with Chewy. That's how it will be framed, and that's why that was important. We kept on saying we got to wait for Ryan Cohen to make the rounds. Wait for Ryan Cohen to make the rounds. I don't think he's going to make the rounds, but at least the people will start talking about it. I agree with you, Dusty. This starts tomorrow. If management fires back with some hard examples of how they already addressed the items in the letter, right? Their e-commerce growth is nice, but it's not being done with the speed. So it seems that the Ryan Cohen wants, yep. Yeah, I did see a lot of those shares may have been covered or something. Look at that rate, though. You know what I mean? I don't, meh. Yep. He might say it's inadequate what they've done, right, Gatz? That's what Gatz is saying. He may say, yeah, that's it's great. That's what I'm saying. He may say it's great what they're doing, but it's not enough. It's inadequate and it's not fast enough. That it's hard for me to disagree with that because I can't confidently say. Yeah, Terry says, well, that's because 800% of almost nothing is still almost nothing. And disintermediation remains a strong growing risk. That's right. That's legitimate. Yeah, so Gats, to your point too, I think it's been that it's conceivable that it's been slow, right? And I've talked about that. That urgency word is not one that I would strongly disagree with because, like I said, I don't feel confident. Okay, I'll keep going. Yeah, so I agree with Miles. I thought for the past few months they've been doing the right things. If what Cohen alleges is true, then we're all wrong, indeed. But like I said, what's odd is that the things he's itemizing are things that they're already doing. So it could be that that's the thing. If it were the urgency aspect, I'll just say this. Who was just talking about this? Gatz. If the urgency specifically was the primary issue, which it could be, but if it were the big issue, it should have been trumpeted more in this letter. That it was only really mentioned one time. Oh, was it? No, was it two times? It was one small aspect of this letter. It was more about what they're doing and less about how quickly they're doing. He did mention it, but it was just like part of the letter. Like for me, it might have been you should have been doing this quicker. Should have been doing this if that was the biggest item. So that's what sticks out to me is that's the you'll know what I mean. I want to keep reading, but that's like it should have been more prominently discussed, the speed at which they're transforming, and it doesn't seem like that's the case. Unless I just read it once, so maybe I missed it. Yep, to Miles' point, taking a very sober look, saying if Ryan, whatever Ryan alleges is true and we were wrong, it should give you a bit of pause. I'd agree with that, Miles. Like I said, if they were, it kind of helps our theory that the items that he's listing are things that they're doing. I'm like, ooh, okay, I wasn't totally wrong. Yeah, I agree with you. So this is a good discussion. Kid T says they don't have a plan for the future. Easy to see. Market sees it. They're surviving console to console, right? And then Miles says just because they haven't publicly stated doesn't mean it's not there. And that's sort of speculation. I'm not. This is a good discussion. That's a good one. Because it seems as though there is a plan, right? But perhaps it just hasn't been has been telegraphed as clearly or as timely as many of us would have wanted. It's hard to say for sure. But then at the end of the day, to Kitty's point, it's like, well, how much can you speculate? You can only go off of what they tell you. So you don't want to speculate too much on. Sometimes you just gotta have to go off what you're being told. Like I say, you gotta just trust management in some ways. And all right, that's a good discussion. They need to do more now. Really more. Yesterday's time to transform. Yep. That's right. Kitty says no investment committee would devote funds to GME with no plan for the future. It needs they need that the vote of confidence from those large institutions. But I don't know if a plan would be even enough for them. Maybe they need actual execution and stuff. It's a good question. Well, hopefully we'll know soon enough. This is the last shot. Okay. That's right. So Miles sounds like me. Sometimes you have to take a leap of faith. If we hear the details on turn, it's likely too late to invest. Already re-rated. Yeah. So that's how I feel. Sometimes I have to trust management because I don't have the expertise to blah 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 blah. Miles, you sound like me. I agree, Miles. Yep. We did a lot of deep dive stuff in the chat here. It's been terrific. But that's right. So I agree with Kitty, though. I agree. Says you and I both did, but the real money won't. I agree with that. So that the real, we've talked about this many times in recent weeks, especially in light of the early redemption of some of the debt. If you want to get the real money, which is what Kitty's getting at, if you want them to be buying into this, you need to have a well-telegraphed long-term plan that makes it abundantly clear that you're here to stay and you're not going horse and buggy within 3 or 4 years, because they're just not going to touch it. And also, I said how reducing some of the debt, that helps your case, because you're just, sometimes if you have a lot of short-term debt, they won't even take a look at you because you have all this short-term debt and you have declining revenues and blah blah blah. Remember, those top-line numbers declining are meaningful for some folks who aren't doing the deep dive stuff like Kitty's getting at here. And so to get them on board, you need a good story, you need actual execution, you need free cash flows being generated. That's why it was always going to be tough to get that buy-in in Q2 or Q3. So that's part of it too. You need to actually see some earnings, see some free cash flows. It couldn't just be a story from perhaps relatively inexperienced management team. So it's I get where you're going at there. I'm talking pensions. We definitely just talked about this. Sick, Kitty. Cheers. Yeah, talking big money. Yep, I agree. Talking big money, talking pensions, endowments type shit. They can't be dealing in. I'm bullish on GameStop, but many folks continue to see this as shit. They'd be like, you can't talk to anybody. Uber was just saying, we're just talking to someone. They go, oh, isn't GameStop going bankrupt? Like, they think this because they're not doing the type of research we're doing. They're much slower to adopt alternative viewpoints. They want to see more execution. And I think I've said this before. For many of us on the stream, we want to buy $4, $5, $6. We want to buy a GameStop here because we can see the optionality. We can assign a higher probability to it. We're comfortable doing that, and we'll get that triple. But for some of these bigger firms, they are much more willing to buy in at $12, $15, $20 as long as there's a story. They don't care about getting the 5-baggers. They don't give a shit about that. They're focusing on more like they'll be great if they get some doubles. They just want to fill their portfolio. I mean, this is speculation on my part, but in my experience, this is what I have. I'm just sharing with you in my experience. Take it with a grain of salt for you want, whatever. But they'll fill their portfolio with the good stories. They want good stories in their portfolio. They don't care about 5-baggers and 10-baggers. That's besides the point for those big, huge firms. And so part of that, you don't want to be telling a story about how you're dealing in like a company that other folks are talking about going bankrupt. It needs to be clear. There needs to be a clear vision, and that's what I mean. Cohen helps with that. I think that's what Kitty's getting at too. I strongly agree with this. But things like paying off your debt, and that's a step forward. But things like SG&A costs and inventory turnover, they're good looking out a couple of years, but in short term, it's not sexy enough. They don't care. They don't care about that stuff. Even though you and I are like, yo, that's going to be huge free cash flows come Q4, Q1. That's what we're thinking, but they don't think that. They don't care. So, yeah, lazy money. Yeah, big lazy money, as Uber says. They'll invest once the story changes. No, you already said this. Look at me. You're already on the ball. Y'all know. They'll invest once the story changes. And they don't care about capturing the full gains. They don't care. I don't want you to be hedge fund hotel. I don't think that it will be. I know the type that you're talking about. The lazy story here is still to be short. That's what I think too. I think so too, Uber. We're on the same page there. That's what Conan said. Manager needs to change the story. That's right. Well, yeah, in a way he's saying it. You and I may be interpreting that way. He's not explicitly saying the storytelling. He's talking about execution of certain line items here. But maybe in his own way, Kitty, right? All right, now I'm only getting back to Blessed's comment that I'm really high behind. Oh. Okay. And people that have dug in realize they have, but they had no financials. Okay. But they had no financial support coming out. That's right, around the story change. That's true. That's what I mean. And this is what I think Miles was getting at too, what Uber's saying. But they had no financials to support coming out vociferously around the story change. That's right. So it could have been, this is what I mean, it could have been a disclosure of the plan in great detail, actual execution on blah, blah, blah. That's what I mean. It's tough to say confidently. And so Kitty agrees. Right, okay. That's why in Q3 they told us how things would change come November 2020 and laid things out. That's right. Isn't that sick? Cohen is hyped because he's billionaire storytelling. Yep. That's right. Yep. Oh, I already mentioned that one, yeah. So Kitty says, for the past year, every manager I talked to about GME said they would make a lot of money from the next cycle, but they will blow the money. They would have been interested if they could assure a special dividend or something along those lines. If they had a solid turnaround plan, the market would have seen the coming influx of cash flow. Well, if it had happened, I don't think GME would have ever gone down to $4 to begin with, ignoring COVID. I agree with a lot of this. This is well said, Kitty. Cheers. But by then, it's too late to invest. Yep. Management said all the right things, got good board members, hinted at changes. I mean, in reality, we still don't have a plan to thrive. They were talking about experiential stores a few months ago that may work. I know some of you think it will, but it's not adapting to thrive. It's survival. Well, I think some of this stuff is set up to thrive. That's the thing. You could argue it's spread across too many items. We need specifics. That's fair. But I think some of these items could cause them to thrive. I do think that. I don't know really the path to get there or which ones are the biggest ones, right? I mean, the data seems like a huge one. And participating in digital gaming partnerships, those seem like big ones. But there's other shit here too. And you might say, hey, that's too many bullet points. Pick a couple. Tell us specifically how you're going to crush it. That's fair. Sentiment is complete shit still. That saw it the same way. I've seen many comments note similarly. That's right. Many people still see it that way. Cash flow just became something else. But that's the thing. If you read through management's commentary, I never got the impression they were going to squander it. Did anyone here get the impression? It was an easy takeaway because the other management teams did not do a good job managing, being a steward of the capital. But this management team, everything I read, I felt strongly that they weren't going to blow it. That's not to forget the vision, long-term, blah, blah, blah. But as far as blowing it, I didn't think that was particularly good analysis. I didn't see anything that suggested Sherman and Bell were doofuses with regard to that stuff. Like, I felt like they knew what they were up against. You saw them stop buying back stock. You see them focusing on the right stuff, the cost management side of things. Like, that stuff's important. And that's right. That's survival type stuff, right? To a degree is what Kitty's getting at. But I didn't think of like wasteful acquisitions. They came right out and said they're not going to do any buybacks, by the way, for those who forget. And they also said they're not going to do any acquisitions. So there were no acquisitions planned and stuff. They just had a 5-year chart. They heard the blockbuster comments just passed along, not the manager. Really good point on the delay. Oh, yeah, the delay. Yeah, the delay sticks out to me. Also, read between the lines. All these things are things we already know. Yeah, someone in the chat spoke to. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, I remember that, Blessed. I do. Yeah, that was Uber. Yep. They said GME was going to blow the cash flow from this cycle. They still think that. Here's... But I'm saying no, Professor. I said that to me to keep it down. Yes, that's they won't have the faith that the cash flow will be used constructively. That's right. Wait, what language? I don't know what. Oh, okay, I'll keep going. Sorry. I think I have the IR comments pinned on my Twitter. Oh shit! Yes, I do. These courtesy of Rod Uber from his Twitter. Go check him out. He's got it. He's got it pinned there. Ryan Cohen, been a great shareholder. Been a shareholder since April 2019. Bought more. Notoriety of the name. Conversations. Seeing a future in gaming. Huge demand for it. Very interested. Always take feedback from him. There you go. There you go. I mean, that validates. That's what I mean. The timing of it is that I'm way behind, but the timing of it, and and the characterizations of course too. Thank you, Rod, for sharing this shit. You know what I mean? Odd characterizations. It's odd. That's right. I agree with you, Gats. Even if earnings crush it, well, that's the thing, Gats. It could be if the quarter is so impressive it's the market cap is, what is it, 700, 800 million? I mean, that it could be it has to cause the price to rise, or it has to cause the shorts to close. I'm especially thinking about Q4. Long-term vision, beside the point, that it could be that it's traded so cheaply relative to what these earnings are going to be that it at least has to rise somewhat. But your point still stands that I think a big part of the bear thesis is those long-term risks, and a good first quarter doesn't change that. I agree. We talked about that a bit. It's the console cycle. That's right. Oh, yeah, I did see that. Uber. Do I got it up? Yeah, they got 2 million. What's that? That's a put, right? Oh, they upped it. Right. We said they were shares, too. Is there a filter? I think there's a filter. Just the put. Okay. Hey, Russ. What's up, Russ? Welcome back. Yeah, Cohen sounded like an angry boss. Yeah, well, he's a shareholder anyway. How am I doing? Yep, talking the. Oh, okay. I'm almost there. Yeah, perceptions, right? They could, but the question is what if it was deliberate because of the time it takes for the turnaround. You know what I mean? But it's largely perceptions. Yep. What's a man for retail? Cameron. Solve mail forwarding issues and become a millionaire. Yeah, right. Hey, welcome. Cheers, Cameron. Okay, Uber agrees. Bell and Sherman, the board of directors, know very clearly the massive. Yep. They knew the bulk of the Exactly, Uber. Yeah. This stuff is well, like, they're not doofuses. That's always, I mean, that's always just, when I talk about, sometimes I'll come across incomplete analysis, lazy analysis, bad analysis. Some of that is of the management team as well. And when I see like people kind of shitting on management or thinking they're doofuses and they're not aware of the short interest or like certain, I can't even read that. You know what I mean? It's like, come on, what do you think? What do you think? They're idiots there? Come on, that's just a bad take. So they're well aware of all this shit. And then, oh shit. Steve, welcome, Steve. Cheers, Steve. Yes, sir. Where's the chat? I'm reading. I'm 20 minutes behind. I always think that's funny when someone comes in and they go, what the hell's going on here? You know what I mean? Oh, I always die laughing. I tell my wife, I'm like, ah. Yeah, I know. This is a good car. I know. So as Dusty says, it's harder to me because lots of people are talking, right? That's great, but it's even more reason I want to see the whole chat, so I apologize because there's lots of good things that get said in this chat. Like I said, cheers to everyone who joins the stream. I mean, I'm happy to have everyone who's watching, hopefully from an educational standpoint, learning some new things. But the people who share their views on this, just thank you to them, right? Because that kind of what makes this is us bouncing ideas off each other. So even I'm like, oh, I got to see this shit. Hey, what's up, Ryan? Cheers. They did anything to manage capital effectively? I think they have so far. Yeah, to pursue a future. I agree, Uber. I think it's high. I think it's very. I think it's very unlikely Cohen's bailing. It's possible. I'm not saying that we can't factor it into our models and stuff. It's just seems like a low probability to me. Well, Miles, everyone else is positive it's a takeover. It's just me, apparently. Oh yes, I agree, Uber. They have done a great. They've done a great job. Oh, to answer this question, yeah, done a good job. Oh. Yeah, I agree. The language seems a little bit off with them being on the same page. See, that's what I say. I mean, it was more aggressive than I was expecting. I don't know. I wouldn't say it's very hostile. I don't. I wish I had some examples for some comparative analysis. I don't have any off the top, but I've read some and I'm like, holy shit, that's hostile. This isn't to say this is friendly. I just mean I've read some. It's like, all right, you know what the end game here is, and just to be clear, you can be hostile, and the end game is not takeover. We just saw this with Hesty and Hit and Permit. That leap to control and to buying out is a big one that it isn't typically the base case. It's odd to me that kind of people bought into this. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, and I could be wrong about that. Full stop. I appreciate the discussion, but this has been a discussion that's been happening for the past couple of months, and it seemed odd to me that everyone jumped to that because of a 13D filing. Because 13D filings, they get filed all the time with the end game is not a buyout or control of the company or anything like that. That's usually not the base case, but in this case, it was many people's base case, and I always found that kind of interesting. And I was just a little bit, you know what I mean? Like the onus is on like we need more information to draw that conclusion. That's rarely going to be my base case with this type of stuff, and I'm just not picking up enough that gets me there. I don't know. I'm almost close to getting caught up. Let me keep going. James. What up, James? I forget if I said what up to you. I'm just going through the names. I'm blowing through them tonight. That's true. The Sherman stuff, that's what sticks out too. I agree with this. Through our private conversations, we explained to Sherman and the board has the ability to pivot that excels, but this pivot requires the type of strategic vision that has not yet taken hold in this C-suite or boardroom. I agree with this. That this language is strong, and specifically with regard to Sherman, I can't. I'm not going to deny that, right? That sticks out as if this is more of the this is a more hostile part of the letter. Unless he wants Sherman out and him in, right? I'm just to be clear, and a lot of people have been jumping to that CEO type thing too, which is fair and that seems conceivable, right? But that one sticks out more. But that's not the same. And I've been discounting that possibility too. But this seems abundantly clear with him calling out Sherman specifically. I mean, he talks about C-suite in the boardroom of the company, but he's calling out Sherman specifically, or at least I can entertain that CEO stuff, which other people have talked about, and I've kind of discounted because there wasn't enough information to go off of. There just wasn't. We had this. There's just so little information to go off of this. You couldn't go off of it. This, I can at least entertain this possibility of the CEO stuff, but that's not the same as the buyout and the takeout of the stuff. That stuff's a bit more. But this language is like, I agree with what y'all are saying right now. This is kind of at Sherman. Is that it for the Sherman stuff? Everything else is kind of, then this, okay. Correspondence because the onus is on the board and Sherman to do their jobs. You know what I mean? That's aggressive. And that sticks out to me. Not the same as control. That's the thing. I'm surprised to see such high probabilities of that outright takeout stuff from a Ryan Cohen type. Let's start with the CEO stuff. And then move from there. Let's see. Do we go down this path? We just got the conversation going. I can let me just keep going. Okay. What did I just see that? Him. Okay. See, Moidu also 1 for 0 to 60 very quickly. Yeah. Could be advertising. Yeah. This is definitely very serious. Little clear profits to gross profits future. All right. Peace out, Chris Roth. Have a nice night. Cheers. Eric says Taylor Brands did something similar. Okay. Presentation, strong corporate governance. Wait a second. Strong corporate governance, and that they have corporate governance, no poison pills. I do remember that. Yep, that was. It's right in here. I got it open. Oh, it's right here. Is this it? It's in here. It's in this presentation. Oh, no one talked. Okay, we didn't talk about that stuff. All right. There's probably only 4 or 5 things that stick out to me here. The potential for the urgency issue. Oh yeah, well, they definitely had an attorney oversee it, right? Have to. The urgency aspect, which is something that some of us have been suspecting, and maybe we didn't feel. It's hard for me to confidently say that stuff. The general, more aggressive tone of this, right? But specifically towards Sherman, right? You can't deny this stuff. And number three, no, so that's. I mean, the Sherman stuff is maybe the most. The Sherman stuff is number one. Number two is. Number two is the overlap. There's a lot of overlap with what they've already done. They're executing on some of this stuff. That's 2A. And 2B is of the couple of items that they're not executing on, it's the mobile related stuff, streaming type stuff. That's a little bit different than some of their plan. When I look through their the different items that they have. All right, that's a little bit different. What else? And then I guess I thought there was one more. But then just the impact that this can have on other sentiment and stuff. After we put to Amazon. The fact that they didn't is actually this gives the ball in their court. And make it look like Ryan had a hand in it. Granted, Uber, but Uber. Jorge. Okay. We have stopped short of outlining a detailed turnaround plan in this correspondence. But even the high-level details are pretty boilerplate stuff, relatively speaking. There's not much that sticks out in this pair. We urge her to quickly provide stockholders with a credible and publicly available roadmap for cost containment prior to. They don't care about a loan seat. Could be, that's the thing. That's kind of like odd phrasing. So people are interpreting that. You see that and you think, oh, then that means he wants to take it out. And I think that it speaks to he wants to be involved. It's not enticing to become an isolated stockholder advocate on a board that has overlooked. He wants to be more involved, right? He wants to be more involved, and not in just a board capacity. So we can say two things. Okay, well, we'll concede the potential takeout. All right, we'll just say that's number one because so many people are seeing that, but I don't see that. Number one is the takeout. Takes control of the company, takes full control of the board, or buys it out, whatever. Number two is he just maybe has a couple of seats on the board, right? Instead of loan seats, just a couple of seats. And then number three is in light of his Sherman comments. Sherman specifically, who of course is the CEO. I mean, Gradly, Mr. Sherman appears committed to a 20th century. I mean, this is clearly knocking Sherman. He does knock generally the C-suite or boardroom, but he's calling out Sherman by name. In talking up his own success with Chewy. This is the type of world-class infrastructure that was constructed at Chewy, which is worth multiples of GameStop's current market cap. It's possible he just buys more, but is anyone? What are we talking? Thoughts on the Sherman comments? Thoughts on the Sherman comments? Yeah, Dusty, check out GameStop's website. You'll look up the board of directors. You'll see the person who was just added to the board who was at Chewy. That's what I'm thinking, Polygon. This language in the phrasing all about that is the Sherman stuff. Yeah, in particular, and this is why when I see this, and I've discounted this, I've definitely, I mean, I don't remember the stream, but I'm seeing what Polygon saying is it kind of feels like that this kind of only makes sense if you go this path, if your level of involvement, as he specifically says, not a board seat, but leaves open the opportunity for a more active role with the management team, and he calls out Sherman, CEO. There you go. People have said that. People said that a couple months ago, and I'm like, nah. I can get on board with that now. I can get on board with that one now. CEO with the... Anyway, I can get on board with that one. I can't get on board with the buyout one. That's not to say it's not going to happen. I can't see enough. The folks who were talking about that 2 months ago, cheers, there were definitely plenty of people. I can't even remember who said it. And up till that point, all we had was this, and we had the comments out there, the articles out there, and his comments within those articles. And it did seem like he goes full force into this stuff. That was some of my initial tweets. I included that. But as far as taking an active role in the company, there was nothing that suggested that. Now, how could I deny that part? I can't. He clearly wants a more active role. The question is, in what capacity? Is it a board seat? He straight up knocks that one out. So the only way you do board seats is if it's a group of board seats. But he hasn't talked about... There's no reason to go down that path. He hasn't talked about another person or a group of people. This would have been an opportunity to make that case. You would make that case in this letter. Hey, you need some more. You need better insights on the board. You need some other folks that are already not enough. Well, I can get on the board. You would mention that here. And instead, he takes the opposite approach, saying, I don't want no board seat. I don't want no lone board seat. So indeed, it opens the possibility for a new board seat, but you stress that more. You would press that point more in this letter, and he doesn't. So I feel like the board stuff should be discounted. Number one. Number two is the buyout type stuff, and what language do you see in here? What language do you see that suggests outright control of? Like I think if you were going down that path, wouldn't you talk up the fact that, hey, this company could maybe, if I don't know, what would you say? What would you say? Well, some people already see it, so maybe it's just me having a hard time seeing this. But hey, Sean, do you want to? Yeah, Uber. The upside to GameStop is absurd. He clearly understands that gaming is a massive, growing, sustainable ocean. Which, that's what I say. You got Cohen on board. It's gonna some of the shorts should be closed. They won't. The knee-jerk reaction won't be, but they should be. That's why this is incredible news. That's right. Okay, so Rigo says Ryan Cohen vision won't be implemented if he doesn't buy more or all, and that's where I would disagree with you, because how can you affect change? This was what I was just outlining. You can affect change how? By taking control of the board and or buying the company outright, which is what Justin was talking about. Okay, that's fair. That's how you can affect change. Number two is maybe just get some board seats. Maybe you don't have as much control, but at least you have a say in affecting control just as what Hestia and Permit was pushing for, right? It's not quite as much control, but at least it's something. But look at his shit. I mean, he's kind of shitting on Sherman. I mean, can I say that? I mean, you're saying he's committed to 20th century focus on physical stairs and walk-in sales. He's shitting on Sherman. Here's your third way. There's your CEO. And other people have said this. I can't even... We should pull up the other... I should pull it up and see. And people were definitely talking about it elsewhere. But I don't think that it has to be paired with control of the company, though. It could be. It could be. I get that. I could see that. I could see that I could see other people thinking that. But I don't see enough... This is really... Okay, so anyway, that's a response to Rigo, who's saying it won't be implemented at all if he doesn't buy more. I'm saying that there are other ways to affect some changes here. And one of them, what he is telegraphing to us is, hey, this stuff could be implemented with someone who isn't George Sherman. That's what he's saying. That's what these two paragraphs are. Everything else is talking about GameStop's opportunity, what they could do to get to that stage. These two paragraphs are saying, hey, you know how you can do it? Get George Sherman out of there. That's what that's saying to me. Okay, here we go. Now we got people saying this, yeah. He doesn't want board seat, he wants to run it. Okay, so Gat's is seeing this, he wants to run it, but... And Cameron says he wants CEO. Like, I can see this angle now, I can see that. I will be massively disappointed if this is taken private. That's right, I mean, that would take out a lot of the upside, right, Miles? That's how I feel. If there is tremendous upside optionality there and it gets bought out at a discount price, that sucks. But again, I don't see enough in here that suggests the buyout. I know Justin was very confident that it was going down that path. But I think, and he's not here. I wish he were here so I could say, well, what about this knocking of Shorman? And then... Okay. All right, James. James says we got to go to the 8-ball. Let's be... Okay. Is Sherman leaving? Okay, we need some 8-ball guidance on this. Dusty agrees. Let's do this shit. Okay, let's do this. Do we have other people who are on board with this 8-ball? Can the 8-ball help us with this shit? Dump his stong. I don't see the dumping. That seems unlikely to me. Not impossible, but... James says he's being passive aggressive. Oh, Kitty, what do you agree with? What do you agree with? What do you agree with me on? I don't know what I was saying. Yep, you could tell he sees a future clearly, and it is frustrated it isn't happening. Forcing GME showing. Yes, I do. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So Steve says, do you think this is the certain circumstances Ryan Cohen was mentioning in his initial 13, a.k.a. Sherman out? So it could be. It's interesting because, where's that language? Because, in effect, him becoming more involved is the circumstance. You know what I mean? But yes, this could be part of it, right? A.k.a. Yeah, that could be. At this point, Steve, we'd have to say definitely. We'd have to say definitely. Because he didn't just come to this conclusion in the past week. He didn't come to this conclusion in the past 2 weeks. He's definitely known this by the time he filed the 13D, right? I think we can agree with that, Steve. And given how much he specifically Sherman, you have to say this had to be part of it. And obviously, certain of these other elements, we would group that in. But this one sticks out like a sore thumb in this article. Again, a lot of this stuff is being executed. Like I said, the urgency you could call out, mobile gaming, a lot of that stuff is just mentioned like once though. Like there's certain items where if you really want to make your point in a letter, you bam, 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 keep making the point. You don't just include it as a one word and then go on with the rest of the letter. Otherwise, it just gets grouped into this general opinion. But there's certain points that if you really want to make your point, you got to press. He's pressing on Sherman. What else is he pressing on? Is he pressing on any of the gaming related stuff? Like this stuff? Nah, nothing here. Upgrading e-commerce, like some of this stuff, like the gaming catalogs, digital content. No, nope, nope, nope. I'll have to reread it, but I don't think so. That's right, James. No, we've talked about this quite a bit. That he swings, he goes for big ones. That's right. Certain things that the reporting person believe. Yep. All right, Jorge's gone. All right, let's do this. Will Ryan Cohen replace George Sherman as CEO? There we go. I always have such a hard time with this. Come on. Jeez. There you go. It's official. As the Magic 8 Ball sees it, yes. That's settled. We don't have to discuss this anymore. We don't have to discuss this. It's done. It's done. It's over. Move on to the next stock. What's the next stock? I can get on board with that one. But we can't. Oh, was the 8 Ball wrong on Friday? 8 Ball's been wrong a couple times. 8 Ball's been wrong a couple of times. I can't deny that. 8 Ball's definitely been wrong. Really, the Sherman stuff sticks out the most. The urgency, while notable, doesn't stick out, but I would note it. Some of the items he lists stick out, but not major. Hire the right talent. If GameStop takes practical steps to cut its excessive real estate costs, which is, it's been doing, and hire the right talent. Hire the right talent, and I don't want a board seat. If GameStop takes practical steps to cut, I mean, this is the same section. This is just the next paragraph. I didn't scroll down. And hire the right talent, it will have the resources to begin building a powerful e-commerce platform that provides competitive pricing, broad gaming selection, fast shipping, and a truly high-touch experience that excites and delights customers. That is literally what he did with Chewy, right? I mean, we wrote about that. We all tweeted about that or posted about it somewhere. This is the type of world-class infrastructure that was constructed at Chewy. That was constructed at the company that I ran, which is worth multiples of GameStop's current market value. Well, more than multiples, right? Isn't it worth, what is it? $26 billion. Multiples, all right. What's GameStop at today? 780. $34 multiples. 34x. There is no doubt in our minds that GameStop has the flexibility to evolve. Then he lists all these. Being done. It was literally Sherman's first thing that he was doing. Nah, literally, I can't say that. One of the first things. So it's like never mind. Taking the right steps in 2020 and taking the right steps in 2020. Holy shit. That's right now. There's 6 weeks left in 2020. 2020. I mean, I technically, I mean, obviously that's part's true, but our biggest share of the market. That's right. We contend that the company's sales should be growing at least in line with the market, not going the opposite direction. Right. That's a little bit unfair though, because of the cyclical. You know what I mean? I mean, his point stands. He's not. He knows what he's saying too, right? Like I'm educating Ryan Cohen. Give me a break, jeez. But I'm just trying to think through it from my perspective. That's the thing. So remember how I was talking about like calling out certain things? Like Ryan Cohen knows exactly what he's doing, and some of these things kind of stick out, right? I mean, you're really trying to make your point on some of these things. Just framing. It's framing. You're framing your point. You're being very particular about choosing your words and using the data to your advantage, even if I mean it's accurate, but you know what I mean. It's oh man, like this, like I talked about this. GameStop's leadership must promptly pivot from a brick-and-mortar mindset to a technology-driven vision. First sentence. Understands that Sherman has substantial experience working for large brick-and-mortar retailers. Regrettably, appears committed to a 20th century focus. Okay. Come on. I get on with this. What the hell even happens now? What happens now? Oh, you tweeted at Ryan Cohen. Yeah, I think I tweeted at him months ago, but I don't think he's checking that. I mean, I'm sure you know, but I think George the opposite. I think because he wants more. I think he wants more, George. That's why. Not so much because he's considering walking away. I mean, that's the thing is if you were going from an investment, if you were going from this is very pointed at Sherman. This is very pointed at Sherman. This should have been phrased differently. If you were coming at it from like this takeout perspective that a lot of folks are talking about, you would have framed this differently. You would have talked about the value of maybe the value of or the issues with remaining public or with the right investor base. You wouldn't pin it on the CEO. You would just say, you would maybe talk more generally about stuff. And I wish I had an example to bring up, and I don't. Off the cuff. Yeah, it could be to the point about the talent. That's what I was originally thinking of too. Until I like it might not, maybe not just him, but other folks too. Right. That's right. No, I was thinking that too. Oh, more his buddies than him. That's right. Absolutely, it could. Absolutely, it could. Totally. Totally. But something like that, I don't think as a maybe. Now, we've made, as an active young 35-year-old, or however old he is, that's not the type of position you're in where you say, hey, you got to do the right thing, get some of my friends involved. People have said this on the stream many times. But this is the first time where I'm like, I think it could include him too. Usually I would think that that's someone who's maybe more passive and more like you just need to put, like, they're the ones moving the chess pieces around, but he seems like he's one of them and wants to be one of them. You know what I mean? For a lot of the articles, check out the articles. Some people talk about on the stream tonight. I've read them all. You really get the impression that he can envision much more success with him at the wheel. I mean, it's not a foregone conclusion, but the letter is, the way it's worded is kind of telling. Right? You think it's a hostile takeover letter? Oh, you got one. Oh, you got an example. Well, that's an outright purchase. I'd be curious if there were letters leading up to that one. Who's that, Steve? Were there letters leading up to them now? I mean, that's an outright purchase, right? No, I know. Yeah, his picture. He's got some badass picture. He's clearly. I thought maybe that's what a future GameStop. Justin was asking. Is that a future GameStop looks like that, right? He's got the professionally done photos, right? Because I've been photoshopping him into some some high quality photos out there. You gotta buy more shares because of the picture. It is a badass picture. You can't deny that shit. I like the red and the black too. I like that. Oh, GameStop has 10x potential, even if it may not be likely at this point. But it's definitely that type of stock. Okay, so Jordan says market wants Ryan Cohen. Shareholders want Ryan Cohen. He owns 10%. Well, have shareholders? No, we need shareholders to speak out about that. Who? He has a new vision to lead the company. Sherman is retail. Market doesn't want him or his vision. He owns less than 3%. We know how this story ends. I mean, you're saying market wants Ryan Cohen because of the market reaction following his position. Oh, you mean us, shareholders, us? I thought you mean like the, okay. Yeah, Uber talking about the 2020. No, yeah, that's what I mean. I think they got to respond soon, Uber, because otherwise the story will take on a life of its own. You need to get out in front of that. I know. It's been a revolving door of CEOs, so that would be something. And I still do believe that thus far Sherman's been doing a good job. You know what I mean? At the same time, I at least understand where Cohen's coming from, and I don't have the expertise to say he definitely can or definitely can't. I can just say so far he's been doing a good job. But indeed, as far as this visionary type stuff goes, all I can really say is he doesn't have the his resume doesn't suggest that he has successfully done the past. Doesn't mean he couldn't do it here. I'm not saying that. And often what I'll say is, well, they've executed so far. It may perhaps they could do it here. But right off the bat, one thing that's notable to me: storytelling. The story Cohen's telling right off the bat. It matters. It matters. I don't know what to say. Yeah, this time the market would give. That's right. This time the market might pop. That's a good point, Uber. If it did happen, if they swapped, you might pop on that news. It's true. Look at the other articles. Read the other articles about this guy. You'll see it kind of sticks out how unusual this guy is, and how the media views him, how other folks view him. He had a lot of success with Chewy. That's true. He also owns quite a bit more shares. Yep. That's what Jordan's saying. Hey, he owns a shit ton of shares here. He owns 10% of the company. That's like more than, off the top of my head, I think that's more than the whole management team combined. Not a great sign. We've talked about that. How the lack of insider buying, the lack of insider ownership, you don't love to see that. All else equal, you want that. So Blessed asks, what would it take for me to believe that Ryan Cohen is doing a takeover? I don't know. It's a good question. I need more like I was trying to think in real time there. What would I? It's a good question. If I, what would I want to see in this letter that would cause me to think that? I don't know. Something more about the value of being a private company or outright controlling stuff, and instead he goes this path of mentioning a board seat. Which is relevant here. I'm not saying it doesn't make sense to be included here, but it certainly does. It's not enticing to become an isolated stockholder advocate on the board. We want GameStop's we want GameStop's leaders to do their job of intent strategy. Yeah, I certainly don't think it's a crazy take. I just disagree with it. That's all. This is what I said last time too. I would want more. It wouldn't be that much different. It would be more, maybe more aggressive, even more aggressive than it currently is. I feel like you'd be talking up. You know what I mean? You'd kind of be mentioning. You'd be threatening a little bit. This is what I'm gonna do. I feel like that it'd be more threatening from a general level as opposed to focused on George Sherman. I guess that's what. Regrettably, Mr. Sherman, very political legal speak, yeah. Jordan says if Sherman owned 10% and Cohen owned 10%, there's a fair fight and shareholders could really choose. Now Cohen has all the cards. 75% of price move is Cohen. You can't let Sherman, yeah. Antoine, welcome Antoine. First step, naming Ryan Cohen CEO in 2020. Wow, in 2020? How long? That's what I mean. What's next? That's why I was asking. Like, what the hell happens next from here? Anyone got an example? Anyone got an example of one of these things? In particular, or replacing a CEO? A shareholder replacing as CEO without? Is that more odd? Is that more unusual to take over a CEO without buying the company out? Yeah, that's right. I mean, his friend here, his Chewy cohort, or whatever you want to call him, is already part of the team. Yeah, I agree, Steve. I'm coming around to this as in real time, and I discounted this, so we don't. I mean, I don't even need to pull up the old streams. I know I did because I tried to make my decisions based on what I know, and I tried to minimize my speculation. I do it at times. You see me do it, but with the fundamental type stuff, I force myself to not get ahead of myself. And from here, I didn't see enough to think anything. You know what I mean? I just didn't see enough to form a strong opinion in one way or the other. Everything was such low probability. I think I don't care. Now I'm like, if there's something I see, it's this CEO stuff, and it does Steve kind of sees the same thing. It could be more about him as CEO, not about other people on the board or in other roles, right? I mean, it could be part of it, but it sticks out in this letter, this 3-page letter. It sticks out compared to everything else. You know what I mean? Like, if there were a section dedicated to, you need to be doing more esports, I'd be like, esports. Esports, that's what they weren't doing enough of. Or if they were like, what are you doing? You need to get into mobile gaming. What are you doing? I would think, oh, shit, mobile gaming. You know what I mean? Like, if you got a great plan, but you're not moving fast enough. I think, shit, urgency. They just weren't moving fast. I had a feeling that might be the case, but I wasn't sure. Clearly, that was it. But there's not that. There's a couple of bits and pieces all spread across. Generally, you need more better experience, gaming this, gaming that, close some stores. A lot of the usual stuff that Sherman actually is executing on, as far as I can tell from the outside. Instead, what we have is a full section here dedicated to saying Sherman isn't fit for this role. That's what this letter is. And then you conclude with these items. Like, you saw me being confused about that. Like, the onus is on the board and Mr. Sherman to do their jobs. Calling out the board like, hey, I mean, the board would have a say in this CEO stuff, right? No doubt. So part of this letter is convincing the board, right? I mean, maybe he's talked with that. I don't know what this talking goes, but part of this is telegraphing to the board, this is what you got to do in addition to investors and blah, blah, blah. Trying to get everyone on the same page. So you kind of have to, people were saying this on the stream, you have to use this strong language to get your point across. I agree with that. I agree with that. Can't rule out takeout. I can't rule that out. I won't, but I just don't see enough. And that's why Blessed's question was a good one. Yeah, there'll be 2 hands off. Okay, so that's what Steve was agreeing with. Yeah, it's just 2 hands off. It could be, but before this letter, I thought he could take a more laissez-faire approach to it, where he could be hands off. Now, after seeing this letter, I think, nope, kind of what a lot of us were talking about a couple months ago when he first took his position of him kind of driving stuff himself. He goes for home runs and stuff. It did kind of seem like, generally speaking, he thinks that the odds are increased if he has control. A lot of us thought that, right? But now we're seeing it does apply here. That's what I say. It does apply to the GameStop case. This isn't just some small position that could be a 10-bagger, blah, blah, blah. He's like, yo, this is it. Oh, I got it pinned. Don't I got it pinned? This is crazy that I posted that today, huh? I can't believe that. Yeah, so this is my take, August 30. Read the interviews with him. A relatively small $30 million purchase of a speculative stock isn't his style. He's likely making a big long-term move in the gaming industry via GME. This makes sense considering his playbook for Chewy. It's exactly what a lot of people said this, right? This was based on the research we did during that stream. This is why a lot of these tweets you see me retweeting stuff, and this is me documenting my own research for my own reference. I look back at this and be like, that's what was going through my mind when I did that research. That was the conclusion I draw. And that's why sometimes I say I try to pick my words carefully, because the words that I pick, when I look back on it, they're meaningful to me because I picked them. Like, I thought through. I mean, I still get shit wrong. Don't get the wrong idea. But, like, I think, okay. What the hell else did I say? Nothing else. Bullshit, bullshit, bullshit. Right now, Cohen is trying to figure out what the next something will be for him. I look at almost everything that comes to me, but I say to 99.9% of it. Replace pet with gaming is the next. That's all. All right, nothing else. I'm on board with this. I'm on board with this. It's very bullish. That's right, and that's right. So to Dusty's point too, but a major takeaway that the letter itself maybe is very Sherman focused, right? But generally, for the broader market participants over time, what they should be digesting is what Dusty's saying is that Ryan Cohen, the man, sees value here, and is maybe potentially shaking shit up. Like, aren't you like, what's going on here? If this guy sees it, is it possible my analysis is wrong? Yes. Well, yes, it is. Okay, question. If Ryan Cohen becomes CEO, how much does this pump in one day, 1 week? It would be huge. So that's what Uber was just saying, which would be funny, right? Because all the absolutely huge CNBC and story instantly changed with Cohen. I agree, Jordan. I agree. This is the type of shit that the market failed to price in. This is the type of bullish optionality that the market has a hard time pricing this stuff in. And instead it just defaults to zero in some cases. And I'm like, in Ryan Cohen taking over as CEO, I mean, I don't want to say like technically it doesn't really impact the business operation, right? I mean, the free cash flow there, but it's that vision. You know what I mean? Like there's one day where maybe he's not CEO, and then there's one day where he could be CEO, and then like nothing really has changed to the business just yet, except that vision. And this is what I feel as though, and again, there's no victory laps to be taken yet. Maybe when the stock's higher, we can start doing that, right? But right now, I'm like, you can't see the vision where this could potentially work out going this way or that way, and I repeatedly couldn't see the rationale on the other side of this. And now, wouldn't that be funny, Jordan, if he does? It depends what the price point is at that time, right? I mean, is the market cap 800 million? Is it already $1 billion? Is it 600 million? I mean, it depends on how much it will pop. But I do agree it would very likely pop based on how it seems as though other market participants are viewing Ryan Cohen. This vision type stuff. Many of us have said this on the stream many times. A big part of the reason that GameStop stock price has historically been discounted in the gutter this past year, but even still right now, I feel, call me a biased bull, that's fine, but why it continues to remain is part of the story. Part of the story. The market hasn't bought in yet. The shorts continue keeping their position on, and I think don't worry about the short interest per se, but it's a reflection of that strong bearish sentiment, because what Ryan Cohen says, what Burry says, no one gives a shit. No one buys into the long-term play yet. You and I, we all here, we see the probabilities. We think, oh yeah, they could do this. Do they do that? 40% probability of this, 60% probability of this. This can happen. This can happen. Market don't care. Market cares about what's very, very likely to happen. And then, isn't it crazy? Someone like Ryan Cohen just taking the helm, and that it probably will re-rate in days and weeks. And I don't know what the pop will be, Jordan. Sorry, I don't have an answer, but you're right. See, everyone picks up the story, and this becomes just blue sky type shit. You know what I mean? Huge potential upside, and again, if people start viewing a GameStop like a Chewy, this is what no one has cared about. All of us talking about this on the stream past 2 months. If the market starts viewing GameStop as Chewy, it's going way higher, and it's going higher. If people start viewing it as he views it, and of course execution matters. That's not to say Ryan Cohen is definitely going to execute. I'm not saying that. But if the market views it that way, the stock will re-rate higher. And then if he successfully executes, just forget about it. I mean, it's going way higher. That takes time. Forget about the short squeeze stuff. That takes time, but it could definitely happen. And if it happens, that's why I keep saying that vision of being able to see $100, being able to see a $200 stock price, $3 billion, $6 billion market cap, whatever it is. At least you can see the path. It can happen. Blah 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 blah. Good point, Jordan. Yeah, I agree. So Uber says their physical presence as a nexus of all things gaming is to me a sustainable competitive advantage. Obviously not required in all markets, but it is additive done right. I agree with you, Uber. I totally agree with you. I got to reread that letter. I didn't think he was definitely. I agree with you, Uber. Stock price show. Okay, you're saying stock price. Yeah, I mean, I've said this many. I think there are other explanations too that contribute to why the stock price rose. But indeed, I'm not going to deny that Ryan Cohen's involvement didn't contribute to it. He did. Yeah, so Steve Stunk says the same thing. Uber says the same thing. Sounds like we're all kind of on the same page of Cohen at the helm. What choice do we have? I mean, we don't have much choice as OPMIs, as outside passive minority investors. The other thing too, I mean, just sheer level of returns, but also probably the fastest returns. I The market will view it more optimistically, much more quickly than they would with Sherman. It is what it is. He's calling for an immediate release of a credible plan, right? How quickly? Quickly provide stockholders with a credible and publicly available roadmap. Right. So Steve said, I read this letter as the board of directors responded to Ryan Cohen's non-public communication of his vision for GME. They gave him lip service and offered a board seat with no urgency to implement change. That absolutely could be, Steve. I could see that. I kind of agree with you, Joe. Jordan saying he sees CEO before buyout. Doesn't need to take this private. He alone changed the story. Doesn't need to take private. Yeah, no. I mean, I tend to agree. I mean, it could be. That's not to say it has to go that way, but I lean that way as well, Jordan. Oh, Justin's back. Cheers. Welcome back, Justin. We got some questions for you. Okay, so Hyperbole says he wouldn't take a CEO job. CEO is placed by the board. He would want complete control, chairman and CEO. Go private. I don't know about that, Hyperbole. Okay, so Justin agrees. Cohen definitely wants to be CEO. Justin, I think we're on the same page there. That's right. We agree with you, Justin. He wouldn't attack chairman otherwise. Yep. And what are your thoughts, Justin? Maybe you've already answered this. Him just being CEO without a takeout. You may say that's not likely. That's what I'd be curious. He will either do a buyout and be CEO of a private company or run a majority slate and then make himself CEO after winning proxy. What probability do you assign to that, Justin? This statement. He will either do a buyout and be CEO of a private company or run a majority slate and then make himself CEO after winning proxy. That would be a reason to leave. Man, this man. I don't think he has money. Yeah, well, yeah, it's. So he either gets funding or a partner, or he waits. Yeah, well, I'd agree if he starts buying more, my odds of that increase as well. I'll say that, absolutely. He's still at 10% right now. I'd say that. Robin. He'd need to start buying. Okay, I'm on board with that. If he starts raising, my odds that would increase for sure. It keeps hopping on me. Hold on, sorry. I think I'm close. It just seems tough logistically to pull off any increase in shares. 99%? Oh, I'm going to disagree with this. I mean, I can't disagree with your probabilities. Those are your probabilities, but I'll give you an alternative option, Justin. You don't think this board will turn on Sherman? Oh, I disagree. That's where I'll disagree. So I'll take the under on your 99%. I think they could. That was going to be my alternative option, is that they flip. You think there's a less than 1% chance that the board flips? That's low to me, Justin. Real low. Wow. All right, I'll disagree with that. That's way too low. Hold on. I sorry, Justin. I'm just gonna scroll up just so I see if I can miss anything. Thank you for sharing as always. Oh, because maybe you elaborate. Okay, Cohen. And if it does, then he just waits for the annual meeting. The company. Okay, odds of majority of slate are higher than a buyout. Okay, thanks. He's impatient right now. Wow, now because I get close, it starts popping on me. Okay, I think the letter gives rank. There's no way they turn on Sherman. Absolutely less than 1%. All right. That's in my analysis. That's way too low. After all the shares they gave Sherman, that's why Reggie's leaving. Wait, what do you mean that's James? What are you talking about? Reggie's leaving? You got a link? I doubt that. Okay, so Rigo says because of the headaches. Okay. Every single issue we have with the companies at the board of directors was no buybacks. Management does not respond. Well, yeah, he would. Any takeout would be with backing. He's not gonna any of that stuff would. That's 99% with backing. Wow, Justin, I definitely think. Well, first of all, there's a Chewy guy on the board already. 4 of those board members are brand new. They haven't even been there a year. They could totally get on board with understanding where the future is headed. And again, one of those new board members was the Chewy guy, and I think they were at it a year after, and they were at it a year after because of investors pushing for it. And Ryan Cohen is the biggest investor in the company, so you know what I mean. Like these were. Oh, yeah, but Justin, a big part of the board push was activist investors pushing for this board refresh. They were demanding a whole bunch of it. All right. All I need to argue is, what do you mean no, Justin? There's a whole bunch of shareholder letters out there talking about a refresh board. I mean, I got Barry's letters up right here. What do you mean no? No, the letters were written prior to. The letters were written pushing for. I mean, you can say that it was the management themselves who selected them. That's fine. Even Barry's latest letter in June confirmed that the management team did a good job selecting them. But that doesn't mean that that they will definitely not move against them or anything like that. They could see that the writing's on the wall here, that maybe that there is a tremendous opportunity here with the right CEO. I'm just mean they're not like long-term. They haven't been recruited by Sherman 10 years ago and they're very super loyal to them, blah, 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 and they're really stuck with them. I mean, I'm not saying that they're definitely going to flip on them. I'm just saying it's not like they had an agreement with. Yeah, I mean, I just need to argue, Justin, that it's more than 1%, and I feel like I can do that, and I would say it's much higher than 1% that they flip. It's not a foregone conclusion. I'm not saying that. I think your probabilities. I don't think they adequately account for the current board hearing from share. Let's suppose that's okay. Yeah, and that's fine. Just a different conclusion that we're drawing. What I would say, Justin, is that if the shareholders support Cohen, which we were just discussing. Yeah, but Justin, I know you're talking about flipping on Sherman and stuff, but the shareholders will have a say indirectly. If the shareholders want Cohen, as I think many of us on this chat here think that they do. And Justin, do you think that shareholders generally would want Cohen over Sherman? What do you think? That would be my first question to you. Because if you say that you would prefer Cohen too, and we make an inference here that most shareholders would, and they start pounding the table to this current board of directors, 4 of which are brand new members, 2 of which are going to be out next year, saying, we want this new CEO, we want him in there. What's the board? I mean, sure, granted, okay, maybe the board will have a stronger say, but they're going to listen to the shareholders. They're not going to completely disregard what shareholders are saying. So you got to... Am I alone in that? Am I the only one who thinks that? Do you disagree with that, Justin? I am alone. All right, that's fair. I appreciate the honesty, Justin. You are alone. Read the letter. Hey, yeah, it might be, Justin. Yeah, you're right. It's the board of directors. Okay. And he does directly call them out. Justin, I'm just saying it ain't 1%. I mean, I just think it's much higher than 1%, Justin. That's all. Yeah, but he mostly calls out Sherman. He does call out the corporate E-suite, and he does call out the board. If they're willing to turn on Sherman, why won't they talk to him? Yeah, I'm not saying any of this stuff isn't possible. I can just envision a loud enough shareholder base pushing for one person to replace another as CEO, making an impact. Even if the board, as a group, were kind of discounting some of the stuff Cohen was saying. But I think if the investor base felt strongly about this, that they may be able to sway the board. I don't. This is the thing. I wish I had a concrete example to share, and I don't. So just kind of sharing my opinion on one potential path. Hold on, let me just scroll up a bit. The only issues I have with GameStop are at the board of directors level. Well, that's the thing. Well, I think Cohen was lying with one board member. I bet Hestia. I could imagine. Remember, Sherman was rebuffing. There's 3 board, but you got the new addition. You got the Chewy guy. You got Hestia, and you got the 2 new directors via the activist investors, who I would imagine likely side with Cohen. There's 3 right off the bat. So then it's just a couple of the new ones that. You know what I mean? So like you said that Sherman recruited one of them, but one of them's a Chewy guy. Hold on, I'm just trying to get caught up. Yeah, I agree. It does come off more as upset with Sherman. It's not to say that the board of directors is... They're definitely mentioned, but it does seem more directed at Sherman. But that's right. I agree with Uber. I'm happy with the work that George and the team, put in place, have done, but I'm picking Ryan Cohen in the 5. I got to pick. That's the thing, and I think other shareholders would too. And I think as a group, shareholders' voice that they will have a say. I'm just kidding. Hold on. It's certainly possible. It wouldn't be my top 2. Oh, you don't agree? Most shareholders agree. Oh, I disagree with that, Justin. I'd have to agree with Jordan. I have no proof, right? We're all playing speculation here. Shooting the shit. I want more information too, but I don't think we're gonna get it. You know what I mean? Like I said, with little, based on what little I know, I gotta lean one way. Half the board plays Sherman. Let's go. Toots support Sherman. Oh. Why would they? Why would the Toots support Sherman? Out of curiosity, it could be. I have no idea. When I think of investors, like I'm thinking like us and like a Burry type and Hestia and like some of the more like value investors. Out of curiosity, so let's hypothetically say institutions do support Sherman. Why? I wouldn't support Cohen as a replacement to Sherman. Okay. How can Cohen implement his vision with current board? Read his letter again. The only way you truly get Cohen is if he has majority slate, so only need 4 out of 10. Doesn't he have 3 votes? Doesn't he get 3 board, like auto votes? Auto yes? Right, replace Sherman with Cohen today will be a bad idea. You think replacing Sherman ASAP, like let him execute with his current plan? Cohen being CEO. Well, that's the thing. So Cohen being CEO will not give Cohen enough leverage over his personal vision. But couldn't we agree that if Cohen were CEO, then he had board support? No? Am I crazy? How did he get CEO if the board didn't support him? But let's hypothetically. But you're saying he can't even get C. I'm saying I think it's much higher than 1% that he could get it. And if he did get it, then he would have, by virtue of getting it, had board support. That's, I mean, to have this discussion, Justin, you need to entertain the possibility that it's higher than 1%, just so we can have the conversation. You need a smooth transition plan to switch your CEO. Yeah, it's definitely not optimal. I'd agree with that. Because he had to write a letter, right? True. It's definitely not clean. I'm not saying it's clean or anything like that. The board supported him. They'd have already done it. Conversation had gone nowhere. Oh, so are you at 100% now, Justin? Are you at 100%? And you did give good timing. I appreciated your timing. You said, you effectively said by Q1, right? Still 99%? Within 6 months. Can we say within 6 months? Okay. Thanks, Justin. Biannual meeting. Constantly was a waste of PR institutions. Institutions usually have a pro-management stance. All right, that's a good point, Kit T. They generally do. Status quo type shit. Ryan Cohen might be a little bit different. Ryan Cohen's not your typical. This could be a bull claim. I get your point, Kit T. You know what I mean? This could be a bold claim, but Ryan Cohen could be a little bit different. But indeed, that's speculation. What the hell do I know? Hey, Cheyenne, back from work. Cheers, Cheyenne. Welcome. We still going hard. We're having great discussions tonight. Not full board. Okay, I think you responded to me. Why would Cohen want to battle with with the board member? Yeah, it's on our opinion. We don't. This is all politics. Like the board didn't know Cohen's opinion before this letter. Just erring on the side of caution. Status quo, like you said. Yeah. It's true. It's true. Like I said, we might make an inference if a lot of people. Well, first of all, Justin doesn't agree necessarily right now that Cohen would be. So there's a good example right there that we have someone right in the chat who's done a lot of research on GameStop and doesn't even agree that Cohen is the obvious choice. So I think that's a good reflection of that there is still interest in like a Sherman type. And I'm not even knocking Sherman. How many times have I said I thought that we may look back on this team and their turnaround so far and think they were an all-star team. Like I've been posting that. I really think that. But when I think about that big, huge, gigantic upside, I think, I don't know. I have to be less confident about that. And there's no guarantee Cohen succeeds. Absolutely no guarantee, but he can change the story. I place a lot of value on the story. For the same reason that a bearish story weighs on the stock price. Same reason. A bearish story can weigh on it, and a bullish story can help boost it, which in turn can increase the chances of success. It sounds crazy, but it's reflexivity. That's how this shit works. Not always. It's not like a guaranteed to win or anything like that, but 99%? Yeah, I see the board seats. I'm not just a... The current board and CEO is not close to the data. That's right. Well, they certainly haven't talked up that data too much. But again, I'm out of my element there. I'm not going to... I do my best. It seems like it could be super valuable compared to some of the other databases that can be leveraged for marketing purposes. But I'm out of my element there. And they haven't talked it up too much. But I can envision that it's really valuable. And part of that is because of Cohen, the value of loyalty and stuff. And that's at least for marketing purposes within the firm. But... I mean, I do got to read this letter again, just to be clear. Hey, Justin, how come Cohen hasn't bought more? What's the holdup? Just wanted to wait to see if he could get some feedback. I guess. But couldn't he have been buying for the past 2 months? Why not buy the past 2 months? Why did he have to wait till this letter was out? He had already filed the 13D. Oh, it could be feedback. All right. Cheyenne says, yeah, wants feedback. I could see that. Laid in today's action due to him increasing. All right. It could be, and Justin's saying this too. Maybe part of today's volume. There's a good amount of volume today. Yeah, it looks like the letter's dated today. It was the most volume we've seen. It definitely could be. And we were speculating earlier on the stream that maybe it was him last week, but with the date, it seems highly unlikely that it was. Excuse me. Could be this week, though. Okay. Yep, I can see this. And then purchase. Yep. Totally, that reasonable to me. He sent out this letter and be like, yo, I'm buying up this shit right now. I'm buying up another 5%, another 10%, make my point again. And that's how... Yeah, if he files tomorrow, end of day. Yeah, I think, Justin, he might have a little bit more flexibility on the first, I was talking about this, so I think when he first breaches 10%, I think he can wait a little bit longer than 2 days for what that's worth. But it would, I thought I could have sworn we talked about this, Justin. I mean, I forget, but yeah, promptly. Promptly is a little bit different than the 48-hour, the 2-day rule for insiders. The insiders have to file within 48 days. There's no promptly. It's 2 days. Yeah, you got flexibility on promptly. You got flexibility. I just mean if there was no filing. Nah, there's a little bit more wiggle room, I believe. I believe. I thought we looked at that. I could have sworn we looked at that. I just mean if there's no filing end of day tomorrow or the next day, we could get it Wednesday. Excuse me, Thursday. Yeah, that's what I think. It could mean 2 day to 5. That was my interpretation. There was a little bit of flexibility in the first breach. Thereafter, 2 days. You're an insider, you're a beneficial owner insider, you got 2 days, you got to get it out there. So he's got a little bit of flexibility in this first one, which could give. Yeah, why would he want to be at 998? That's what I was thinking. That was why he would have had time. Maybe Justin as a just to play it extra safe. To play it extra safe, to just not even have to deal with any, you know what I mean? Could be a bold claim, but you know what I mean? Like you just want to avoid any questions. As far as he's concerned, as far as Cohen's concerned, the stock is super cheap. I think the stock is super cheap relative to where it would be. So what's another couple of extra, just a little bit more or something. Whoa, see you is here. Whoa, a late see you. Cheers, see you. What up? Oh, okay. Oh, did you have a crazy schedule? Welcome back, see you. Welcome back. That volume would make sense. I don't know if y'all noticed this. The stock was down this morning, and then all of a sudden, boom, 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 boom. Kind of interesting. Watch this 1 minute, because this stream's all about the 1 minute charts. All about the 1 minute charts, right? No question. Hey, what's up, Smash? What's up, Smash? Smash been lurking. As far as where did they go? Yeah, see this? Yeah, boom. Sold out was below 11, and then boom, 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 boom. Check out that volume. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, I thought you were off because did you lose it? See you? Oh, I thought there was some COVID stuff. Oh yeah, sorry about that. See you. Hope you get a new one, mate. That sucks. Sorry, I misinterpreted what you sent there. Bummer, man. On the other, good to have you back though. See you, but no, I hope get through that. All right, we'll hope these work out, huh? See you. Yeah, cheers. I posted an album cover on Twitter last week. I was wondering if you were gonna see it. I figured when I posted, I'm like, see, you will probably know this album cover. So that could be him today. What I was gonna say is, and I think everyone here would agree with that, it gives him leverage. So whatever it is he wants to do, and I think people were even just hinting that, oh, Miles is out. Peace out, Miles. Have a nice night. We'll see what happens tomorrow. See you Wednesday. Hopefully, maybe we'll have more to talk about. Maybe a GameStop response come Wednesday. He'll have more leverage. Whatever it is he's trying to affect, if he has 15% or 20%, it increases the chances he will succeed. Again, I talked about getting shareholders to be pounding the table. If you own 1/5 of the shares outstanding, it's well, then, you know what I mean? You control, at least a voice, but maybe it's the number of people. I don't know. I don't know. But, you could threaten to take the whole company private. You know, that's what I'll just take this whole damn company private. I'll fire all y'all. You know what I mean? You're all gone. See ya. I get that. That's true. Can't they adopt a poison pill, especially if the board is against it? They were bragging, as someone noted in the chat today, they were bragging about the fact that they don't have a poison pill. And that opens up the opportunity for someone to hop in there. Yeah, we'll see, Smash. You'd have to lean bullish, Smash. You'd have to lean that the stock price would be up. I don't know. Like I said, I think that there's a number of things that Cohen's trying to get at, but in general, I think that the broader takeaway is Cohen's here, and he's actually going to try, and we know he has the vision, and blah blah blah. And then you imagine in your head. Let's imagine, take the opposite. You were bearish on GameStop. That if he did succeed in getting whatever it is he's trying to shoot for, and he did succeed in causing GameStop to be this new, what does he call it? I forget his language. Succeeding down the line, then it kind of hurts. I mean, it dramatically hurts your any really negative bearish thesis that you might have almost overnight. That's the thing. This story stuff matters. It matters more than I think many people are willing to price in. It was part of the reason I thought the GameStop opportunity was there. I thought the free cash flows. That's why it's a bit of an edge to be a value investor, because if you know you get the free cash flows, then you just kind of need that narrative to change. Part of the consoles help with that, but for the major upside, you needed some other stuff to happen too, of course. And so what has previously been a weight on the stock and stock price and so forth could now be a tailwind. And combined with that, I've been talking about just tailwinds generally, but if there's a continual tilt towards small caps value, like if this holds, and it's holding up, and this breaks again, what's future? I mean, it's still very, very early, but this is a tailwind for a stock like GameStop. All right, it's flat. Just another, but the bigger tailwind is perception's changing. That's the biggest perception. It's the biggest variable. If it happens, and it could happen quick, because I think GameStop trades so cheaply, and so I'm very curious, Smash 2, to see what the price action is tomorrow. It's still knee-jerk reaction. You don't want to wait knee-jerk reaction too much. I'm just so curious. I want to see how the market interprets this litter that we've all torn apart today. I did see that Uber. It bounced right off. I posted that on Jordan's thing. That boom, right at the 1180. It was a smart correction. Boom, boom, boom. It happened quickly. This is a 1 minute chart. This was 2 minutes. Boom, boom, boom. 3 minutes. Back up. So it kissed that 1180. And if I pull up this chart, you see that 1180. It bounced right off that damn thing. And marginal, but still notable. I noticed it today too. Again, we've been in this. Nothing's really been happening. And then that today, and it got bid up pretty quick. It did seem a bit different, and it could be, as people are saying, could have been him buying today. But could have just been people. It could have just been technical analysts too, playing that short-term stuff. What seemed like it may have been covering could have also been new synthetic lendable supply created by someone buying up shares and letting them out immediately. Indeed. It seems like it could be Uber, right? I don't know. I'm no expert on that shit, but I would think so, right? Maybe they... No, we did see that, Justin. What is it, 2.5? I got it up. Yeah. It was increasing throughout the day. What, you think it's him buying it up and lending it out? Interesting. And what's the end game there? Call him back? Oh. Yeah. Let's see. Next week will be interesting, right? If we get an updated filing and it's something major, yeah, we'll know soon. All right, well, we'll keep an eye out tomorrow. I just mean if it's not filed tomorrow, just we'll keep an eye out. It could be. It's not no nail in the coffin or anything. That's all. But we'll see. Everything's a test. Everything's an experiment. Let's see. Oh, it would be exciting if it's tomorrow, right? That'd be sick. But over the next week, like you said, we'll know soon. Let's see. Hey, Justin, do you think that GameStop management has or should respond soon? Would that be our expectation? Oh, no, you don't think that. Okay. Sure they could. You can respond to an open letter from an investor. You can respond to an investor inquiry, can't you? Oh, I don't think quiet period means you can't release anything. Oh, I thought maybe they just talked. Hey, all right. Cheers, Kitty. Welcome back. Well, you have a nice night. Have a nice night. Thank you. Good conversation today. Great comments. Really? Well, this is educational for me. On the numbers front, I get that part. You can't talk figures or anything. All right. I thought they could talk. I thought they could talk broadly. Like I didn't think that they have to talk numbers to respond to this. I didn't mean like a thorough and in-depth letter per se. I meant I don't have another. I've seen this before. I don't have one handy, and maybe it wasn't during the quiet period. I don't remember. Where they say, "Good night, Kitty. Good night." Where they just respond to that. We have an investor. I mean, then what's the point of that if you don't go into detail? I guess that's a good point. Acknowledge receipt of the letter. You know what I mean? Okay, there we go. I had the language in there just in time. And say the intent to address. Okay. So they can do that. But indeed, that really wasn't what I meant when I said respond. That's true. I did mean something, but they won't. Oh, you don't even think they do that? Okay. All right. I didn't know. Like I was asking earlier, like if it were me, if I were the firm, I'd be like, oh, you got to respond to this shit so they don't control the narrative. Oh, that would be something. It could be. I mean, if that's true, you know what I mean? Because the quiet period just started. Well, for example, why were they able to release news on the debt redemption? How is the redeeming the notes? How is releasing PR related to the debt redemption different? Specifically PR. Okay. Okay. Just curious. That's the thing. Well, now, what if there is a kick-ass earnings beat? Then does management say, "Look how much we kicked ass," or could it be a weak Q3 because of this? And this is like WCW, NWO, we DGenX. Wait, I thought were they? Oh, I thought they were WWF, weren't they? Degeneration X. Damn, that's a throwback, James, huh? Oh, sorry, see you. I missed. Okay, I don't think they can publicly respond without seeming like they're admitting to being asleep at the wheel on the PR front. To let the console numbers try to help. Okay. They will hype Q4. Yeah, now they're incentivized to, right? We were talking about that. Uber, were you talking about that today? Now they're incentivized to talk everything up. Indeed. Every talk up November. Yep. Any sorts of East. That's right. They kind of okay. To short term revenue. That's true. No, it doesn't see you, but they'll still do their best. See you saying how even if they have short-term performance, but they'll anything. Yeah. Well, that's what so hyperbole says. Yeah, I know. I thought it could. Maybe it's weak. It would help. It would help his case. Yeah, he probably doesn't. How could he? Yeah, I gotta look. I gotta look at the letter. I mean, it's the part about the assets. Okay. The real estate costs, where he says they reviewed. Oh yeah. It is. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, it's a comprehensive sentence, but they've done their due diligence. That's how I interpret that. I've done that. I've done all that. I mean, I've done that same stuff, though. I've done my best to analyze their assets. I've devoted a significant amount of time to analyzing their assets, the balance sheet, the corporate governance, opportunity set, and positioning with the sector. I mean, I don't have the expertise that he does, but isn't that just what any shareholder would say? But, I mean, maybe you're pointing out that he's making a point to mention it, but... Yo, yeah, what's your point? Oh, well, I don't think there's enough to suggest that. It could be. It could be. I mean, certainly if you are intending to do a takeout of sorts, I think you can request more information. But there could. I mean, there could be, but I don't get that from that sentence. That's not to say that didn't happen, but that's not enough for me to run with. I think they're just illustrating that they performed their due diligence by analyzing all these things. Here's our thesis. I mean, it looks like something that you could post on Seeking Out. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, you wouldn't. That's the thing, though. You wouldn't really say that. It goes without saying. But I think they're just trying to make the point that they have a holistic approach to their thesis. We looked at this. We looked at that. We get everything. We understand it. Here's what we concluded. Yeah, he probably did already take... I think Cohen is likely in the dark. Yeah, I don't think he knows. Yeah. I agree with CU. He's just rolling with it. Oh, yeah. Insulated. Yeah. That, yeah, where is that? I saw that insulated line. That was an interesting line. Right level of consideration. No, I don't agree with that. He's not calling out the board of directors more than Sherman. No way. I disagree with that. He's calling out the board of directors. He's not. No, he's not. Does anyone here agree with this take that Ryan Cohen is calling out the board of directors more than he's calling out George Sherman in this? This is much more directed at Sherman. I'm not saying that he's not. There's not one part. There's a couple of sections dedicated to it. There's 3 paragraphs, isn't there? Bias against near-term takeover due to your... Oh, no. I don't think that has anything. What are you kidding me? I'm biased toward a short-term. I'm biased toward a short... I mean, I want the short-term. I'm trying to be objective. All right. But does anyone agree with Justin? That would help me. Okay. See you, Jeff. Directed at the board. He wants their votes. The board is attacked about equally. Okay. Looks like most people agree. Cool. I'll have to review it with fresh eyes. No, yeah, sure. So Justin, here's my issue with this. So you talk about he instantly mentioned the boards again. Justin, the current board has not overlooked years of digital revenue opportunities. These are all new. These are a good chunk of these are new board members. This is my point. These attacks against the board are against folks who aren't on the board. These are that's what I mean. I'm talking about the direct attacks on the individuals. You can't just, I mean, that's a straw man. You know what I mean? Like, that's besides the point. That's the type of language that I see throughout this that is framing a particular way. Yeah, I'm not saying that he doesn't call out the board. He does call out the board. But there are areas, you said, our private conversations, we have explained to Mr. Sherman and the board that GameStop. Yeah. He mentions the board. He mentions the board more than he mentions Sherman. Check this. Look at that, 14 times. All right, those don't count. Construct a strategic review. Can still set a credible strategy. The board may feel it's insulated. Urge the board to give the right level of consideration to our assessment. The board cannot run from the following facts. Like, this whole section has very little to do with the current board. It's not fair. You have 5 bullet points dedicated to, what does this have to do with the current board? Explain to Mr. Sherman and the board that GameStop has boardroom, again, general critiques. Provides the board with the general bonuses on the board and Mr. Sherman. Now, for me, okay, I appreciate everyone sharing that they think they're equally attacked. That's helpful for me. I'll review this. I'll review this with fresh eyes, of course. That's what I think. I think what Dusty's saying. I think the board lines are coded for, hey, you know who needs to go. That's what I think. That was my first take. That's all I meant. What Dusty's saying. It was like, hey board, here's a big part of the problem. There's other shit too. There's other stuff. He calls them all out. But I think that the headline, for me, I'll read it again. Everyone seems to be thinking it's equal, so I definitely want to review this. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes it's not just the number of times board is mentioned or Sherman is mentioned. It's like you get a feel for it as you're reading through it. The actions we've been observing clearly articulated. I think he means allowing other companies to eat up future revenue streams that should belong to game. Okay, yep. He doesn't ask management to do anything. To defend themselves or lie. All right, this is a good conversation. Yeah, we just cheers to everybody, huh? We'll call that out. Blessed. We still rolling deep today. So we're doing legitimate analysis today. Some of this stuff, when you get news like this too, you wouldn't necessarily do this for all positions, right? But if you're heavily invested in a company and you get news like this, I mean, maybe we're beating it to death, right? But it's good. We're getting a good conversation. Individual investors bouncing ideas off each other to round out our thinking. But like sometimes you do this stuff as soon as you can, and do your thinking, and then you're ready to run. You're ready to make a quick decision after the fact. But this is the time you kind of like dig in and learn as much as you can about it. This is good. The perfect timing for a stream tonight. I would have haven't been doing this, and some of y'all set me straight on certain things. It's great. I know. Yeah, James says, hate to be on the receipt of the morning email. All right, so CU says, testing the waters to see who's on board and who will have to replace. Sure, it could be it too. Oh, so Raybeck. Okay, so lots of questions. Welcome, lots of questions saying Sherman is Raybeck. Okay. And she's chairman now, right? You keep Reggie's, Simon, and Wolf. Yep, maybe Evans. Okay. Yeah, I think he'd keep. Assuming that this happens, right, Justin? I can imagine, and then I think he'd keep these folks, the new folks, both maybe the two that are up, he wouldn't keep those. No relation, whoever that Simon. A different Daniel Simon. Cheers, Daniel. Different Simon. Different Simon. Hey, blessed. All right. Cheers, blessed. Thank you. Yeah, I know. Well, that's it. The good thing about doing it live is that sometimes I'll draw a conclusion and everyone's like, no, Ryan Kitty, come here. That's good. That saves me the trouble of having to go back. But thanks, blessed. And thanks for the people helping me out along the way here. Picture. No, yeah, Justin. So someone else said that earlier in the chat. I think it was Gat. Someone was like, let's say, Justin, you did want to buy out the company, take control, and maybe install yourself a CEO. How would that letter be different? It's a terrific question. I suppose that's what you're getting at now. Cheers, Uber. Thank you, Uber. Yeah. You already provided all this stuff to the board of management. You had discussions with both. Obviously, nothing happened. Is this letter for the board? Yeah, this letter's for shareholders. Indeed. Oh, yeah, Cheyenne, yes. I'm very bullish. With or without this letter, yeah. Is this letter for the board? It's for shareholders. Clearly shows intends to take action. He intends to take action. Yep. Take action. That action won't be supported by the board. It won't be supported by the board. It hasn't been supported by the board yet. That I'd agree with that, Justin. I understand why he got to this point that he has to write the letter. My point of contention, it sounds like between the two of us, is that he might be able to rally up the shareholders by way of a letter like this, which is getting their attention, as you're pointing out. They can get them pounding the table to be like, you need to install this guy as the CEO. And that some of them would flip. I'm not saying all of them or whatever, that he might be able to get in that way. And for me, that's a much higher percentage than 1%. That's what I would say. Not even saying I can see this getting control of everything to accomplish what you want. I can see that. I'm not seeing enough just yet. First of all, I didn't see the CEO stuff either, and now I'm seeing it. So I reserve the right to change my opinion. I know you know that, but when I first saw this, I couldn't, just to critique myself. When I first saw this language in the amended 13D, I didn't see CEO. I try to be very objective with myself, and unless I see hard evidence, I can speculate on this stuff, but unless I have it'd have to be really strong. You know what I mean? Like, I speculate on stuff, but there's not enough for me to really run with that. And now I changed my mind. There's enough for me to run with CEO, but there's not enough in here for me to see takeout. I get how you're getting there, Justin, that you've shared the path that you took and how this is their intention. I'm just not so sure he needs complete control of all this stuff by way of the board and or taking the company private to affect the change. He might be able to do it without that. Maybe not. Maybe you're right. And you're saying, well, no, he's not going to be able to do it. I concede that. We'll get the buyout offer next week. I'm like, I'm an idiot. What am I going to do? I accept that. Okay. Action won't be supported by the board of management. Yep. Lack of urgency in general is fine. Hey, insurance detectives. What up? Excited to see what news happens next. Yeah, it was already a crazy fascinating story, right? Then you get shit like this and you're like, now where it's gonna go. It's like that, it's not really like that. I was gonna say it's like one of those remember those pick your own adventure Goosebumps books? It's not really like that because you're not picking your own adventure. But it's like something else happens, and something this happens. Now what's gonna happen? After a quiet week where not much was happening, right? Couple weeks, I guess. He's a pirate ready to board their ship. Okay. Hey, cheers, Space Burrito. All right, yeah. Big day today. Lots to discuss. Also, this is the first letter. You know what this also does? It starts to officially outline his vision. Indeed. Starts to allow shareholders to reach out to him and share their thoughts. Absolutely, Justin. That's right. And tennis rackets. Cheers to that, Robert Stewart. I'm glad, too. It doesn't mention tennis rackets. Cut it. Cheers to that. GameStop represents confirmed stimulate money that the company received. Cohen's letter, adding that it shares his goal of developing a plan in the best interest of all shareholders. Yep. Oh, where'd you get that, Uber? Cool. The company said it extended multiple offers for Mr. Cohen to join the board, believing his acumen and guidance would complement viewpoints on the panel, but he turned them down. There you go. So look at this. People were on the stream, on the chat here, were speculating that that's probably what happened. Who was it? EO? Some other folks did too. And there you go. Uber, I don't know where you got that from, but stock twits? Where did it come from? Oh, was it from like investor relations reach out? Okay. Sick. Thanks for sharing that, Uber. Okay, right now, Manny Cheryl is going to reach out to Cohen. He will gauge. Yep, absolutely, Justin. I'm on board with this. Then he will decide his next action. I'm on board with that. Definitely. That's right now. Many shareholders didn't know his intent, us included. We're like, what's he going to do? We're speculating. He could do this. He could do that. Maybe he's not going to do anything. Blah, blah, blah. Now people can see, and they're going to touch base. They're going to talk about it. Fully agree with that. But you got to send out that first letter to get it going. Oh, blessed. There was a Bloomberg article about GameStop that said GameStop was going to take on Amazon back in September, and they mentioned GameStop was going to sell tennis rackets. Google GameStop Bloomberg in September. You'll see it. I go back to why call out the items they are addressing. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, why go back to calling out the items they are addressing and seemingly having success addressing? Maybe he just probably needed to put some, maybe he just needed to put some stuff in there, Dusty. And he says he doesn't want to get into the fine specifics and stuff. I know. How do you value this as a takeoff? Yeah, I don't know. See response. Yep. Simon Troll Books. What's up, Simon? We got two Simons on the chat. And I don't think either are related to the Simon on the GameStop board of directors. It was a strange color because Cohen demanded pretty much everything. I know that. I agree, Smash. It was a bit odd, some of the stuff that he was calling out when they were executing on some of it. Not everything, but a good chunk of it. Aggressive letter for what it was. Yeah, I think yeah, different Simon. Hey, Jen Cruiser. What up, Cruise Control? I have no clue what the heck is going on. We'll do our best, Cheyenne, you know? Let's just keep up. Well, we're still bullish. That much you know. You know we still bullish. And so far, all I can say, Cheyenne, is that someday maybe we'll be less bullish. But right now, everything keeps turning in favor of this bullish thesis, and it seems to be holding up so far. And like I've said before, if like the thesis of my thesis, Justin's thesis, Uber's thesis, many of the theses in this chat, but other folks too, if we're right, there's probably quite a bit more upside. That's not to say we definitely are, but for many of us, we've been right from the lows. You know what I mean? We've been right from... Oh, you know what? Let me do this. We've been right kind of... I mean, in some cases, it took a while, but we've been right so far. And that's not to say we'll definitely be right moving forward. But if we are, there's probably a bit more room to run. But who knows? We'll see. Yeah, so Blessed saying the same thing. Yeah, no Fox tonight. I thought we might get a Fox. I thought that we might get a Hello World tonight. Not tonight. Oh, lots of buyouts happen generally. Yeah. This was the biggest close. Oh, this was a big close above 12 actually. This is the highest close. Whoa, this is the highest close since October 27th. Oh, it's taking a peek at that 20-day moving average. Wow. Yeah. Today's price action, maybe someone was buying today. I mean, it'd be something if it was going. But it was down, and then it was like boom, 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 boom. And it was a meaningful day, as we talked about today. It sounds silly, but when you have nothing else to go off of, it's just something to take a peek at. You might only be like 55% sure or something, but it beats 50% sure. We gotta watch tomorrow. And then it was overbought. Oh, see you. I did check yesterday. It wasn't up again today, was it? I heard it's been crushing it. Oh man, good, nice job. See you crushing it. Look at this thing, cranking, outright going on a triple. Cheers, see you. Damn, that thing's cranking. You definitely told me. Like back there, it's already doubled, I think, from you told just about. Damn, that thing's cruising. It's cruise controlling, you know. Look at that. Is that daily? Oh, weekly. Boom, 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 boom. Nice. Hey, chart looks good. See you. Chart looks good. Wow, really overbought. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And then we saw we didn't even really, boy, all this, the letter dominated today. We didn't really get a chance to even get into this stuff, right? We talked about Bari, and there were a couple of other firms, like this, they have a ton of positions. This is only 0.01% of their portfolio, but they own 7% of the company now. That was a new name. A huge ad. Senvest, Foss, Must. Oh, they got some puts too. Yeah, that's right. But then you got Alyeska. But these are so small. But it's bigger than Scion's position, 2.6%. There was a big ad. I thought there was one more. Alyeska. I looked them up. I couldn't find anything about them. I couldn't find anything about Alyeska. I thought there was one more. Yes, not. Foss and Must not selling. I guess that was it. I didn't get to go through, I'll be curious to go through the holdings of some of the funds. This is a good day. This is a good time to go and push about GME's data. I agree. I mean, I think so, hyperbole. Cohen's push to evolve GME's data-driven tech platform ASAP and move away from stores is what investors want to hear. It's perhaps importantly, it's what maybe shorts don't want to hear. You know what I mean? Like, not more of the same, but here's something different, and then it gets people thinking about the stock differently, and then people start buying in. It could be that people even trying to get the run on it right now. That's let's see what it does tomorrow, because I mean, even if you think that there's going to be a vote of some sort, you might try to run ahead of that, or if you think Cohen is he's gonna successfully get control. That's the thing. Wouldn't that take time? Or if he's gonna do a takeout, you might front run that. You know what I mean? I'm talking about like front running a little bit. Let's see what happens tomorrow. It'll be tomorrow. Usually I say through the end of the week, but tomorrow will be an important day. No, I know. Yeah. So I often bring up Best Buy, but yeah, I'd take a Chewy multiple. Yo, what is Chewy multiple? I probably got it. Oh, I had it up. Whatever. Give me price to sales. Keep it easy. Keep it simple. 4 times sales. What are we like? Point. Ah, shit, I forget. Let's look it up. What is that? 4.3? I'll just assume Yahoo's right. 0.14. Oh. 30x? Can we go 30x? Yeah. That sounds right. Yep, just about. So that'd be 30x. Who and what stock price would that be? For shits and giggles. $360. And that's at trailing 12-month sales. Imagine if sales grow, then you have $400 per share. Who wants that? I'll take that. We definitely partying at $360 per share. We party in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 360 degrees in a circle. I don't know. Oh, yeah, that TikTok stuff. Did they undo that? Yeah, the optics of that. I don't know what was going on there. Yeah, I know. I don't know, CU. Yeah, talking about, I don't know. I think it's like squeeze type stuff is difficult. That's the only thing. But I also don't know enough about it, CU, so I don't know. Like, I think it's like, I don't know. Oh, yeah. I got that graphing calculator. Yeah, he'll flip pairs to bulls. Yeah, I do think that very much. GameStop split. Imagine GameStop splitting. Who was someone? The new multiple, yeah. Yeah, I know, right? Steve Stuck says if we hit $4, we'll go to Caesars apparently. If that shit goes to $400 per share, watch this shit squeeze and we all going. Steve Stock, shit. What's that market cap? 26. Oh, it's 26 billion. Blessed already said that. Crazy. Use the hype train to acquire Polygon. The stock squeezes and quickly acquire another company. Electric is hot right now. Next up is gaming. Yeah. Oh, I'll take that. Gaming should be hot. Hey, Steve Mazzini. Cheers, Steve Mazzini. Hey, I got Discovery. Added it to the Roaring Kitty model portfolio. Got it in there, Steve. Cheers. Acquiring TikTok, not doing a dance. Yeah. Right, Blessed. Right. Speaking of the story and the narrative and shit, right? Oh, yeah, this was sick. I'm going to leave that up. Let me close out of some shit. Oh, yeah. Got to keep that up. Faux show. Nope. What's this? Nope. I can only look at that same presentation so many times. I didn't even get to rods. We didn't get to this rod. Maybe another night, huh? What if we don't have any more? We might have straight news every damn. Wait, Steve, what Wall Street? What letter, Steve? What are you talking about? Was there a Wall Street Journal article? I can't even try, Steve. I'm doing my best. I can't even keep a straight face. No, Steve. We talked about this is pretty much the whole stream. We talked about this the whole time. But there's the letter's available. Wall Street, you can access it via Wall Street Journal. It's on Twitter. Check Twitter, Steve. People got it out there. But you'll want to check that letter in addition to the article for sure. A lot of good takes in the chat tonight. Cheers to everybody. Oh, Mike get Simone from John Malone. Yeah, so it's actually a good. I got it last week. I bought it just in time, and I knew it run up, but I added. What is it now? Sorry. Ooh, almost not quite top 20, not quite close. Yeah, Hystrix. Yeah, he's a Chewy. Oh, yeah, okay. E-commerce model real quick. Okay, this is from Rod, Uber. Spider cat. Do I actually have I do not have any cats. I got a whole bunch of the. I picked. If you saw the game, the couple of videos that I uploaded to the channel, I was had some cats, plush cats, but my daughter loves them now, so she's playing with them. I got there's a ton of them, but she loves playing with those ones. But we don't have any no pets right now. Jimmy responded to Cohen by releasing the pillars. I know. See you. CU says, what if they respond to Cohen's letter and they include that graph of the 4 pillars that we've beat to death during the stream? I'll die laughing. Definitely nice to see Ryan Cohen. Yeah, that's true. A lot of people have been talking. If it goes down this biopath, many people have been talking about on the a lot of people have been talking about this on the stream, and I've been doubtful of it only because I go off of the information I have. That's all I can use. But indeed, it seems the odds of that have been increasing, Steve, since we did that research that night. Indeed. Yep. Start soft, put the vision out, rally. Yeah, indeed. Looks like it could be on playing. Could be playing out. Okay. Oh, you're posting a revised one right now. Okay. With the order from okay. On StockTwits? Okay. Look at that. Right now he posted it, huh? You see Cohen's comments about yeah. Steve Mazzini said, we're going to get the Roaring Kitty Gang. We're going to get the Roaring Kitty Gang. That's what Ryan Cohen was talking about when he said he doesn't want to be the lone shareholder. Where was it? Down at the bottom? Yeah, lone seat. There you go. We'll get a couple of seats. We'll rally everybody up, Steve. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, I would say the odds of a buyout are increasing. Okay. He just doesn't want it to be lonely. That's right. Oh, where is it? Okay. November 2nd, November 16th. That was yesterday. Prorated orders. 85% net rate. Prorated orders. 85%. Just using different variables. Okay. Look at that. You don't even get to the 20%. Right, because you guys were saying that you didn't think it was going to be 20%. Prorated orders, 85%. Is it, so is that, I assume that net rate is like net of illegitimate transactions or transactions that aren't to be included in this? Is that what that is? The run rate stayed similar the past 2 days. Okay. Cancellations, returns, yep. Or yeah, those other orders too, where there's no real revenue or something. Wasn't there another type of an order if you signed? Oh, did you confirm that if you sign up for like a power upper? Never mind, you accounted for it. Okay, then the lower upper, minus 15%. Okay, I like the 15%. That's fat. Average basket. How'd you land on the average basket out of curiosity? Uber. Seems reasonable. I just US. Or did you just pick a number? Oh. Okay, and then you just multiplied them. Got it. International. Would you assume? Did you assume a similar run rate for international? I assume. It could be more. Could be a higher rate, right? What store closures? International. 4Q net e-commerce sales. $336. Invert. Okay. 2.4, 3.3. Hold on. A roaring board seat. Yeah. for 3Q? Was it November 1st? That's a good question, Uber. I'm not sure when the end date was. October 30th, okay. So the past 2 days, I think we'll go up in Q4. Got it, okay. Base engine. Plus adding console averages, got it, okay. It's a finger in the air that's reasonably close. Good enough for me. That's all, that's good. 38% in October and November. Okay. Whew. Oh, I had this up. Do I have it up? I had these this discussion. Yeah, I pulled up some of the quarterly stuff, which I'm sure y'all did already, but I just pulled it up just to take a quick peek at some of this stuff. 3 billion fourth quarter. Oh, we say this is Q3, right? Yeah, doing Q3. Q3 2 billion and then 3 billion. That was 2016. And we had 2 billion, 3.5 billion. Oh shit. Oh, I messed that up. I want to go backward. I put that in order. So we had 2.2 billion. We still had 2.2 billion last year, Q4. And then we have 1.4. And then 2 billion third quarter, then 3 billion. Two, 3.5. Should be a big quarter. Yeah, cadence gonna increase for sure. I'll be so curious to see how close this is within. It's gonna be sick. Nothing to report there. Yeah, another green day. See if this holds up. Value's looking good. Green across the board. Crazy day. Wow. Huge winner. Huge winner. Nominal. Jeez. Always down. This will be a tailwind. I mean, especially if for that longer term game touch, just to bring everything back to GameStop, but for that longer term GameStop thesis, where GameStop reinvents itself and starts thriving. Right now, it's still viewed as a value stock. That this could be a tailwind if everything tilts in favor of this shit. Do I still get the turn up? It doesn't matter. Oh, I just saw more buying on FPay, actually. Pretty sure I did. What did I say? FPay, right? Yeah, right there. Not much, 70K, but that same dude. Not much else otherwise. Quiet. See if this holds. Okay. Okay. Oh, what about the whole day? Hold on, let me check this quick. energy. What's... Still just hanging there. Boy, they're really coming back in favor though, huh? Hey, Mayor Flores. Made it late for the... Welcome, welcome. I'm probably gonna. We'll probably wrap it up here soon. Yeah, what are you gonna rewind to try and catch up? Cheers, welcome. Made it just in time. We had too much to discuss tonight. I can't believe I still have beer. Oh, it finally happened. They go bankrupt. Let's see if they did. I couldn't do it. I couldn't pull the trigger. There you go. Wow. See, these ugly looking charts very frequently end like that. That's what people were betting on with GameStop. Just thinking, oh, that chart looks like shit. That's it. I mean, just not a high problem. Yeah, whatever. Y'all know. Pretty much everything else was just... Oh, did Francesca's go down? Wow. Inevitable. Yeah. Dodge that one, too. That was a missed opportunity. I already got that in the list. I was long, Nautilus. Bummer. I just wanted to check some of these relatives. It's tilting up. That's his Russell 2000 versus S&P 500. And then versus QQQ. Still got some work to do. Still got some work to do. What do you think GME is opening at tomorrow? Oh, I have no idea, Nicholas. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. What do I think it's going to open at tomorrow? Oh, I'm not good at this. I have no idea. Wait, what's it going to close at? That's true. That's true. I lean toward it's going to be up. That's all I can say. I can't even bother with the prediction. I'd probably just lean toward up. Based on the... It's not like the market viewed it crazy. But if they viewed it crazy bullish, stock price would have... Even though this is not much meaning to be derived from this, it still would have been up if it was unabashedly bullish. So I probably wouldn't forecast a huge up day. But maybe the market just needed to digest it. But who knows? Oh, they updated it again? All right, I got to track that down. Oh, they updated it again. That's where they came from. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, they needed to issue it. They just needed to probably regroup and shit. Yeah. I saw that. I'll track that down. All right, everybody. Another long one in the books, but worthwhile, no doubt. We didn't even get into everything. You know what I mean? Imagine spending the... I mean, this was a big letter. What are you going to do? We'll probably still be talking about this shit on Wednesday. Well, let's see. I mean, imagine if we get a filing here. If... by the time that we have that, that'd be something. That'd be something. TM, yeah. Oh, yes. TM, Uber shared it. I'm gonna track that down. Thank you, TM. I did. I missed it but people in the chat shared it with me. Thank you for letting me know, TMs. Thank you, Steve. Cheers, Steve. Glad you were able to make it tonight. Peace out, Uber. Peace out. Later. See you. Nice to see you again. Thank you, Nicholas. Thanks. Thank you, Uber. Thank you. Thank you, everybody, for sharing your thoughts, too. Like I said, good night, Steve Stunk. Good night, Steve. Like I said, round out I know I keep on saying that, but it's true. That's why I want to read everything, too, because I don't want to miss what y'all saying. It helps me round out my own thinking. Even people who saying I was drawing the wrong conclusion here. I appreciate that shit. Anshul, have a nice night, Anshul. Anshul, have a nice night. And then I'll probably read this after I get off the stream again. But I'll read it tomorrow. And then, you know what I mean? And then we'll revisit it. I'll probably be like, oh, damn, my first take. You ever have a first take and you're like, that wasn't that good. So we'll see. Sabu, have a nice night. Dusty, peace out, peace out. Let's see what happens tomorrow, right? I mean, there's just so much possibility here. So let's just watch the price action, see if there's any formal announcement from GameStop and stuff. Those will be the big things. Right? Those would be the big things. It should be crazy. Good night, Tiny. You have a nice night. Everybody else, too, whomever I missed. Justin, peace out, Justin. Blessed Spear, if you're still here, peace out. Have a nice night. All right, let me cue this up. All right, just do that one. All right, peace out, everybody. All right, see you Wednesday. Adios, peace.